Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll give the 60-second warning so that we can start on time this morning. If everybody wants to find a seat. Okay, everyone, it is 9:30. We will call the January 17th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:30. We're glad to see everybody here. Welcome. As some of you probably know, you are here for the second meeting of the year, but the last meeting on the old meeting schedule. So remember that the next meeting will be the first Tuesday of February, and it will start at 10 a.m. instead of 9:30 a.m. The second meeting of the month will be on the third Tuesday, and it will start at 4 p.m. in hopes of giving more of the public the chance to participate in the business of their county. So welcome to this meeting. We will start, as we always do, in just a second. I'll ask you to stand for the invocation, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. And to get started, welcome again. Thank you. If everybody would please stand.
Thank you, Chairman Brower, council members, and city staff. My name is Jocelyn Williamson, and I'm with the Central Florida Free Thought community. And the community appreciates your hard work on behalf of the county. This week, the country honors the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. He once wrote, "We must walk in the days ahead with an audacious faith in the future." With that in mind, let us think of those who are here in this chamber today and make the most of the sharing of ideas and the goodwill that comes from their collaboration. Let us think of the people in our community who are impacted by the choices being made. Finally, let us think of future generations whose lives will be guided by the decisions reached today. Dr. King also said life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? With that, may we consider today an opportunity to work together and build an even stronger county. Let us lift everyone in the way others have lifted us. Let us use reason to guide our decisions. Let us be thankful for what we can accomplish together. May we aim to give our very best to Volusia County. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jocelyn. That was Jocelyn Williamson, and I will remind the public that Every faith group is welcome to participate in the invocation on our meeting days. If you are interested, please just send an email to K Green, like the color, and that's K Green over here. And she will get you set up and let you know everything that you need to know in order to participate. Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Santiago. Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. And we do have a quorum. Thank you very much. We will start our meeting with public participation. We just have a few. The first up will be Paul Richardson. And as Paul's coming up, I'll just remind everybody, as you come up, please speak directly into the microphones. The podium can go up and down because we want the public to be able to hear. We want to get a good recording. And just state your name and what area of the county you are from. And you have 3 minutes to make your statement or appeal to the council. Thank you.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of the Land. Some time ago, I came to you guys regarding the upcoming increase in the minimum wage, where we're going to stop at $15 an hour and then go by increments of the what was it called? I can't think of it. But anyway, what I suggested a while ago was to go ahead and implement it now for the council or the Volusia County employees. Now, you're thinking, why should we do that? Well, you want to show that this county is forward thinking instead of reacting to everything. Sure, sometimes some things you can only react to, but if you want to be forward thinking, you should do this now. Another reason why you should do this is a great recruiting tool. I know a lot of, I've seen the EMS representatives say, hey, we need more people here. Well, a great way to recruit is by higher pay. Start that out with at first, and then go forward. But you're also thinking to yourself, how are we going to pay for that, Paul? Well, for one thing, you guys are not too, if I remember correctly, the last few budget meetings, that you're not too heavily in debt. You can still cut some other spending measures. And last year, the state of Florida had a surplus of $20 billion. Now, I mentioned this, calculated out that if the state of Florida, instead of cutting taxes, gave that money back to the counties, the sheriff's office, and every school board, $5 million, it will only come out to $1.01 billion. Now, if we have another surplus of $20 billion, why not, instead of, and I'm all for cutting taxes, but instead of cutting taxes that will have to later be reinstated, get that money back to the counties and let them have this $5 million to the counties, the sheriff's office, and the school boards. They can do whatever they want with them, including paying their employees. Again, this is just a suggestion. I noticed on the schedule for this meeting that you're talking about the legislative agenda coming up. So a good idea, say, hey, to our representatives, hey, if there's another surplus, and surpluses are good, but if on that scale again, why don't we give back some back to the counties, to local governments, to spend it better than what even the state can do? So that's my suggestion. You can take it or leave it. You guys have a good meeting, and I hope you guys have a great new year.
Thank you, Paul. Skip White.
Skip White, 4885 South Atlantic. Thanks for giving me the time. I'd like to quote from our county website concerning beach cleanup and ramp information. Volusia County is working diligently with the state of Florida, FEMA, the U.S. Corps of Engineers, and other disaster recovery agencies on ways to protect our most beloved natural resource. I'd like to add one more beloved natural resource to that statement: the citizens of Volusia County. We should include the citizens of Volusia County as a great resource. Please use our beaches and our citizens wisely. Understanding is that there's a master plan or a plan being worked on for beach renourishment and restoration. I'd like to offer up a suggestion. Communication is key. Why not start a weekly or bi-weekly conference call with the mayors and the town managers in the affected areas to update any progress that has been made on bringing back our resources, our beaches, and bringing our beaches back to life. This could just be a brief conference call with a progress report for the individual towns. That way the town managers or the mayors can report back to the citizens. It would actually help the communication flow. Communication is key. Just a thought. You can have the best talent, you can have the best team put in place, but if everyone's not working as one unit, we will fail as a leadership group. This includes the citizens of Volusia County, Volusia County Council, the support staff, and all employees of Volusia County. A true leader doesn't create separation. A true leader brings people together. In closing, at the last meeting on January 6th, Volusia County Council meeting, was talk about forming a committee for our beach restoration, replenishment, and also a dune beach maintenance program, which is key. I'd like to offer up any suggestions on that, and I'd like to also offer up my time if you guys so select that and select me to do so. I'm willing to volunteer. We have plenty of people that will volunteer. And I did finish 30 seconds earlier, so I'd give you back the 30 seconds that I took from the last council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waite. Frank Molnan.
Good morning, council members, county manager, county staff. My name is Frank Molnar, 4045 South Atlantic Avenue, also organizer of a group called Oceanfront Property Owners Alliance of Volusia County. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here this morning on behalf of the thousands of Volusia County residents who own condominiums, homes, and businesses along Volusia County.
Residents. On September the 20th, Governor DeSantis announced a huge surplus of $21.8 billion. That's $950 million above the surplus estimates. Then on September the 28th, Hurricane Ian hit Florida. And then on November the 10th, Nicole slapped Florida again. I'm asking you, the Volusia County Council elected officials, to become advocates for additional financial assistance for the Shores, Wilbur by the Sea, and Ponce Inlet residents, who at this point seem to have suffered the most both emotionally and financially. My request today is to speed up the permitting process, reduce the bureaucracy and the number of hands that has to be involved. Number two, with $2.7 billion unallocated in Florida's rainy day fund, that's basically called the Budget Stabilization Fund, and $2.8 billion in unallocated trust funds, and $15.7 billion in unallocated general reserves, and $499 million in unallocated emergency preparedness, it would seem to me that Senate Bill 4A and the similar bill, House Bill 3A, should allocate a greater amount of funds rather than the one-to-one cost share up to $150,000. Many of us have received estimates in the $1 to $4 million range for repair, rebuild, and protect our homes via the dune system. How on earth can we pay these exorbitant costs? I fear bankruptcy is in the future for many of us. Help me understand this grant allocation. The awarding of grant clearly says first come, first served basis and prioritizing applicants based on income. This doesn't appear to be in sync. If I'm first in on February the 1st when the system opens, Do I wait until the entire application of everyone has been submitted? And then do I find out if I have more or less income than someone else? How are the incomes determined? No one seems to know, and no one is able to explain this. I just have two more things. May I continue?
How long will it take?
How about 35 seconds?
Council?
Okay. I was told recently that this particular...
Can you hold on 1 second?
Yes, please.
I need to ask the council if somebody is willing to make a motion to set the rules aside for a second and allow you to continue.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank
Is
you.
everybody in agreement? If you are, just say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So it sounds, it passes.
Thank you, sir. I
So
appreciate
please
that.
try and keep it to,
I will. Okay, I was told when I called about this allocation, and I have to quote what the lady said to me. This bill is in the Florida State Legal Division to clarify the intent of the law. Basically, the lady said, what the senators and representatives voted on and what the legal interpretation is in question. We haven't determined how it will be applied yet. So today is January the 17th. It's almost 4 months from the first hurricane. We still don't have enough sand material and money. May 1st is turtle season. June 1st is hurricane season. The beach belongs to all the citizens, while Volusia County tax base is large. The local businesses, if they haven't already closed, are down 25%. It seems to me now that if you don't help us now, that the next disaster will be a financial disaster and you'll see bankruptcy. And I ask you to please get involved. Thank you.
thank you. Ben from Port Orange.
Ben Crowell, Jeff, from 4269 South Atlantic and 4255 South Atlantic Avenue, over by the sea. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the group this morning, and thank you for all the speakers in advance. I'm not as eloquent as they are, and I'm going to be a little bit more direct. Relative to the storm damage, hearing parts and pieces about $77 million being authorized by Governor DeSantis for the benefit of the county. Don't know how that's going to be allocated, if that's a portion of the grant money that's going to be made available. Not sure, I'd like to find out more. We do have a group of citizens who have been very active in communicating, and I'd like to offer an opportunity for some of the other members who spoke today to connect with those individuals, specifically Kelly Walker, also of Over by the Sea. More specifically, I'd like to also hear comments relative to an RFP that's been released by the county for the installation of 2 beluga bags or tarp bags in front of each oceanfront home that had damage to the extent of 2 bags per lineal foot of oceanfront footage. I'd like to know what the status of that RFP is, when it's been released, and when that construction might commence. More specifically, what is the county going to do on the beach approaches? One of the properties that I have happens to be adjacent to a public beach walkway. What is going to be done? Because as of this date, zero, not a thing has been done from a safety standpoint, from a construction standpoint, to prevent any future damage either to those crosswalks or to the general public. Literally this morning, an hour and a half ago before I left the house, I had a young couple approach the beach walk with their child. It is literally a 20-foot drop. She had a surfboard under her arm. She was trying to go surfing. Pretty cold this morning. Don't know why she was doing that. Very concerned. I asked them, please find an alternative to reach the beach. It's not a safe condition. Somebody's going to get hurt. So while we're all waiting for all these other things to get done, something needs to be done immediately from a safety perspective, or the county's going to have further liability when somebody gets hurt out there. So that's all I'd like to add. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And I do appreciate the communication that's come also from Jessica Fentress's area. She's been very communicative. We'd like to see that continue to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Don Sorrow, Orange City. You brought a group.
Good morning, council members. A lot of new faces here and staff. I'm Don Cerro from University High School, and I brought 20 students with me today who are part of a partnership between the cities of Orange City and DeBary and the DeLand Chamber of Commerce to educate students about our local government. And so they are here. We have brought 8 groups here. This is our 8th group. And they volunteer their time, these 20 students, to learn about their local government. So we're here for a couple hours to watch you guys do your county council meeting, and then a visit from some of the city staff, including the elected official, the sheriff. So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Oh, wrong way, okay. Okay, keep going. And I'm sorry, but short folks up front. Okay, we got to make 2 rows, so the shorter people are going to stand up front. And the people in the back, from this point forward over there, put your right shoulders out so you can squish in a bit. That's good. Here, you come forward a bit. Everybody take a big step that way. Oh, okay, that helped. Okay, I'm going to go stand back here and look at you.
Yeah. We almost there. You and I have
Or
to
to be
change
sure,
places.
move that way, no, that way a bit, that's good. New, yeah, go that way a bit.
She hasn't told us to move yet, that's
I
unusual.
see everybody, yeah, that was good, get tall. Ready? All right, gotcha.
Thank you all, appreciate you.
Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Stay engaged. Did you? From where? So I've got 2 for the same. Okay, and are we good to go? The last speaker will be John Nicholson. You don't have to have it that high for John.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Several things. One, a previous speaker mentioned Daytona Beach shores, Wilbur by the Sea, and Ponce Inlet as having been destroyed by the hurricanes Nicole and Ian. However, she failed to mention Daytona Beach. I walked the 5 miles of our beach, and 3/4 of it was damaged. The northern half of the boardwalk damaged, huge hole at the end of it. So we've lost a lot of our seawalls, just completely destroyed. So it's not just those 3, all right? It is also the core area, the moneymaker for the city of Daytona Beach and for the county. Tourism, despite people saying that it is not here anymore, does exist and produces a great deal of money. So realize that what you're doing is not just for these wealthy people who have these homes and condos on the ocean. It is for the entire Volusia County that you're doing the restoration work. And secondly, it is not a problem to be wealthy. It is not something to look down upon if you're wealthy and you own a house on the ocean. They deserve the same respect and the same help that you would give to anyone else. So it's not a factor of whether they should or should not rebuild their walls. They have to, not only for themselves, but for their neighbors as well. Not only for them, but for the county as a whole. The money that they're asking is not a gift. It is a necessity. They deserve to be made whole like anyone else. Our Midtown area was destroyed, all right? We're putting a lot of money into Midtown. Downtown Daytona Beach was destroyed. Floods up to your waist. We're putting money into that. There's no reason why the people on the ocean should not be helped as well. Secondly, I'm asking the county, because you are the big boys, all right, you have the biggest stick, to ask the state if there is an existing seawall, throw out all that garbage. Why do they have to wait 3 or 4 months to go through this rigmarole? If they have an existing seawall, they can replace it, period. As long as it matches what is required, they can go ahead. There's not much time. June is right around the corner. You can blink and it will be here. Turtle season. For some reason, we have this thing about turtles, and you can't, God forbid, hurt a turtle. This is an extenuating circumstances. We should waive that for this year. Third, coming today, got to Tomoka Farms Road on ISB, right-hand lane, huge pothole, all right? There is no right turn lane under Tomoka Farms Road. There were 4 cars making a right-hand turn lane, blocking the rest of traffic because they couldn't get through. I'm asking you to put a right-hand turn lane, fill that pothole, and make a right-hand turn lane at Tomoka Farms Road in ISB. Thank you.
Thank you. I was wrong. Randy Margrave.
How you doing? My name is Randy Margrave. I'm a clinical pharmacist, and I want to introduce the Infectious Disease Elimination Act that was passed by the Florida legislature in 2019 and signed by Governor DeSantis. It's a program where it's a syringe service program where we provide clean needles to IV drug users, reducing the incidence of HIV and hepatitis C in our community. Now, we are currently doing the program on a sort of a one-way system, a clean needle program. We have found that when they enter our program, we will test them for HIV, hepatitis C. We also will buy them insurance if they want to, and then we talk to them about getting off the drugs. We have a Suboxone program. We have a lot of other things, but I do have packets for everybody. I'd like to put it on the agenda for the next meeting. So, any questions or?
If you could give the materials that you brought to Carissa Green over there.
I already have the ordinance all written up, so it's easy for you all to set it up.
Okay, just pass it to her. All right. And that's the end of public comments. Just to, before we begin our first order of business, I want to make something clear to the public that's here in attendance, especially the young people. It's good to have everybody here and be involved in their government. As many of you know, we currently have a rule that the council does not respond to speakers. And you probably know that I don't like that rule, but that's the rule. And there's reasons for it. But what I want everybody to know is that doesn't mean that we ignore what you say. In fact, you heard me ask Director Fentress if she would respond to a speaker. Really, to be proper and in order, I should have asked the county manager if he would ask Fentress, because none of us up here are allowed to direct staff. We're allowed to talk to them and get information, but we're not allowed to direct them, and that's a good rule. But George and I had just had this discussion, and he pointed out that the reason he has all his staff here is usually when somebody comes here and asks a pertinent question, somebody's meeting them in the back of the room before they ever leave. So I knew that not only did he concur with that, but he has asked his staff to do that. So we are not ignoring the public. George, thank you for letting Jessica answer. I know she's put in unbelievable hours on most of the questions that came up this morning.
And we'll have some further information later in the meeting when I have my time. We'll update you further. Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to the business portion of the meeting. Item 1 is a consent agenda. Does any member have an item they would like to pull either for discussion or a vote? Troy Kent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be pulling item E and item L.
Anyone else? And this is just for discussion or for a vote?
Possibly a vote.
Okay, so I'm going to pull those from that, and we'll take each one of those separately.
Do you need a motion, Chairman, absent those items?
Yes, please.
Do you mind? I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda absent items E and L.
Is there a second on the motion to approve the agenda absent items E and L? Danny Robbins?
I'll second it.
Danny Robbins, second. The motion was made by Troy Kent. And so what you're voting on is to approve the consent agenda except for items E and L, which we will take up separately. That's the main motion that we're going to vote on. Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the main motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any in opposition, say nay. And the motion carries 6-0. So now we will go to item E, which is a request for lien reduction at 332 Chipola Avenue, DeLand, and Clay Urban.
Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. From time to time, we get requests from property owners where we have taken actions on their property, either through code enforcement, where the code enforcement board is put on a lien, or in situations where we actually have to demolish a dilapidated structure. That is what is happening here. Our dilapidated structures in the order of demolition come from your contractor's licensing construction appeal board, which is separate from your code enforcement board. They do not have the power that the code enforcement board does in reduction of liens. That is something that rests solely in the powers of the county council.
Point of order. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Irvin, great to see you again. It's been a long time. No one else pulled this, so they might not need all of this. I certainly don't need the background. I appreciate it. I think what I was going to say, I just wanted to get it on the record, my point. And I mean, if we want to allow Mr. Urban to continue and tell us what was in the agenda packet, I'm fine with that, but that wasn't my point. I was just going to say, I pulled this for a specific reason I wanted to tell council about, and I very well may decide to vote for this, but I'm just trying to help the meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The point of order is that there was something wrong that the chair did.
It was nothing that you
and really what you're saying, you wanted to make your point and speed up the meeting, and I think that's appropriate if no one else has an issue with that. So please make your point.
Thank you. Council, you know, when looking at this, the fee was, you know, $5,000, and then it wasn't paid, and it was $14,229, and then in August 21, they had 30 days to pay this. They didn't pay it, so it went back to the original amount. Now it's $16,355. Staff is recommending we reduce this down to $6,597. I had some questions for Mr. Rechtenwald. We talked about that a little bit. I'm okay, council, with the $6,597.13. I'm going to vote to approve it. I pulled this because I wanted it on the public record that if this is not rectified in 30 days, that I'm back to the $16,355, and I'm going to be pretty hard on that number. I just wanted it publicly known. I wanted the council to know where I was coming from, why I pulled it. I think it was very appropriate that we're offering to reduce this lien in that amount. I know you all read your agenda packet and you saw where, you know, the property has already changed hands. So, you know, I want to help the resident. I want to help the individual. I want to make sure the county is whole with what we've had to spend And this has been going on since, I believe, 2013, if my memory is correct with what I read. So that's all, Chairman. I just wanted everyone to know why I pulled it. I'll approve it today, but I won't approve it after 30 days from now.
Why don't you make a motion to approve it with that 30-day stipulation?
Sure, and that's already in there, but I'll make a motion at this point to approve item E in the amount of $6,597.13, and starting tomorrow, 30 days to have that lien paid in full.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the motion, as you just heard, with the stipulation that it's done in 30 days with the clock starting tomorrow. Is there a second on Mr. Kent's motion?
I'll second.
Jake Johansson.
Second, Johansson.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? Jake?
Yes, I just would like clarification from the staff, but in the staff packet, it says the value, if approved, the balance to be paid would be $6,597.13 payable within 30 days. Otherwise, the balance will revert back to the original amount and continue to accrue interest. So it sounds like that is already included in the packet and therefore doesn't need to be voted on separately. Concur?
Okay. I think Mr. Kent was accentuating the point there, but you're correct. It is as the
It's
motion,
already in the ordinance.
as the motion is written. It's there. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. And that takes us to letter L. Mr. Kent, do you need to hear the presentation, or do you just want to make a statement?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. I don't need to hear the presentation. I've read through the packet materials. I just wanted to share my concerns with the public, the staff, the Humane Society, everybody in attendance and listening as well. So I can just tell you, I have major issues with these increases. I know that this is a small amount of business that the county does, that usually the municipalities deal with this. But when I was looking at these increases, and by the way, I'm a huge advocate and supporter for all animals and our local Humane Society. They do wonderful work. But these increases at the low end of 36% to 186%, 88%, 57%, 67%, 161%, and then 150%. It just, it got my attention. I looked at some of the contracts and the consent agenda below this. Those increases were nowhere near this amount. When I see an increase in veterinarian support, not a veterinarian, but veterinarian support, to go from $75 to $125, I believe, per hour, and support services from $10 to $25 an hour. We had a gentleman speak to us earlier and say, we should get to $15 minimum an hour. My question is the Humane Society paying their support services people $25 an hour? And if not, why are we getting hit with that amount to pay them that amount? I don't like these increases. That's my point for pulling this, because I understand it's a service that's needed. I understand if we don't approve it, it puts us in a unique situation, and it can be problematic for the county. And I don't like that. I don't like not having real options, It's like, well, you're either going to pay it or you've got a problem. And, no one wants to have that problem. But increases from 36% to 186%, I just thought it was wildly outrageous in 1 year.
Are you prepared to make a motion on this item?
I'm not. I'm prepared to vote it down, but I'm not prepared to make a motion. I mean, it's in the consent agenda. Staff has the packet. It's there. I suspect it will pass, but I am prepared to vote either no or nay on this.
Okay, but it's been pulled from the consent agenda, so we have to deal with it as a separate item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, someone would have to make a motion at this point.
If Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions for the director, if possible, Chair.
I think that's appropriate.
Morning, distinguished members of council. Adam Leaf, Director for Animal Services.
Director, good morning. Of that increase, how much is actually going towards the animal services itself, towards the animals, and not staff members or employees?
It's a great question, and thank you for the question, Councilman Robbins. One of the things that I want to make sure that council is aware of is there are a number of things that are in a blanket contract that Halifax Humane Society has with many of the other jurisdictions within the county. So many of those services, things like vet services, some of those things are things that they may actually have in a contract. It might be something that they might have utilized from many of the other city jurisdictions, but for the county, we already have those resources. So for an example, you mentioned the largest increase in veterinary services. That's actually a service we already have 2 full-time veterinarians, and we have 2 contract veterinarians, so we actually don't utilize that service. So in terms of how it's broken down on their side, it's not broken down between personal services and operating, so I can't tell you the difference between what it might be for a cleaning product versus someone using that cleaning product. What I can tell you is that in the last 5 years, we have not seen any change in the individual daily rate from the Halifax Humane Society. So in the last 5 fiscal years, there's not been any increase at all. It's remained at the $88 mark. So they are increasing it now up to the $120 mark, which is only $20 higher than what we already approved on consent agenda for our contractor at Southeast Volusia Humane. I will say that the percentages are quite significantly dramatic here in that there hasn't been any change in their overall amounts in a long period of time as compared to Southeast Volusia Humane Society, who actually has had changes in their contractual rate in the last 5 fiscal years.
I'll be honest with you. Don't take this the wrong way, but I didn't get a whole lot out of that, and I'm not completely sold on these either. Is there any way, and I can make the motion for you to come back, we need to tighten this up a little bit, as I'm not, like I said, completely sold on these wild increases, even though it has been a little bit. I still think we can tighten this up a little bit, and this may not be necessary, but I'd like to see a breakdown too of actually exactly how much is going to go to animal services and not some of this other stuff. So Councilman Kent, if you want me to make that motion, or if we can get...
Danny, why don't you make a motion to postpone this to a date certain? If I think your point is well taken. If you need to get more information and want to hear from county staff, you can make that motion. Is there any issue with the county? Does that put you in any jeopardy?
Director, how much time would you need to come back?
Whenever the council's
if it would please the council, I think the direction could be just for us to continue negotiations with Halifax Humane Society, and we'll come back with a different contract.
I can make that motion.
Okay, so you're making the motion. Let's do this properly, to postpone until a date certain, which would be, can you have that by next meeting, or is when you say ongoing, that sounds like it could be?
Well, it's going to take whatever time, they have to sit down, get a time with them, I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure when our other one goes.
So the date certain would be brought back by county staff?
Yeah,
Put it
we'll
back on the
we'll bring it
agenda.
back. I don't think we have to have a date.
Are you good with that, Danny?
Yep, so the motion will be just to bring it back. We'll put that in the county manager's court and allow him to make that judgment on the date, get it back on the agenda just for council approval.
And is there a second to Mr. Robbins' motion?
I'd second that.
Mr. Reinhardt seconds, and Jake, are you gone?
I'm gone.
Okay.
Am I still there on yours, by the way? I would like to know.
You're gone, but I just didn't, I didn't want to overlook you if you were.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that we're doing this, taking a deeper dive into this. And thank you, sir, for coming up and sharing that information. And I would just say, small increases yearly, I can totally get behind. But as you've heard us all say at the last meeting, our taxpayers are our bosses. These are rented chairs. And I have a hard time looking at any of my constituents and explaining 186% increase, or 150% increase, or 161%, or even for that matter, 36%, which was the smallest amount at 36%. I struggle with that with my constituents. I don't have a good answer for them. And to tell them, and this isn't directed towards you, of course, but to tell them, well, there's been no increase in 5 years, so 186% is totally justified. No, it's not. That's a huge change, and it's hitting the taxpayers in a big way. And I would much rather prefer, after we get this leveled out, because there probably needs to be some leveling, that they look at every year small incremental increases instead of waiting 5+ years and then coming in and hammering the taxpayers with a large amount like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call for the vote, George, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just want to add one more element to it. Just to point out that, and we'll go back with a different contract, we have worked diligently to bring the use of sheltering facilities way down. So that's another element, I'm sure. The humane societies are losing that revenue as well, because really the work that we've done as far as chipping, and we've changed the philosophy really since Adam has come to work here. You know, we pick up those pets and we work real hard to get them back to the actual owner, cutting basically the sheltering part out of it. So that's another factor. So again, it might end up costing more per sheltering in some cases, but I assure you, he's done a great job of bringing the overall dollar amount down by the work that they're doing to really take the sheltering out of the equation. So I appreciate that. And again, reiterate his contract, there's some pieces in there. Some of that might be a pass-through as well. I don't know what's happening, you know, with the animal, you know, they may have contracts with vets that are going up quicker than they should. But at the end of the day, we have them in there in case we need them, but we're pretty full service ourselves, so we do a lot of things in-house. Just something to remember. But we'll look forward to bringing it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I call for the vote, this has been a little bit sloppy here. I apologize, but I think this is good. And I think this is how it's supposed to work. Really what we're doing is postponing for more information. So we are postponing it, not indefinitely. The county staff will bring it back. So I'm just letting the council know that's what you're voting on, not to kill letter L, but it will come back so that each of us have a chance to get more information and make that final decision. So that's the motion. Danny, is that sufficient to what your thought was? Okay. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. And that brings us to item 2, which is kind of appropriate, because in a minute we'll hear how we did in that kind of sloppy wading through the process. But that's the reason we use Robert's Rules of Orders. It gives us a language to give everybody an opportunity to speak, and the minority view and the majority view to be able to rule. But the majority rules. So, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. It's my pleasure today to introduce Mr. Randy Mora. Randy began his legal career in New York City. He returned to Florida in 2012, and he's currently a partner on the West Coast law firm of Trask and Daniel, where Randy currently focuses his practice on serving local government entities as an advisor and a litigator. He's board certified in city, county, and local government law. He regularly travels the state, educating public officials on ethics and open government in Florida. Randy presently serves as a city attorney for Bel Air Beach. He's the city attorney for Indian Rocks Beach as well, and a special magistrate for the town of Indian Shores. He previously gave the council previous council some training in November of 2021, so we've asked him back here today to again, go over our meeting rules and training on Robert's rules. So with that, I'll turn it over to Randy.
Thank you, County Council, for the opportunity to begin. I'm going to deviate from my own recommended best practices by not addressing for the County Council for a moment. To the teenagers here, it's awesome what you're doing. I started in high school doing YMCA Youth in Government. I was the parliamentarian, so I've been a dork for a long time. I was the parliamentarian for my club, and now I travel some 20 years later doing this stuff regularly. It's really great what you're doing. None of this works if none of you grow up and have any passion for any of this, so thank you. Thank you for the indulgence there. With that, we'll be talking today a little bit about public meetings, about parliamentary procedure, and best practices in meetings. This is, much of what we'll talk about today is aspirational. I want to be respectful of your time. I'll try to keep it to my tight 90, but some of that's going to be guided by your inquiries, your interest in this topic, and what you wish to do. Let's start by saying what we're not doing today. There's no ordinance, there's no resolution. We're not talking about the chapter and verse of changing any rules or readdressing rules. We're just talking about best practices. And what you folks as a full body decide to do with that in the future is entirely your purview. You are the legislators of this community. So with that...
Can I ask you a question before you, since this is an informational meeting, there's really not a debate. Council members are going to have questions. Would you prefer that we hold questions or bring questions up as we get to the topic?
Great question. No, that style is fine. I want to make sure you folks get the information you need or want from this. There are a few pauses throughout the presentation materials which are circulated to you where I'll make sure to check in with you. But if I say something that just, you have a question, we're all adults here, just ask away and we'll get going. It makes me feel like we're back in the courtroom on an appellate hearing, so it's great.
Thank you.
So with that, I like the military approach to education. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, and then I'll tell you what I told you. So this is our roadmap. This, much like our agenda, is our shared expectations for where we're going today. This is what we'll be discussing. I believe you have the materials in front of you on the monitors here for the public. So we'll start with a few ethical principles on public meetings, and then we'll talk a little bit about the opportunity to be heard, the public's role, and then we'll really get to the meat and potatoes, if you will, of what it is, the business you do here. So with that, let's start with the general principle in Florida law that all meetings at which official acts are to be taken are declared public meetings open to the public at all times. That's why we're here and not in some dusty conference room over stale water, right? We're in this room where the public gets to watch. Anytime where you folks are gathered to do the business of the county is to be an open meeting. Under Florida law, and this is, you'll see a rule of thumb here, these are good references as we go throughout, but any interaction between two or more members of this body that may come before this body is considered a meeting. And those meetings are to be open, and we'll talk a little bit about what open means. But that means any meeting. It's my understanding you have 5 new members. Some of you come from city experience. City commissions are a great training ground for how local meetings should work. But just a fresh reminder that text messages, emails, Reddit threads, any of those things, they all count. All of those things can be meetings if you're talking about business that will come before you together. So if 2 of you leave today and say, hey, let's go to the sub shop and let's talk about how we're going to allocate those funds for beach renourishment or stabilizing our roadways, as so many residents have been interested in, that should happen here. That should not happen at a sandwich shop. And that has to do with sunshine principles and transparency in government. So if you know that you're supposed to have open meetings, what are the requirements for an open meeting? There's 4 base requirements. One of them that's not on here, I would say the 5th is prepare for the meeting. But once you've prepared, having notice out to the public. Notice just has to be reasonable under the circumstances. Your notice for we're declaring an emergency, Nicole and Ian are on their way, versus your notice for we're deciding whether we want to build an arts center are totally different. Are totally different. And notice is guided by reasonableness under the circumstances. Land use elements, you will notice, have heightened notice. Because there are constitutional issues involved and property rights issues, notice is heightened in Florida statutes throughout when you're talking about rezonings and things of the sort. Location is just a location that's open to the public and that can accommodate the public in all means. That's why we have elevators, ramps, public access. Public participation. I will tell you that public participation is not an absolute of public meetings. Under Florida Statute 286-0114, the public has an opportunity to comment within reasonable proximity to which official acts will be taken. Fancy words for they get to talk before you make the final call. But in a meeting where, let's say this is purely a workshop, we're talking, there's not necessarily public comment on this presentation. You're not taking an official act. It's not a matter of right. Now, if you as a council choose to indulge that, that is your purview. But the general law, legal requirement for comment is different in that regard. And the final is minutes. Minutes have to be taken from your meeting. It's an official historical record of what happened here or any other day or night that you convene. The minutes just have to capture the essential business at the municipal level. I'm sure some of you have seen minutes that look like they were written by, failed romance artists. Member Robbins looked on with disdain. Member Reinhardt was sweating at the brow. You don't need minutes that capture just joking. He's very distinguished, folks. But the minutes really just need to capture the essential business. What was the motion? What was the second? What was the general conversation? Because it will happen at some point that you folks adopt an ordinance, and 15 years from now, people say, why did they do this way? And while the plain language is going to govern, it's helpful for somebody to be able to go back to those minutes and say, oh, they were trying to address concerns about erosion. They were trying to address the fact that the Army Corps of Engineers was requiring easements, and this was how they were addressing that. Those sorts of things. It's helpful to have those sorts of things in your minutes. So what does your charter say about this? Well, in the charter, it says the council shall provide for the manner, time and place for holding all regular council meetings. Well, there's your notice right there. And your location is addressed. You have to say the place. And you'll meet at the county seat, right where we are now. There's your location element. There are different types of meeting of this council. There are times where the hat you're wearing changes. Most of the times, you folks are the legislators. You are deciding policy, whether we want the Art Center, whether we're going to enter into this contract on these terms. You set the policy. Occasionally, you'll have items before you that are quasi-judicial in nature. That's not, now at that point, you are not making the law. You are applying the law as established in your code or statute to criteria or evidence presented to you. So in some instances, some communities, and I have not gotten into this for years, but let's say if a variance comes before you and the variance says it has to be the minimum variance necessary and not caused by the applicant and whatever other criteria, if somebody says, hey, we've satisfied all the criteria, and staff comes and says, we've satisfied all the criteria, that's not an opportunity for you to say, I find that all the criteria is satisfied, but I think it's a bad idea, so I'm voting no. Quasi-judicial, you're going by that criteria and the evidence before you. Quasi-judicial, kind of like a court. That's what you're doing there. And then emergency meetings have different notice and on occasion location requirements. So those are just the basics of public meetings. It's a good refresher that's the foundation we're built on. As I suggest to Chair periodically, I'll pause for questions. Before we move away from the basics of public meetings, any questions or concerns so far? All right, we're chugging along. We're getting the good information. So let's talk about the opportunity to be heard and the public's role in your meetings. Action taken at a meeting that was not open to the public by law is considered void. So if two of you meet at a sandwich shop, for example, and decide this is what the veterinary contract is going to look like, and somebody goes to sign that, that's not, and that requires council approval for some reason, or let's say a majority of you, 4 of you outside of this body, that action is what we call void ab initio. It's void from the beginning. It's as though it never happened. We've seen in some communities, and at the even more local level in some of our jurisdictions, this happened during the pandemic, where a few officials say, well, we're going to go into city council anyways, even though the meeting hasn't been noticed, because we think this needs to happen. There was one jurisdiction where they voted, a small group, a quorum, but a small group of the council decided to get together outside of a meeting that had clearly been canceled, and they fired the manager, fired the attorney, fired the clerk, and declared one of them mayor. And all of that could have been considered basically playing Dungeons and Dragons in mommy's basement, because that was not a real thing. And in fact, that not real thing led to real criminal consequences for some. So there can be penalties for doing that, but the point remains that it's void. You can cure mistakes. To the youth, to the council, you can cure mistakes. My 3 base pieces of legal advice to any client is first, don't screw up. You're going to learn all the rules, don't screw up. The second one is you're human. At some point, we're all going to screw up. The beautiful thing in the law, I have a family member who's a physician. I say, nobody dies on my table. We don't make mistakes, we make amendments, right? We have the ability to go back and fix it, so let's fix it. Let's not avoid the issue. If we find, hey, this was on second reading and it was supposed to be in the paper, but for some reason the paper never opened that email, or the door was locked and we didn't realize it. Don't avoid that issue. Address it head on. Okay, we're going to have that hearing all over again. In the instance where you're redoing a hearing, you have to redo the hearing. You can't say, hey, we're here on that meeting that happened January 1st when all the doors to the building were locked and we didn't know. We already heard what everybody said. Move to approve? No, you start all over. You have the reading of the ordinance, the debate, any public input that wishes to be had. You do the whole thing the right way and you fix it. The third piece of advice, by the way, is just because someone says you messed up doesn't mean you messed up. You're going to get plenty of that. And for the newer members on this body, I suspect some of you went out and maybe got a new tie or a new lapel pin for your new role. I don't know where they sell them, but I also suggest you get a thicker skin somewhere. You're going to need it up there. There's a lot of scrutiny for what you do as public officials, and just you will be accused of doing wrong or having wrong motives, and we'll talk a little bit about that as amongst the body. But that is, when you do have those mistakes, addressing them head on. So this is what your code says about the public participation element. A meeting of the council is, excuse me, a limited public forum, and this section is reasonably related to important questions, basically to balance this body's ability to do its business. That language is legal speak for, we recognize that there are constitutional free speech issues at play here, but we still have to do our business. And so because of that, you're allowed to regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Your 3-minute limit is part of that. That it happens at the podium is part of that. That people aren't just shouting left, right, and center, right? So you have the ability to limit that so that you can do your business. And in fact, this community, in the last, I believe, 4 years, has adopted 2 separate ordinances addressing public participation and setting forth your ground rules for how that will work, how much time people get. So on public comment procedures, it says the council welcomes and encourages comments from the public. In fact, that was up on the screen during open comment. According to your rules, members of the public are given an opportunity to make comments on matters that may warrant action by the council, and that there are 2 opportunities to speak for matters that are not on the agenda. And a lot of communities make this distinction. Hey, we're going to talk about, an ordinance about the skate park and an ordinance about vacation rentals tonight, but if you want to come talk about the dog park, you come up in the other time. And according to your rules, there's an hour for that on the front end. And if there's so much commentary on issues that are not on the agenda, hey, we did gather here to do our business. And this is the only place you can do your business. So we're going to put that on hold. We're going to do all the stuff that we told you we were going to talk about. And if anybody's still here then we'll come back to it. That's how your body does it. Some people do all that public comment in the beginning. I was in a meeting the other day in one of my communities where we had 2 items on the agenda, an ordinance and a resolution for solid waste fees, and the consent agenda, and we didn't get to that until 90 minutes into the meeting because there was so much public comment on one particular issue that is of concern in that community. And so that's, different communities approach that different ways. So generally speaking, your rules of thumb on public comment. The public has the right to hear all comments made to or by members of the body. It doesn't appear to be an issue here, but in some communities, especially our smaller communities where you folks sit a little closer, maybe in the before times, before the pandemic, but people sit a little closer, you get a lot of, whispering off into the side into each other's ear or passing a note. That should strongly be avoided. The public should have the ability to hear your debate. If Member Dempsey turns to Member Kent and says, when is this going to end? I thought we already talked about this last month. The public should hear that. The public should, or you should relate that notion at least if you think it something necessary to persuade your peers. They hear the debate. Private conversations and sidebars should therefore be avoided. The same with texting each other. Again, just don't do it, especially during meetings. Apart from public meetings concerns, you get into public records concerns. I've heard tale long before I was in practice, talking to members of the press in the mid-'80s, going up to a council member and saying, hey, I saw you pass a note, and then you suddenly moved to adjourn the meeting, and you kind of chuckled. I'd like to see that note. And then the council member eats that note. So let's avoid private notes or messages. Time limits are permissible, as we've talked about. And the presiding officer regulates comment to avoid repetitive, irrelevant, or disruptive comments or behavior. I would tell you that while that is a good rule of thumb, the repetitive element is a lot harder to regulate. You will have somebody, have several members who want to make similar versions of the same point just because several people are coming up to say, hey, we all want you to regulate this issue. You don't say to the crowd, hey, we kind of get the point, all right, guys? There's a bunch of people here who want us to regulate it. Don't come up anymore. We get it. I would strongly advise against that sort of address. But things that are disruptive, somebody yelling, "Play Freebird" the whole meeting, you can regulate that as a presiding officer and address the order of the body. Generally, members of the public are able to record meetings. I've been in meetings, some of the most contentious meetings, or meetings where I had to say that people knew that the lawyer was going to make some speech at some point, and the moment I turn on the mic and lean in, suddenly it's a sea of phones, hopefully turned horizontally, recording everything you say. That's okay. I mean, you're being recorded anyway, so it shouldn't really be a surprise. Sociological experiments about recording fundamentally changing how you behave aside, it's allowed. I wouldn't worry too much about that with the public's opportunity to be heard. I will tell you, though, the one other thing I wish to add to that, and I heard this expressed by one resident as well, is 3 minutes is a really hard amount of time to convey everything you want to say, especially if you've done, hey, I've researched this. In one of my communities, we're regulating short-term rentals, or considering it. I don't know what they'll do, I just give advice. But they're considering regulating short-term rentals. And people have done studies, this is what Portland did, and Marathon, and Hollywood, and these are the best practices, and here's the 10 things you need to regulate, sir, you're out of time. I need like 30 minutes. Well, you can give us this information. Nothing prevents the public from emailing you, from providing you written submissions to consider in advance, to taking meetings with you one-on-one. If you're so inclined and your schedule allows for it. I know different council members are in different positions in life. But that always exists as an option. The public meeting is not the only, just as it's not the only opportunity for you council members to do your diligence, it's not the only opportunity for the public to reach you and make those points. And just because it's not made in the public doesn't mean it didn't happen. I understand that inclination to say, well, I want it documented for everybody. But you can say, hey, we've received a 95-page memo from a resident. True story. We've received a 95-page memo from a resident. I've read it in detail. This is the binder I've put it in. Thank you for that. And we are considering that and everything else we hear tonight. And that's perfectly acceptable. You need not, just because somebody did more diligence, provide the floor at infinitum in that way. But it is admittedly, especially for someone who enjoys the sound of their own voice as much as I do, a very hard time to convey what you want to convey. But anybody have any questions about that? About public's opportunity to be heard and participate in your meetings? All right. Moving right along. So I told you we'd do the roadmap. We've got through some of the groundwork. Now we're going to get to the real meat of why I'm here today on parliamentary procedure. So as we go through parliamentary procedure, that first bullet there is going to be the who, what, why, when, where, and how of all of this, not necessarily in that order. But that's really going to be most of this part of the presentation, is understanding those bedrock principles of parliamentary procedure. So let's start with the why. According to Robert's Rules of Order, the application of parliamentary law is the best method yet devised to arrive at the general will on the maximum number of questions in a minimum amount of time. Parliamentary procedure is just about efficiency. It's about efficiency and shared expectations. There's a lot more words up there, but that's really what it's about, is efficiency and shared expectations. So when you're making a decision, it need not ultimately be the right or correct decision. As a lawyer, those are value judgments. I've had a council member say, but did we do the right thing in the end? I don't know. Time will tell. What is right is, I'm a relativist in many ways because I'm a lawyer, so I'll often say there's rarely right decisions, there's decisions with different consequences. And we're going to have to see if those are the consequences we can live with. But right and correct. But what we're worried about in parliamentary procedure is doing it the correct way, being respectful of one another, making the will of the majority be the decision that was made, but giving the minority an opportunity to speak to, influence, better inform the policy, get better policy. You had a little bit of that today, right? You have a contract before you, you say the will of the body is maybe we can do a little better. Ultimately, the net result may be the same, that we still contract with this entity, but here's an opportunity for us to revisit this, to, in our estimation, fix it or alter it. But each member of the body has the right to make the maximum effort to have his or her position declared the will of the body, to the extent that can be tolerated by the body. I say that as an example in my community where I'm regulating short-term rentals, or considering it. Let's say the body, the majority says we don't want to pass anything. Each meeting, there can be a member who says, hey guys, I know we didn't pass anything last month, but here's the latest and greatest on short-term rentals. I'd really like us to regulate things. I think we need a workshop on this. And it's okay for the council at that point to say, listen, we had 3 workshops, we had 2 meetings. You're allowed to appeal to us to maybe revisit the wisdom of that choice, but if we don't wish to talk about this for 90 minutes, we as a body are not going to talk about this for 90 minutes. You can make your appeal heard, maybe that member gets the floor, your rules, and we'll talk about them, say how long members get the floor to make that appeal, and if they make it and everybody says, no, I'm good where we're at, then we just move right along and continue with the majority's will. So why do we have parliamentary procedure and rules? Again, it's shared expectations and effective communications. For some of us, I'm a millennial, so my generation was the one that started with the conflict resolution approach of, I hear that you're saying this. When you say this, this is what I'm hearing, and this is why I act this way. That's a lot of what parliamentary procedure is. It's call and response if you're going to the military, right? As you saw the chair, I need a motion. I make a motion. We have a motion. The motion is this. As you vote, this is what you're voting on. It's shared expectations and open communication. To use an old Yogi Berraism, if you don't know where you're going, you'll end up somewhere else. So we all need to know where we're going at the same time because we move in lockstep as a body. So it's for the orderly transaction of business, ensuring that one item is considered at a time, giving all members equal rights. There's no district here that gets a disproportionate vote. You all have equal votes on this council, so you all have equal say, presumptively. Now, some of you may be more persuasive, more eloquent, better funded in your campaign, I don't know. But ultimately, when it comes down to the vote, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's all it is. So every member has equal rights here. You ensure the majority has a right to decide. Nothing is going to pass by a 2 to 5 vote. The 2s win. It's going to be the majority vote. You facilitate full and free discussion and produce legally supportable actions. For Mr. Dyer's purposes, that's always the concern, right? Can we justify this? But what I will tell you when we talk about, and we'll see this in our rules, I'll tell you what parliamentary procedure is not. It is not a basis for invalidating the official acts of this body. Your rules say that. I can tell you I litigate. Which is to say I go to court defending land use decisions, trip and falls, and every manner of thing. I've never once seen a court case that came down to whether the motion was seconded properly in the amendment. That's not what really this is about. And when we start getting into the rules of procedure being used as a sword or a shield by the members, and more so the sword, where you start saying, okay, tomorrow we're having the vote on short-term rentals, and I'm just going to use your names for the benefit of the public. These are all hypotheticals. But Mr. Johansson stays up all night long looking at the rules and knowing hyper-technically that they're going to need a motion and then a second, but if he amends at this time, he can table this way, and you get into this gamesmanship, and you're not really here about the ultimate policy any longer. You're here to leverage your rules. And that can certainly be done. I'm not saying that's unlawful, but it loses the spirit of why we're here. We're no longer doing the public's business. We're just we're no longer a cohesive collegial body. We're adversaries who are to be outmanned and outpaced. So when we talk about the reasons we have this policy, we need to understand what is the basis of our rules. Because everybody will tell you, oh, well, Robert's rules, it's Robert's rules. Well, we have Robert's rules in our code. Plenty of communities go to Robert's rules. There's other rules, but plenty go to Robert's. But Robert's isn't actually your rules, not first. It's not even close. First, you start with the Constitution. We have free speech. We have due process, right? Then you have your state constitution, which echoes those principles, but maybe has them tweaked a little bit and a little different. Then you have your state statutes. We already talked about some. Sunshine law, public records. Those things are going to limit your official acts, right? It limits your ability to meet outside of this meeting. That's a procedural limitation. Your community charter, your county charter has limitations on who can do what. What is the role of the county manager? What is the county administrator? What is the role of the county attorney? What can and can't you folks do? As you aptly noted, Mr. Chair, earlier, you can't direct staff what to do. So a motion and a second to say, motion second that the police chief will put a targeted detail on 15th Street at 11 p.m. tonight. That's not really what you folks do. So that's a limit on your procedural rules. Then you have your ordinances, what your code says, and there are things, your rule book, as we're talking about it now for parliamentary procedure, is embedded in your code. So if it says people get 3 minutes subject to something else, well, then that's the number. It's not 10 minutes unless we change that somehow, some way, right? Governing resolutions and rules. So there are some ordinances that are codified. You'll see them in Muni Code, but there are also some resolutions. I have a community that does its rules of procedure by resolution. One of those rules is We start at 7. If we get to 9:30 and we're still talking about an item, they have to affirmatively move to extend the meeting. Much smaller agendas than you folks deal with here at 2.5 hours. But you kind of get the thrust of it, right? And then finally, after all of that, if you have no guidance, then you go to Robert's Rules. And I will tell you that Robert's Rules, if you look at it, and as I said, I've been at this a minute or two, so when you get Robert's Rules, it's just a very simple, easy to read compendium of all these rules, and this is, by the way, in something smaller than 8-point font somehow. But Robert's Rules was not designed for legislative bodies. Robert's Rules was designed for shareholder meetings, large gatherings. It was a military guide for military meetings. So when you start looking at it starts talking about things like, well, because the presiding officer obviously doesn't vote, they can't do these things. Well, that's not true. Your county rules say the county chair has a vote. So there are certain things that you will see in Robert's Rules that don't always work perfectly. And your poor county attorney is going to be put in a position at some time saying, well, our code is silent. What does Robert's Rules say? And he says, well, Robert's Rules kind of sort of says this. But in the spirit of what you're trying to do, this is probably the better way to go. But I thought we abide by Robert's Rules. Well, it's not on all fours. And again, we're here in the spirit of making the maximum effort for the will of the body to be achieved in the most efficient manner possible. And as you look to your code, it says Robert's Rules of Order. The council adopts Robert's Rules 12th edition. I've mistakenly brought my 11th, my apologies, as a general guidance. But then it says, these parliamentary rules shall not govern to the extent inconsistent with Florida law, the charter, the ordinances, or other procedural rules the council may adopt from time to time. Failure to adhere to this division shall not serve as a basis to invalidate action taken by the council. That is in your code. So again, parliamentary procedure is generally a guide. It is not the law. You're not going to find the words Robert's Rules anywhere in Florida statutes. It's not required. It's not in Florida's Constitution. There are other communities, they have Rosenberg's rules. There are communities that have made up their own rules and just said, we don't want Robert's because it's imperfect and we think we've got it handled here. So there's no legal requirement to adopt a specific rule book, but I will tell you that having rules, again, establishes shared expectations. As I think we've made clear at this point, I'm an attorney. I have 2 small children, or not as small as I want them to be, I guess, but 9 and 8. And when they ask, what does Dad do? I just say, I'm a storyteller. My job is I tell stories, I give narratives. And if I can make my story align with a rule book, I win. Right? That's what it comes down to is, did I play by the rules? So parliamentary procedure is generally intended to serve as shared and acknowledged guidelines. I know it sounds repetitive, that's because it is. The law is nothing if not redundant. So let's talk about your county charter and those legislative procedures. The council can take official action only by the adoption of ordinances, resolutions, or motions, and we'll talk about what those motions look like. A majority of the full council constitutes a quorum and should be required to adopt, amend, or repeal. So we're on the when. We've talked about the why at great length, right? All of that was why. So when? When you're at a properly convened, noticed meeting in an open location where minutes are being taken, that's the when. And then the majority of the council, after the motion has been made, after we've had an opportunity to have public comment, that's your when. And there's different rules for you on when different majorities are required. But remember, as we've seen here today, rules can be deviated from. Restricted adherence may work an undesirable, impractical, or unjust result. But it's critical to confer with legal counsel when doing so. I don't mean every time somebody wants to add 30 seconds, county attorney, what do we do? Not hardly. That honestly, and we'll get to this, falls a little bit more within the discretion of the chair of your meeting. But when you're starting to say, okay, well, normally we have 3 minutes. We've got something that if we gave everybody here 3 minutes is going to have us here until 4 in the morning. Can we do anything to alter our rules? Oh, well, we can say if there's an X number of representatives from a group, okay, so there's 19 teenagers here who all want to say why we need to keep funding youth in government. We'll allow one representative to come up on their behalf and they get 15 minutes. And that saves us a half hour. We can start talking about those sorts of ways that we adapt our rules. But again, when you're doing that, you want to make sure you're conferring with legal counsel. We saw this a lot at the county level, all the meetings on, maybe perhaps not in this community, I don't remember, but on mask mandates and all those sorts of things, we saw, how are we going to manage this? How are we going to change our rules? There's an outpouring of input that we're not accustomed to. Thank you, sir. So happy.
Can I interrupt you?
You most certainly
there
may, sir.
On that point? Because
I'm here at your meeting.
It's a pertinent point. I don't know if you heard the last meeting, but there was concern voiced about allowing members or the public to speak longer than 3 minutes. So this morning, I asked to suspend the rules. Is that necessary?
Ultimately, that's a decision for you folks, and I know that's a mealy-mouthed lawyer answer, but every body, legislative body, determines that for themselves. In most communities, the chair runs the meeting, and you are the presiding officer of the meeting here. You have rules, and your adherence to them facilitates shared expectations and efficiency. If you're going to deviate, that's on some level within your purview. I'm going to give you 15 more seconds, wrap it up. You don't need to pause. In a lot of communities, that's how that tends to play out. If you folks wanted to make a special rule in your rules about how that happens, you certainly could do so. And there are some communities where they have very strict rules on how that will be granted and in what quantum. You get first, you get another minute, then you get 30 seconds, whatever. So I say that to say ultimately it's the will of this body in its ordinances, rules, resolutions, how that governs. But absent strict guidance to you, you as the chair have that discretion to say, okay, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds or 15 more seconds, and you need not add 2 minutes of ceremony to getting those 30 seconds. In most communities, that's how that happens. The caution there is always the same as it is with, at the risk of sounding patronizing, if I give my son a sandwich, I got to give my daughter a sandwich, I got to give, and sort of that sort of thing of you're going to give 30 seconds to one person, the next person's going to come up and say, I'd also like those 30 seconds, and maybe they're not as respectful or as prepared, and then people start saying, well, you're just playing favorites. It's if you're in favor, you get 5 minutes, and if you're against it, it's whisper into your hands in the hallway, and people start getting that sort of sentiment, and so it avoids these, and I'm not saying it as a cause of action, but this sort of equal protection, equal treatment analysis of how are we doing this. It's content neutral. Everybody gets this, and every now and again we might deviate, and you can see it sometimes you can sense it in your body. Hey, this is the former county chair come to come up. He was saying, and in my final point, gavel, wrap it up. And you see that in the law too. In appellate arguments, you're usually given a hard 15 to 20 minutes, and occasionally you're at minute 20. They don't say drop everything. They just say finish those 3 sentences and kindly sit down. So there can be that. That's a little bit, again, that versatility is going to ultimately be up to you. You folks decide how you do your business. Yes. Any other questions on that? So with that, and again, out of respect for your time, getting back to the how of it, is the agenda. The agenda is part of establishing shared expectations for the flow of a meeting. Now, your code says things about having an agenda, but generally under statute, there's nothing in Florida statutes, public meetings law, that requires an agenda. Shocking to some. We're at a meeting, there's no agenda. Now, I'll tell my counsel, I don't go to meetings where I don't know what's happening. I might have to if it involves me getting terminated, but hey, that's showbiz. But generally speaking, your county charter is where, and your county codes is where the requirement for an agenda comes. And it says the county manager shall prepare, and the county chair may supplement an agenda prior to each meeting. Upon the commencement of the meeting, the agenda is subject to your action. So it makes it very clear, what's the agenda for? It's the roadmap for our meeting, and then we're the people who decide. Do we turn left? Do we turn right? Are we going to forge ahead? Are we going to, just pull over for the night and revisit this another time? Again, on the how of the agenda, all information to be included on the agenda will be filed at a time determined by the county manager. It'll be prepared with explanatory information. This is all from your code, and the sections are there if you wish to revisit these later. Tried to make it a little easier for you that way instead of just saying, hey, this is in your rules. But the conduct of business by the council is based upon the agenda created and scheduled for the specific meeting being held. In your code, you need an agenda for a meeting. And again, I think all of us will understand the value of that, because if we're just here to just chat, everybody's going to have their own agenda, and the meeting will reflect that. So any questions on the why and the how of this? I know we just had a little pause for the cause, but it can't hurt as we continue. Any other questions or concerns?
Mr. Kent has a question.
Yeah, thank you. And really, it's more so towards our county attorney, Mr. Dyer. This is just an overview we're getting, Mr. Dyer. Am I correct that on first meeting in February, I believe the 7th, we're actually going to have this on the agenda so we can talk about our rules and how we're governed?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you much. I'm good.
So consider this the intro to science course before you go to lab. Ultimately, you're going to have to apply it, but it helps, especially with the new council where you do have five new members, though all of you come with plenty of experience in other regards. It's helpful to have a shared understanding of what your rules are before you start tinkering with them, quite honestly. Because maybe it's not a function of changing the rule, but changing how we use it. Yes, sir.
Pause 1 second, Mr. Kent.
Thank you again, Chairman. And I appreciate that, and that's a good, healthy discussion that this elected body, where we do the people's business, we're going to have that discussion on the 7th, and that's a good thing. But I just, while maybe the individual that was in here that I voted nay on, I just wanted to say publicly, and I was going to do it at the end, but Chair, if you don't mind, can I have a minute? Thank you, I appreciate that, actually. So I asked myself, why do we have rules? This elected body, why do we have rules? And because I want everyone to know I'm all about public participation. In fact, I advocated to change our meeting time so we can have more public participation. You're going to hear me at the end of the meeting talk about a public meeting that I'll hold quarterly to get more public participation. It's not that I don't want to hear from anybody, but you hit the nail on the head. I thought, if you allow someone to go 3 minutes and 30 seconds, everyone else should get 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And, to me, that's just fair. And it's not being rude by saying, hey, these are the rules of our meeting. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Your time is up. Because everybody else behind them then realizes, okay, this is the standard that we have, and I have 3 minutes to speak. So I just wanted to say I appreciated that little piece you put in there about if you do it for one, then you pretty much have to do it for everyone. And maybe, I don't know, we'll get there next meeting. Maybe our answer is we make everybody's time limit 4 minutes. Maybe it's 5 minutes. But are we going to stop them at 4 minutes or 5 minutes? It goes back to that original piece that you said. It's us holding ourselves accountable for the rules that we have. And that's all I'm doing, is I'm trying to follow the rules that I came into this seat with. They were all pre-established. I've had no say-so in the rules of this governing body. That'll happen at the next meeting. But I hope you understood my point as to why.
I understood your point, and ultimately, whether I understood it or not as an attorney is often irrelevant because it's still your point and you govern here. I'm just here to give you some information. But I'll tell you that it was hard to hear anything past. You made a good point. So thank you for that. Jokes aside, you're absolutely right. I will tell you that, I wouldn't go as far as to say that you have to, but it certainly begs the question of do you, and at what point do you draw that line, the slippery slope of it. I will tell you that just changing the time limit may be a solution for you folks, but it comes down to applying your rules, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And so that brings us to the next item, which is the who. The presiding officer, the chair, is often the parliamentarian for legislative bodies. I use the term PO in the notes for presiding officer. So the PO of the meeting is usually the designated parliamentarian, occasionally assisted by legal guidance, and we'll talk a little bit about the role of the county attorney in all of this, but the parliamentarian first relies on the legislative body's policies and rules. We've talked about that extensively. That's the what of it all. So if the county charter or commission's policies or council's policies do not address the issue, then you go to Robert's Rules. And you may call to attention errors in the proceedings. That's often the role of the parliamentarian, is to preserve that order and to preserve the efficient flow of the meeting. So what does your charter say? Well, again, the council is composed of 6 members and the county chair. The county chair is elected for a term of 4 years, which is why we've had the fortune to meet twice in these last 2 years now. And the county chair shall preside as chair of, in all other respects, participate in the meeting. I know there's Member Robbins is the vice chair. In his absence, your rules have already established that as the presiding officer should Member Bauer be indisposed or unable to attend. And so one thing that I wish to emphasize for you is the chair here presides and has an equal vote on all questions coming before that person, which is to say they are every much a member of your body as you are, and that is a distinction between Robert's Rules. Much of Robert's Rules is predicated on the idea that the chair is not a voting member. So more akin to the Senate president. You don't vote unless you absolutely have to, right? So that's what your charter says about the presiding officer. What does your code say? I've abbreviated these, but there's a whole list of the rules for the Volusia County Code for the presiding officer. Many of these adopted between 21, I believe, and refined more recently. But preserving order and decorum at all council meetings. calling members to order for remarks not relevant to topic at hand. If we're talking about parliamentary procedure right now, Member Reinhardt's like, but when are we going to get to the hot dogs at the 4th of July parade? Then the real questions. Then you can say that's not that item, that comment is not germane at this time. That's out of order. This is the item that we're on. You're obligated to vote, and we'll talk about that at the end. You discuss a motion without relinquishing the chair. In some communities, a lot of people will tell you that Robert's Rules has something on passing the gavel and making motions. Really hard to find in there. It's not really explicitly stated. It's more understood and implicit in its spirit that if you're not doing that. But I will tell you the way the rules are generally administered. If you're going to make the motion, Mr. Chair, typically as a presiding officer, you would pass the gavel to your vice chair, say, I would like to make the motion. Let's say you can't get anybody to make the kind of motion you need. But once you yield the chair, and under the rules, and again, I'm going to defer to what your county attorney might advise should this situation come up based on your rules or how you revise them possibly. Once you pass the gavel, you have yielded the gavel for the remainder of that topic. You don't get it back once your motion fails, which is why a chair is typically fairly reluctant to yield that unless absolutely necessary. If you can't get anybody else to make the motion, typically that's an indication that you're either not going to get a second or it's not going to pass, but maybe you wish to make a point or convey something more articulately than you expect someone else to. You may make a motion or second after relinquishing the chair, call for a reading of the motion, recognize members to speak. That's your big one. It seems based on my read of this, and I think I recall this from last time, that you folks have the ability to press some kind of button or indicator so Chair Brower can see so-and-so is waiting to be recognized. And then that way we have a lot of smaller community meetings. The chair's never looking down the table and never sees the person at the end. You have an ability there to readily see somebody is waiting, but now you know that the chair can see that. So if the chair's still making a point, it's not an opportunity to stand up and say, hey, I'm trying to talk over here. He knows. Let him get to that. Let him recognize you. And call a recess for a definite period. Those are some of the powers enumerated in the code, and there are a few others. So that's your role as the county advisor. As the presiding officer, sorry. Your role is to preserve that order, to make sure that all these shared expectations that we all have are somehow met. It's a big burden to carry, quite honestly. Because sometimes you'll be put in positions that no county chair before you has been put in. I have a motion. I have a motion to amend. Well, I want to amend the amendment. Hold on, guys. Let's take a beat here. And it's okay to seek counsel in that, especially where you're not, I wouldn't say over your head, but dealing with something unorthodox. And so in those situations, most especially, your dispassionate advisor is your county attorney. I say dispassionate advisor. My bio told you I travel the state doing this. Attorneys really are here to give you advice to get to a better result. But very, very rarely, and there are some, but very, very rarely, do they have a horse in the race. It might seem that way because they gave you, yes, you can get to where you want to go. It's a little obscure, but this is how you could do that if you wanted to do that. That's not them jockeying position. That's them giving advice to their client. They're not so concerned, well, this amendment needs to pass, so let me make sure I get this out. I've heard people say, well, I don't feel comfortable as a member asking the county attorney because their check is signed by the chair and our chair's always on the bank notes, or the mayor is, and so he signs their check, so he's never going to go against them. That's not the case. The county attorney is here to advise all 7 of you, even the ones who are absent. So all 7 of you get the advice from the county attorney. And in addition to their obligations to you as their client, as an organization, your county attorney has ethical obligations to the Florida bar that they have to be mindful of as well. And sometimes that may cause frustrations for you folks when they're like, well, I can't quite do that because that's a step further than what I do. Yes, you and I work closely, and yes, I know how to prepare a will. I'm not going to prepare your will, for example. That's a poor example, but I'll tell you an ethical one, for example. If you go to the county attorney and you say, hey, another member was doing thus and such, and it's a known crime. Let's say I saw them looking at something on their phone that they shouldn't have been, especially during a meeting that's against the law. You say, I want to tell you, but I don't really want anything to happen. Well, now that county attorney has some information they're going to have to act on. And I give that as an obscure example, but I've seen that in a community where I know somebody might be committing a crime, but I don't want, if you say anything about it, they're going to know it came from me, so don't say anything. Well, now you've put your county attorney in an ethical quandary, and they're not picking sides, they're abiding by their ethical obligation. If they think a crime is continuing to be committed, they have to report that. So they might say to you, either you speak up or I will. But somebody's speaking up on this. You can't just, I'm not your therapist. which is the other thing to say. He's not your therapist. There might be times where the county attorney and his team are there to hear your frustrations about the process. I just don't understand, why can't we use this ARPA money this way? Or why can't we make this kind of motion? And they can hear you out, but ultimately they're a dispassionate advisor. And absent a legal or ethical conflict, ultimately what they're going to say is, it's for you folks to decide. And I made that appeal to the youth earlier. I'm going to make that same appeal to you. I try to begin my presentations this way, but thank you. Truly, thank you. I don't know any of your political views, and I may find them abhorrent. I don't know. But none of this works if you folks don't do this job. And I get to often look at my council members, short-term rentals in a beach community, tough issue, and say, well, should we do this? I don't know. That's a tough one. I hope I've given you enough information to make the decision you feel is the right decision. But you folks make the tough decisions, not the county attorney. They're here to help you and make sure you're going through sort of that informed consent of life. You know enough to do the job well, to know what the third rail is. And also, an attorney's job, and I believe, Mr. Dempsey, or one of you is an attorney on the council, you know that often the job is just to tell people, hey, here's how it can go wrong. That's not naysaying. When you come to your county attorney and they say, you could do that, and sure, Miami's done it, and Leon County did it, but honestly, I think that you could face a legal challenge. Well, they've done it. They haven't faced one. Yeah, I don't know what advice they got along the way, and I don't know if they forged ahead despite it, but I owe it to you to tell you this is the kind of lawsuit you might face if we go down this road, and it may never come. That's not them naysaying or discouraging or telling you not to do it. It's the same way when you go into dental surgery and they say, hey, if I give you this anesthesia, you might lose the taste in your mouth for about 6 months or forever. I don't know. You just better hope I don't go an inch to the right. Okay, I need my cavity filled anyways, do it. It's sort of the same thing. So the last piece of advice I would give you for your county attorney is seek, if you have questions, again, prepare for the meeting. And in that preparation, if you have questions, ask before you're here. Ask before you're here so you folks can have perhaps a more candid conversation. So it's not a deposition or an interrogation at the dais. Oh, I have a conflict, I can't vote. Ooh, that's a loaded question. Do you really? Now he's going to have to ask you what your interest is and all of those things. And you could have just had that conversation outside of chambers and learned, hey, you don't have a conflict, you have an uncomfortable situation. But it's not a legal conflict, and here's why. So those sorts, that's the role of the county attorney in your process. But they are, for your purposes as the presiding officer, sir, they are there to advise you, to give you that insight when you say, well, I don't know all the nuances of this. I want to do it the right way, right? We're trying to do this in the correct manner. What's the closest thing to that? One more caution here as far as the who of all of this, the county manager or county administrator. Your county manager is not the presiding officer. They're clearly choosing not to be, right? They're way over there. But your county manager is appointed by the council and serves at your pleasure. But generally speaking, they are your chief administrative officer. They make the day-to-day happen. At the local level, we say every coach needs a quarterback. You folks are the coaches. You're the whole offense. One of you is D coordinator. I don't know. And you all have roles on the team, but ultimately, your administrator is the quarterback who goes down the field and tries to get that score for your community, that touchdown for your community. But ultimately, the coach can only say, here's the play. If he decides to roll left and you want him to roll right, and he says, well, I saw something you didn't see, that's just how it plays out. And ultimately, you could say, you're not our quarterback anymore, but you don't get to tell him on the day-to-day what slant to run if he runs a different way. I'm going to stop with the sports analogy at this point. But you get the point. Ultimately, in your charter, there is a non-interference provision, and you touched on this, Mr. Chair, that except for purposes of inquiry information, the council or committees are expressly prohibited from interfering with the performance of the duties of any employee of the county government who is under the direct or indirect supervision of the county manager. And there's good reason for that. It's the separation of powers. It's that checks and balances you learned in grade school. You folks make the policy. That's the executive branch. They execute. They make it happen. And if you don't like how it's being executed, that's a different conversation. Or if you don't like the policy they're acting on, then change the policy. But that's really how this works. And your county manager, as seen, will at times tell you, hey, here's something that here's a staff pressure you're not appreciating as you do this. We had a community that I was in where they were considering a contract and they wanted to continue it. And we said, actually, if you continue it, that contract lapses like next week. So here's what my pressure is. Here's my pain point. Now what, coach? Now what do you want to do? Right? And so understand that might inform your procedure at a meeting or what you decide to do, but ultimately you folks decide the direction you go in. So any questions on the who, the role of the presiding officer? We're going to get to motions and points of order now in a moment, but just wanted to check in. Crushing it. All right, love to see it. So we've already talked about the agenda and the typical flow of a meeting. Rules of speaking and debate. Now, this is public participation, but this applies to us as well. Decorum. The chair preserves order and decorum. Order. Meetings of the council shall be conducted in a professional, businesslike, and civil manner. Sadly, that is losing a lot of meaning these days, but it is supposed to mean something. It is supposed to mean that we're not shouting at each other, that we're not going through name calling, giving each other nicknames. It's Member Robbins, Member Reinhardt. Maybe you folks get so familiar you do it a different way. I'll tell you, it varies for every community. My first beach community, I went to their first meeting after I'd been elected city attorney in this nice dapper suit, and they told me I would have to lose the jacket and the tie and possibly roll up the sleeves if I was allowed to sit up there. I was making everybody uncomfortable, because they're in Tommy Bahama shirts. So it varies community by community, but ultimately business-like for what your community desires. It's a violation of this division for any person in the audience to do any of the following, and it talks about disruptive contact, hand clapping, stomping feet, whistling, making noise. This is to avoid your county meeting becoming the Bucks-Cowboys game, right? Like, that's not the point of this. It has changed a great deal, but local government is not supposed to be reality TV. It is not supposed to be entertaining. It is boring by design. It may be captivating in its consequences, but it's not supposed to be entertainment. We're not here for circus. And so how a presiding officer goes about that is different presiding officer. I've seen some who, okay, I'll tolerate a dull roar, maybe a polite golf clap, just to move things along and not call it out. I have one presiding officer I've worked with who instantly goes to stern headmaster. Everybody, there will be none of that. Maybe that's what works for your community. I don't know. Apologies, I know that was louder into the microphone. But ultimately, that's a decision for you folks to make. But here's some of the things that it says your code doesn't tolerate or recognizes as disruption. And so we're talking about order. And when you talk about order, one of the most confusing parts is points of order. So we're going to watch a little video. I hope the audio works out all right, isn't too muffled, but here we'll go.
Which is in its seat for if it's a genuine point of order on the back of pile.
Oh, yes, it's actually an observation, really, but it does.
Order, resume your seat. Resume your seat. No, order. With no disrespect to order. With no disrespect to the honourable lady, I'm not interested in observations. Order! I'm not debating it. I'm telling you what the situation. No, don't be laughing, chuckling away as though it's a matter of great amusement. It's a matter of fact. Points of order, yes. Observations, no. No, the honourable lady is helping explain that she had an observation to make. We're very grateful.
So that's from Parliament. We're talking about parliamentary procedure. Theirs is a little bit more circus than our system of government. But what you saw in that clip was an explanation of points of order. And he was seeking a point. Somebody said, I rise with a point of order. And they said, it's really not a point of order. It's just an observation. All right, then I don't need to recognize you anymore. Because the only way that person was able to interrupt whoever had the floor was a point of order. Hey, we've deviated from our rules, guys. Let's get back on course. But if you're just here to observe or insert, I just wanted everybody to know what I was feeling. That's not really what a point of order is. And so let's talk about what order is and isn't. What are breaches of order? Speaking without being recognized is a point of order. If Member Robbins has the floor and Member Reinhardt says, actually, again, these hot dogs at the 4th of July parade, you could say point of order, Member Robbins has the floor. Any member has the ability to do that. Ideally, it would first come from the chair, as you're more attuned to who you've yielded time to and the like. But you could say this point of order. Member Reinhardt, you're out of order. Member Robbins, please continue. And that's how that can be addressed. Remarks about the council or council members collectively are in order. You could say this council has failed to address beach erosion. I'm not indicting you. I'm just going by things I've heard. We need to address, this council really needs to take action on item X or item Y. It's okay to say that. But what you want to attack is the matter, not the member. You could say this is the issue we need to address. But coming up here and saying, Member Kent, you're this, that, and the third, and Member Reinhardt, you're that, and just making these attacks of individuals or across the dais. Member Kent, when are you going to do this? Well, Member Robbins, I'll do that whenever you do this. How about that? I'm not the one who did da-da-da-da-da. Now we're arguing like school children. We're not actually talking about the matter at hand anymore. So remarks about the council are in order. Personal remarks about individuals are out of order, tempting though they may be. Condemning the nature or likely consequences of a proposed measure in order. It's okay to say, if we pass this, we're going to be destroying our historical neighborhoods. Strong words, right? If voting for this is destroying our historical neighborhoods, that's okay to say. You're talking about the policy consequences. But attacking or questioning the motives of another council member is not in order. There are times where we've had great, evidence to suggest somebody is doing something untoward, but there's a criminal process for that, or possibly an ethical process, and they can get their due process and not be accused in a public meeting that way. But saying you only want to vote on this, Member Robbins, because your father-in-law is one of the great speculators of this community, that doesn't get us anywhere. It's not in order. It should be considered out of order. And for the chair's position as presiding officer, what do I do with that? You can lightly wrap the gavel and say, again, personal attacks are out of order. You can attack the policy consequences. We're not getting into the indictments of motives and the like. That's not constructive. Ultimately, again, body by body, you'll decide what you tolerate in that regard. But it's presumed and understood, all of you here ran in service to your community. What service to your community may mean different things. Maybe one of you is all about environmentalism, and the other one says, environmentalism can take a hike, quite literally. I'm a developer, and this is how it's going to go down, progress, not environment, whatever the thing, and those aren't diametrically opposed. But you may have come here with different reasons for serving the public trust, but pursuant to the Constitution and your own code, you have taken this office in service of the public trust. We're all here ostensibly for the same reason. So let's get to work, right? There are slight breaches of order. I have here things that are traditionally in parliamentary procedure. In more traditional Robert's rules, you don't address members by the first name. In some communities, that's how we get along. It's fine. So again, that's one of those things that you define for yourself. I had one council member in a community who insisted, even if you said it in the most respectful way, you said, Member Reinhardt, that's Vice Chair Reinhardt to you. That sort of thing. Fine, you have your honorific, and we will try to remember to use it every time. But ultimately, that's usually considered more minor. But then you just remind them, hey, this is how we do it, let's move along. A more serious offense, excuse me, if you have a breach of order that made you harm if allowed to pass. For example, you have in your code that each member gets at least 2 opportunities to speak. And let's say Member Johansson has had his 1, everybody else has had 2, and just before we're about to go to vote, Johansson's pressing the buzzer, maybe the buzzer's not broken, he's waving his hands. It's perfectly okay to say, point of order, Member Johansson's been waiting patiently to speak, and he should have another opportunity to speak before we vote. And a chair, not necessarily you, sir, might say, we already know what he's going to say. We don't need to do this. That can be a point of order where you folks recognize, say, hey, actually, our rules say everybody gets a second turn. He's only had 1, right? When a point of order is raised, the presiding officer must stop the speaker or stop the process and rule on the point of order. A point of order is brakes. It's put brakes on what we're doing. But the moment you learn that it's not really a point of order, it's an observation. Or it's not an observation, I just want to make sure the public is clear on this. Well, that's not a point of order. That's at that point, we're going to go, okay, I've heard you, that's not a point of order, we're going to return to debate. I yield the floor back to whoever was speaking at that time. You either sustain the point of order or overrule it. And in some people, some presiding officers are very formal about that. Point of order sustained, wrap the gavel, or more colloquial. I don't think that's correct. We're moving right along. So what is your duty as you look at order and preserving it? Clearly pointing out faults, suggesting ways to correct the fault or provide alternatives, and ultimately, and this is the most frustrating part of all of this, I've already told you it's not the law, it's a guide. Well, if to the extent it is law, it's like international law. It's self-policing, and I can say that I studied international law and learned its greats and pitfalls. But for you folks, it's self-policing. If we don't hold ourselves to this standard, nobody's getting hauled off to jail, nobody's getting removed from office. We're going to be here a whole lot longer, and people might start thinking that we don't have our act together, but there's not some grave penalty. I did a similar presentation for another community a few counties over, but when the chair doesn't do it, and we're on the 3rd meeting where he, just does not recognize Member Johansson at all, what's the consequence of that? Part of the consequence is at the ballot box. Is that something people want to tolerate, that their presiding officer is not willing to recognize their peers? That's part of the consequence. The other part of the consequence is maybe People start losing confidence in your measures, your proposals. You're not seen as somebody who people can collaborate with. So there are intangibles, but there are limits to it. And that's frustrating because there will be times. Now, there are mechanisms in your rules for points of orders and appeals, and you folks can familiarize yourself with those. But really, it's self-policing. We decide for ourselves how important these rules are and how closely we're going to adhere to them and how much we're here in the spirit of it all. So when a member notices that a significant procedural mistake has been made, he or she should call out point of order. The presiding officer has the duty to ask what the point is. It's well taken, not well taken, sustained, overruled, whatever you think. In your rules, members of the council may raise questions of procedure or point of order to the chair and have the chair immediately decide. So there's no deviation between what Robert's rules and your rules say. It's the same thing. So points of order and preserving order is often the biggest concern when we talk about parliamentary procedure. Before we get to some of the motions, and I'm trying to be respectful of our time and pacing, are we doing all right, Russ? Okay. Are there any concerns on the points of order or just preserving order in your meetings? Awesome. All right. Well, with that, I told you I'd tell you what I've told you. We've gone through our guiding ethical procedures, principles, our public meetings, the who, what, where, when, why. Now we're on motions and actions generally. I'm not going to, last time I was here, I went into a little bit of minutia of this motion overlays that, and I think that loses the plot. I want to keep this to the 30,000 feet and jet setting ahead. But generally speaking, the motions part, that conflict resolution thing I alluded to earlier, sort of the call and response of it all, a member is recognized. Typically, you move that. I move that we table this. I move that we approve. I move that we do this. Move is really more the appropriate verb, by the way, just a stickler lawyer thing. I motion. Motion can be a verb, but typically in parliamentary procedure, it's I move. And typically, something that's skimmed over that would make for your record to be clear in the future when some poor person has to go back and figure out what happened. If Chair Brower says, I'm looking for a motion, and somebody just calls out motion, like I love lamp, or bankruptcy, what does that mean? What motion did you just make? It's understood that I'm looking for the consent agenda to be approved or for this ordinance to pass, but you just make motion. It might be motion to deny. I don't know, unless you've clearly articulated it. So it doesn't, just like it doesn't save a ton of time to send a text that says THX instead of THANKS. I don't know what you're doing with all those extra seconds. It probably doesn't hurt to say, I move that we approve the consent agenda rather than just motion. Yes, it's shorthand, but it just makes sure, again, everybody has shared expectations and an understanding. So I move that. I second. The presiding officer states the motion as it's understood by them, which is also helpful because I've been in a meeting where you say, I move that this. Let's take the example from earlier. I move that we approve this subject to this condition. I second that. And then the chair says, the motion on the floor is to approve as stated on the agenda. Whoa, 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 that's not what was moved, right? And you have an opportunity now to say, actually, I want to be very clear. This is what we're voting. I voted to remove E and L, or whatever the thing is, right? Conditions 1, 2, and 3, and impose condition 4. And I seconded it. Maybe you say as a second, oh, I didn't realize that's what I thought we were seconding. I dozed for a second, and I didn't realize somebody had changed things a little bit. I don't want that change. So it's helpful to have this call and response and to restate the motion. You discuss and debate the motion with public comment if appropriate. You members vote, and then you announce the results. The motion on the floor was to approve. By your vote, you have approved this subject to the conditions as stated in the motion. That's fine. You don't have to restate everything, but making it clear to everybody in the room what just happened. I have one community, by the way, typically, and I didn't see this in your rules, and again, I'm going to defer to Mr. Dyer here. I didn't see anything in your rules that required you move in the affirmative, always moving to approve. In some parliamentary rules, they require that you always move in the affirmative, even if you're not actually wanting to approve it. By the way, seconding something doesn't mean you say, I like this. It just means I agree that we should be voting on this now. So you can move to approve and second and then ultimately vote against something, just because you want the vote to happen. But generally speaking, it's better to move in the affirmative because the yays and nays are clear. I had a community once where they moved in the negative, and every time they do, I say, to be clear, the motion on the floor is to deny the contract at hand. So a yay or an aye vote is to deny. And a no vote is against denial, which is a double negative, which means like you might be in favor of it. And then you have this whole thing. And the one time I didn't say it was the time that it passed 3-2 and they came up and said, I didn't understand, I didn't realize. You know, and you avoid that kind of confusion by just saying, I move in the affirmative. I'm just moving for us to have the vote. In true parliamentary procedure, the way it typically goes is you move to bring it up for discussion, and then you ultimately move on what the result is. I've had one of my communities works that way or has worked that way, and items have failed just for motion to put it on the table. It's on the agenda, but they never moved to, they moved motion to discuss the ordinance regulating beach smoking. No second, okay, I guess we just move on to the agenda. Nobody wants to talk about it. So that's one way that that's happened. That's not how your rules work, but just to kind of show you how things can play out. According to your rules, a member must be recognized before they can speak. After recognition, you introduce motions, discuss subjects. It's all there. Here's where the meat and potatoes of is it for you folks as who are not the chair. A council member has the opportunity to speak twice on the same question during a debate at a meeting, each for up to 10 minutes unless extended by a 2/3 vote of the council. Asking a question or making a brief suggestion or making a motion isn't counted. So you guys have already addressed that. Well, what if I just say, I wasn't sure, hey, did you say this? Oh, that's your second turn. No, not according to these rules. Each motion is a separate question with respect to a council member's right to debate it. So the way that reads, if you have, let's say, motion on regulating beach smoking, and somebody says, I want to amend that. I move to amend to specifically allow vapes. Well, that's a separate motion. So now you get 2 turns on that as well, the way your rules read. And again, with all deference to your county attorney. A council member cannot make a second speech on the same question until every council member who desires to speak on it has had an opportunity. So poor Mr. Johansson's waiting for his second turn. If Member Dempsey has declined to speak at all, he's not forestalled from a second time just because Dempsey didn't wish to speak. You get that second turn once everybody's had a chance, not necessarily taken advantage of it. So before we watch this video on motions, are there any questions on just generally the rules of motion practice, if you will, at a public meeting? All right, so let's watch a little video on motions.
Resolution determining trustee position vacant.
So make that motion.
A motion made by trustee Ramirez-Lewinsky.
Discussion.
We're waiting for a second. Still waiting for a second.
You ought to know you're not going to get one. You already made your speech, and so we don't want to hear it again, to be real honest with you. So you're not going to get a second.
I understand, trustee Segal.
How long are you gonna wait? I'm just asking a question. How long are you gonna wait?
Yeah, well, I'm still waiting for a second. Still waiting for a second.
Attorney Rose, is there any time limit on how long you have to wait before a motion dies for lack of a second?
So there's a little interesting thing every time I play that, because there's a point where everybody starts looking at me like, is this over yet? But I like to sit in that discomfort a little bit. You almost feel like you're sitting there. This is not a Florida community, by the way. So we can rest assured. Florida man does many things, not this. But that discomfort is something your residents can feel too. What are they doing here? When are they going to get the point? Everybody knows what's happening here, right? And at some point, one of the members, the last thing you hear is them going to the county attorney or city attorney, like, how long are we supposed to wait here, right? That would be a perfectly appropriate moment to say, point of order. A motion that does not receive a second dies for lack of a second. Now, you could say that. Now, again, you're at the mercy of your chair in that moment a little bit. And so that chair, this community, by the way, is like a case study in how things can go wrong. If you're looking for a YouTube rabbit hole, it's a very entertaining one in terms of these meetings at that time in their community. But it's educational in that, yes, a motion requires a second. Absent a second, it dies. And you move right along with your business. But it also reflects how we are self-policing. Nobody could just direct that the meeting continues. You have a chair. You have an umpire. You have a referee. You have to have some faith in that referee. But when you're talking about motions, only one motion should be considered at a time. That's why once the motion is before the assembly, it should be adopted or rejected by a vote. The only thing that can lay on top of it is really a motion to amend that motion or that ordinance, as it were, at the time. But then, once you're onto an amendment, let's say we're, again, ordinance on beach smoking, I want the amendment for strawberry vapes only, we're only debating that amendment. We're not debating the ordinance with the amendment yet. The amendment itself has to pass or fail, and then we'll be adopting the ordinance subject to whether that amendment passed or failed. But once it's been approved, that motion passed, this is now amended. And now we're approving the ordinance as amended, or it fails as amended. You could say, well, I was in favor of it before we did all this amendment nonsense, then you guys added it, now I'm against the ordinance. Okay, we're taking them one at a time. That's the way you eat the elephant, one bite at a time, right? So one motion should be considered at a time. So as we consider those motions, again, some guidance for the presiding officer. Do not unreasonably withhold recognition of a member. After a motion's been made, another member who wishes to consider it must second it. Absent that motion, it dies. I was in a local jurisdiction where they were trying to pass their budget. There was a 5-person body and one person had resigned. They were left with 4. And 2 members were steadfast against any raises. It was a situation where, they're come out of the recession 5 years later from 09. They're now in like 14, 15, and they haven't had a raise in those years. And some of the members felt too high a raise, too fast, too sudden. I haven't been given the information, we shouldn't do it. 2 other members felt this is now cost of living, if not a merit raise. And so what would happen was one member would motion, another would second to deny the raise element of the budget. The other 2 would vote 2-2, it fails. Then somebody else, then the one remaining member who's not the presiding officer would move to approve with the raises. It would die for a lack of a second. And they were stalemated for months, and ultimately they needed some good advice from a really handsome and brilliant attorney to get them across the finish line on compromise and recognizing that you're ultimately there in service to your community and you've made your political points, but what are you going to do? How are you going to explain to your community that there's no budget? And the same is true here, right? If you're in that situation in that video, but what you're talking about is your budget or your emergency preparedness plan, at some point you're going to have to take action. And we'll talk a little bit about that taking action, but again, a second merely implies that you agree with that the motion should come before you for vote, not that you're endorsing the decision. And I know that's challenging for you folks as politicians, and I'm not using that derisively. You are in political office. To explain to you, I seconded it not because I liked it, I just wanted us to get it over with, or to put it before us and let's get people on record with their stance. So yes, I seconded it, but then I voted against it. It's not a flip-flop, it's business. The presiding officer restates the pending motion, and again, under your rules, generally a motion shouldn't be renewed during the same session which has already been before the council. It's a settled rule. Even if that's not in your rule, I'll tell you that's parliamentary procedure, that if you've already moved to approve the raise at 3%, fails for lack of a second. I move to approve with 3% raise. Okay, the point's been made, it's settled. That's not passing tonight. Maybe you retweak it, 3.1. Maybe you're trying to see if you can get something else, but keep making the same motion again and again is not constructive, it's not efficient, it's not part of our progress. Sir.
Just so we're clear, it's okay to second the motion and give that dialogue as if to say, I'm second the motion for the purpose of the vote. So it's okay to say that, not just say I second the motion.
Mr. Dyer, is there anything in your rules that you feel differently about that?
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, that is customarily, and that's how, from a political standpoint, that's typically how you folks, the legislators, will do that, is say, for the purpose of arriving at a vote, I second the motion on the floor. I'm interested to hear the debate and whatever. My apologies, this is apparently in white text. I thought it was in black, so this slide is not very helpful on here. It should be more helpful in the printed materials you have. If not, we can change it to black text and recirculate. But what it does is it goes through a whole bunch of different motions. Motion to amend, motion to adjourn, motion to call the question, and it tells you generally under rules of procedure which ones require a second, which are debatable and amendable. We won't spend a ton of time there. That's intended to be a crib sheet for you. It is in your agenda materials. If it's illegible, we can change the color and do that. So apologies for that. I wasn't planning to spend a lot of time on that anyhow. It was more a resource after today. Motions not typically subject to discussion. There are some motions that you don't discuss whether or not to have it. A motion to amend. Okay, there's been a motion to amend. You debate the measure, but whether or not that motion needs to be addressed at great length about whether or not you can make that motion is something else. Moving the previous question. Typically, moving the previous question is, and we'll get into this, is fancy word for saying, let's vote now. We've been here for 3 hours. We've heard everybody's 2 turns. We've granted each other a 3rd term. We don't need to go in the 4th. I move the previous question. I move to call the question. I move we vote now. That is a separate vote from actually the result on the ordinance. It's just agreeing that we're going to end debate at this point. Laying a motion on the table, tabling it, not typically debated. You just say, I move that we table this to the 3rd. Okay, there's been a motion to table. Is there a second? Yes, there is. What's the vote on tabling? You typically don't debate that at great length under parliamentary procedures. Again, you folks may wish to discuss the wisdom of it, or maybe the county manager wishes to say, hey, this one thing you can't table, there's union negotiations next week, you should know this, but typically that under parliamentary procedure, these are rules that you just don't get into a long-spirited debate on. What is a motion to amend? Motions to, it's important that we talk about this because while it doesn't come up often, there's some things it is and it isn't. An amendment is a motion to modify the wording and sometimes the meaning of a pending motion or an ordinance. It's not used to modify something already adopted. So you don't come into a meeting and say, motion to amend the ordinance on time to speak, I move that we change it to 5 minutes. Well, that's in your ordinances, and there's a first reading and a second reading, and it has to be printed in the paper. A motion to amend is not how you change your code. It's not how you revisit a decision made 2 months ago on a quasi-judicial matter. There's all different ways that you do that. A motion to amend is changing what's before you right now. So it's that strawberry vapes, or I want to make it strawberry and green, or whatever, crack grape, whatever. Amendments are used to insert or add, or strike out, or both. Hey, I want to add a comma here. I think that comma is really important. There are some amendments that are improper, right? It's something that is wholly irrelevant. We're moving on regulating beach smoking, and again, it's just, but I think the hot dogs need to be in this ordinance, right? It's totally not germane, and it's helpful to take something absurd. Sorry, sir. But to take something absurd and inject it, sometimes you see people make a very hostile motion. We're moving to regulate beach smoking. I move that we regulate beach smoking and also that anybody caught beach smoking will be subject to the death penalty and public shaming at the stake because that's what you folks are doing. You're trying to make this a scarlet letter, so why not just do it? Okay, that's absurd. It's irrelevant. It's hostile. It's not really in the spirit of what we're trying to do here, right? Dealing with settled matters. Hey, we already voted and we're not going to do the 3% earlier, and now you're trying to inject it as an amendment here. That's not appropriate. That's been settled. And again, the frivolous and absurd things, you can say that motion to amend, while the member has a right to amend, that motion is frivolous, it is out of order, and will not be considered. Perfectly okay to say. We talked about calling the previous question, and we are nearing the end of these materials. I appreciate your patience and indulgence. But before or after a motion, the presiding officer may ask if there's any objection to closing debate. Members object, try to get the floor. The presiding officer should still ask if there's a second to motion. So it's basically, I move to call the previous question. Let's end debate. Does anybody object? Yes, Member Kent, I object. Okay, is there a second to the motion? Yes, Member Robbins seconds. Okay, at this point, it's been seconded. We're going to have to vote on calling the question. It's not really debated. It's just noted that not everybody's in favor of this at this point. So let's have the vote.
Can we park there just for 1 second?
Absolutely, sir.
I noticed on page 49, you have moved the previous question, also known as calling the question.
Yes, sir.
And there's some debate about, I've heard parliamentarians say that calling the question has no power, has no authority, it's not in Robert's Rules of Order. I know in the recent,
more recent
editions, it says that it's colloquial. It's kind of the informal way of saying that.
It's kind of like passing the gavel, yeah.
However, what I've seen sometimes is when call the question is used, it's just blurted out while someone is talking.
Yes, sir.
Almost used as a weapon. So I would like you to clarify, please. I think the formal way and the appropriate way to do it is to use the formal motion, move the previous question. I immediately have to ask for a second, immediately vote, no debate, and it's passed by 2/3 majority, correct?
I'm not remembering the two-thirds specifically. I know there was a two-thirds approval on giving people additional time.
It's two-thirds.
Okay, it is two-thirds, so there you go.
Yes.
So with that in mind, to your point, moving the previous question is not a point of order. So if Member Reinhardt has the floor, and he's in the middle of his speech, that's not an appropriate moment unless the presiding officer somehow recognizes another speaker, and at which point he would say, point of order, I had the floor. So typically, to the extent it's used to interject and just say, I'm done hearing from this guy, then no, that's not appropriate. But if Member Reinhardt concludes his comments and you recognize Member Johansson says, at this point, Chair, I'd like to move the previous question, or call the question, or move to terminate debate. Honestly, the nomenclature is besides the point. There's still a procedural mechanism at play here that the law, that rules of procedure generally recognize, which is to say that we can collectively decide we're done debating this. So that's still a thing, notwithstanding differing opinions on its validity or relevance and what it's called. So the way that would work is everything that you described, the only difference would be to the extent people are using it to interrupt their peers, that part is not appropriate. Okay. But again, and it's also, I've seen it used and I've discouraged it, but I don't decide, I advise. I saw it in a meeting where I was new to a community where it was, hey, we debated this last month, it's come back, and one of the members just from the jump said, I just still don't think we're at perfect information. I'd like to move, they actually wasn't moving the previous question, but move to table right away. And I was like, well, you feel that way, but maybe your peers feel differently. Maybe we should at least hear from each other once before we move to table. And a motion to table gets taken up immediately. It's not debated. And he had the votes. So we tabled it before anybody else really spoke on the matter. Ultimately, the body decided. That's how, I given them different advice that maybe somebody does feel we're at better information and they can persuade you otherwise. But that's how I would address it.
Which is why this morning when that came up, I think it was a good point, but I didn't want it to get lost, so I asked for a motion to postpone to a definite date. Really, it was almost like assigning to a committee because the county staff was going to deal with it. But if you just say, lay the motion on the table, it requires a second act to ever bring it back, correct? You have to take something from the table at a future meeting, so correct or
I'm
incorrect?
not sure I totally understood the question, but what I would say is typically when you lay it on the table for another day, typically you try to, as you did here, try to provide a definite period where one cannot be had subject to, county input and state DOT input. We can't guarantee that'll be next month, so hey, we have to wait. Typically when you table something though, you try to take it up on your next meeting's business, or as soon thereafter as practicable.
And how do you bring it back?
Well, I think the fact that you tabled it has already placed it on old business, or that's typically how that's treated.
Okay.
If you're treating it indefinitely, and staff has your county manager, by virtue of your charter, has the ability to set agenda items. So if you send it to the county manager for your staff needs to do more homework, or your staff needs to negotiate, or whatever the thing is, then your county manager will say, hey, you told me to do it, it's March, I'm ready, it's on the agenda.
Right. I'm just concerned that it doesn't get lost, so the council, any member can also, if the county manager does not put it on the next agenda, any member can make a motion to take from the table and bring it back up.
I would defer to your county attorney in that regard. What I would say is, generally speaking, what any member certainly can do is, when you've received the agenda materials, approach the county manager in advance of the meeting and say, hey, it was my understanding this would be one-on-one. There's nothing that prohibits you one-on-one from talking with the county manager and saying, I've looked at the agenda, I thought we were going to take up beach smoking again, and I don't see it, can you help me understand why? And maybe that avoids the need for all of that, because you understand, oh, they're waiting for a Department of Health permit or something, and that's why, rather than all of you deciding to bring it back and then say, you guys can do whatever you want, but we can't really do anything about it today. Okay. So I would suggest that really that work happens not behind the scenes, but in advance, in preparation. And that's an important point to make. When we talked about the Sunshine Law and public meetings, what we talked about was you folks meeting with each other. You meeting one-on-one with your county manager or your county attorney is not against the law. In fact, it's highly encouraged. There's different schools of thought on the Sunshine Law. Member Kent, today you've made it very clear. Like, it's very important to you that the public knows what your perception is, what you're working on, what you want. You want them to see that things are in motion, even if they can't see it all here. And so with some people, and I'm not saying this is you, sir, for some people, it's very important to them, and they feel the only time they do that business is at a meeting. I don't ask anything of the county manager that the public can't see me ask. That's not what the law requires. And in fact, I would suggest that while government is designed to be inefficient, it doesn't have to be that inefficient. You can certainly say, I want to make it clear on the record that that's totally fine. But the idea that you certainly can meet with your manager to get to a better agenda, a better work product. I'm seeing a quizzical look. Is there any concern there or frustration, or am I just talking too much?
Attorney Dyer is a little frustrated.
Oh, no, I'm not frustrated. I think it's a good question. I think it depends on the circumstances. I've seen sometimes a governing body may table an item because a particular group could not be there for that meeting. And they may say, let's table this to the next meeting for that. In the issue this morning with the Halifax contract, you're actually asking for your staff to do some additional work. So I think you've kind of put that on the manager to bring it back as soon as it's ready. I think you could, both outcomes are possible. It just depends on the circumstance.
So when in doubt, it depends.
Okay. Mr. Johansson?
Yes, Chairman, since we're anchored on this, I'll bring up a point and more later, but the question period is a couple slides away, so I'd like to hit it. I think the call the question, which I've seen before I got on the dais here, used as a strong tool, is because there was no orderly fashion for recognizing people. We bounce back and forth. You can't keep track of the 10 minutes each, and later one of my proposals will be that we go in an orderly fashion, and you can use your 10 minutes or not. And when that first bite at the apple is done, and we're all going to sit through and listen to each other, then you go to the public or whatever you want and take the second bite of the apple. If you don't have anything to say and then all of a sudden you do, I guess you press the button to talk to get your second 10 minutes. Even last week at our first one, we bounced back and forth so many times that let's go already.
Well,
so,
and to take it away from you folks so that we don't we avoid that sort of circumspect feeling about it. That's the same reason why public comment is public comment. It's an opportunity, as you said, Chair, for them to come forward and give you their input, but to not engage in a back and forth, because if the public gets up here and says, first of all, I want to say it's atrocious how you folks don't fund roadway funding. And then Member Santiago says, that's not true. We do fund roads. What you need to understand is this is a priority. Okay, well, I hear your priorities, but what you need to hear, you get in this back and forth. They had 3 minutes. They're practically at 30. And if we're going to do that for each person, even if their 3 minutes becomes 5, imagine 6 people get up here, 12 people. You're meeting, and you're never going to get to your own business. And the same is true amongst one another. If you have 10 minutes, and it says that, hey, if you just interject for a clarification or something, that doesn't count. But if we're bouncing back and forth the whole time and ceding the floor to one another, we lose track of that time, we lose track of order, and then we get frustration, and then we get people saying things they don't really mean because they need a Snickers bar. All of that starts to happen. So preserving that order and preserving those rules will lead to a much better result. And with that, where the rules are deviated from unnecessarily, you do have a motion to appeal. This typically comes up more where you have like a voice vote. Motion, all in favor, all opposed, ayes have it. And it was like, whoa, that's not what happened. Member Dempsey can see very clearly who was saying what when. I moved to appeal that. I think we should take a roll call vote and clarify the record. I think the nays had it. There's a procedure here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on motions to appeal. The rules pretty sparse. The last time I presented here, it was a point of concern. What do we do when the chairs come, not because you, Member Brower, are doing this, but just in a general sense, you're telling us it's self-policing. What recourse do we have as the body when one member, a presiding officer, the vice chair, is sort of deviating from our rules? That's your mechanism. I do want to get closer to the end here out of respect for your time and the other items on your agenda. Adjournment, pretty simple. Once there's nothing left on the agenda, the chair has the ability to say, seeing no other business, we've gotten through our agenda. We're adjourning the meeting. The last section there, the authority of the chair touches on, hey, we're at incomplete. It's now 1 a.m. We're still talking about smoking on the beach. I would entertain continuing this discussion at a workshop to take place in 2 weeks and adjourn. Does the body wish to do that? That sort of thing where you can adjourn while you're still somewhat in business, if you will. We'll conclude for the evening. I've had communities where they get to 1 and 3 in the morning and they just say, okay, I think that's as good as we're going to do tonight. The last part, not so much a parliamentary procedure element, but something that's equally important to me, and I try to make sure my officials know this. Though you may see it in Congress, though you may see it in our state legislature, you don't get to vote present. You don't get to vote present. You don't get to say this is a toughie, I'm sitting this one out. By state law, you may not abstain from voting, and a vote shall be recorded unless there is a conflict of interest. And a conflict of interest is legally defined. It's not, I don't feel so good about this. I used to play softball with him in the late 90s, and I've seen him drink beer, and I don't think I can vote now. That's not what a conflict of interest is. A conflict of interest under the law is something that inures to your pecuniary gain or loss. It makes your money go up or your money go down. The fact that you're both parishioners at the same church, not a legal conflict of interest. Now, if you're both on the board of the church and you're voting on the church acquiring land, maybe. Unlikely, but maybe that's a legal conflict. And that might be grounds to abstain. But generally, you have a requirement to vote when you're present. You don't get to take, this happens a little more at some of our smaller communities. Tough votes coming up, I'm going to take some respiratory therapy, and hopefully they just call the roll while I'm gone. Once you come back, we need to record your vote. Or we're going to put the meeting in recess until you resume. Now, that said, while you have security in the building, security is not hauling you in for every vote. If member Reinhardt gets called and he's, I totally forgot I was supposed to pick up my grandson from soccer today. I got to go, guys. This was a special meeting, and nobody's hauling you in and making you stay here. If you aren't feeling well and you leave, that's fine. But if you're present, you vote. That's how the law works. No municipal vote should happen on anything that inures to your special private gain or loss. That's what a legal conflict is. So generally speaking, when we've talked so much about the procedure, but we have to remember that all of this comes down to ultimately a decision. And I said that earlier. Thank you to you folks, because ultimately you make the decisions that affect this community. That's really the beauty of your position. You get to inform the future of this county, and you do that through your votes. So once we get past the motions and the points of order, it ultimately culminates in a vote. And all of you have a legal duty to vote. You may only abstain for a legal conflict. You can vote against your own motion. Hey, I move to approve, but I'm against this item ultimately. Each of you has an equal vote. Typically, if there's, for some reason, let's say today, member Santiago's absent, you have an even number. If it comes out 3-3, unless there's some ordinance that says otherwise, that fails, just like a 2-2 vote or anything else. A tie vote is considered a failed vote. So sometimes you'll see somebody sort of out of potential courtesy to an applicant, or an applicant say, I'd like to withdraw and continue to a day where we have a full complement of the body. And ultimately, you guys can decide if your rules address that. But sometimes people will do that to avoid the tie vote scenario. Majority vote is required for most votes. We've talked about a few that are 2/3, so you're going to want to look at your own rules. And if in February you change your rules, you can make that a point as well. So those are some rules of thumb on voting. But ultimately, are there any questions? This really does cover, that's my last substantive slide. Are there any questions at all on the presentation? Anything you'd hoped I'd address? If not, I want to thank you folks for your time, for your indulgence. I know it's a long time to listen to some guy drone on about the most exciting topic on earth, but thank you. I hope this serves your community well. And ultimately, again, you folks are the stewards of your community. You serve the public trust. I wish you well in that regard, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you. So, thanks.
Thank you very much for the information. I think it's important as we start a new council with 5 new members, and for the public that wonders why we did that's why. It's a brand new council, and my hope is that we do work together as a team. With that in mind, it's 11:53. Does everybody want to press ahead? We can probably get a couple more items taken care of before lunch. Nobody needs a recess? Okay, then we'll move to item 3. Agreement for exchange of real property with Central Florida RV and Boat Storage, Inc., DeLand Area County Council, District 1. Mr. Kasner.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Tad Gaisbeer, County Engineer. This item is an agreement between the county and Central Florida RV Boat and Storage for a piece of property on the west side of DeLand. The property in question is on the west side of the Sunrail Railroad station, north of Old New York. The county owns a piece of property that is in between 2 pieces of property owned by this property owner. And there is a question on the amount of property that the county owns. The deed claims a larger area. The hatched area on the aerial Go to 05-4, or 03-4, pardon me. O3-4. There you go, Ariel. Thank you. It's a little bit hard to make out, but the orange parcel is the one in question that the county would transfer. The northern portion of it, there's a small perpendicular line to the perimeter line that everything north of that is consistent with the property appraiser claims is our property. The entire hatched area is what our deed states. So there is a question as to how much the county owns. The property owner, Central Florida RV and Boat Storage, has been paying, and their predecessors have been paying property taxes on the section south of that. In order to come to a reasonable accommodation for a trade of the property, which we have no use for, we worked out transferring the space that we would need for future right-of-way for Old New York and Fair Street, brings them to the county's minimum standards of 70 feet for a rural road section. So that's what we're presenting to you today for your approval.
Thank you. In keeping with what we just heard, I think it would be appropriate for someone to make a motion to approve the exchange of land between the county and Central Florida RV and Boat Storage, Inc. And then a second, not because necessarily you approve of it, but to get it, to get the motion forward so we can discuss it. Mr. Johansson.
Motion to approve the agreement for exchange of real property with Central Florida RV and Boat Storage.
And Matt Reinhardt.
I second that motion.
So Mr. Johansson moves for approval of the exchange of land between the county and Central Florida RV. Mr. Reinhardt seconds that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, if seeing that there's no discussion, all in favor of the motion to exchange the land, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. Thank you. And you're going to be here for a while. Item 4, a proposed vacation of a portion of the subdivision of the South Third. You're going to say all this, aren't you?
I can if you want me to. Sir.
Please do.
So this item is a proposed vacation for a portion of the subdivision of the South Third of the Thomas and Fitch Grant in Township 17 South, Range 29 East. Same property owner we were just dealing with, Central Florida Boat and RV Storage. They're asking to vacate an unimproved road section on an old plat. The plat's very old. It's out of Map Book 1. The plat was never apparently adhered to, and a building was actually constructed over over a portion of that right-of-way. We have previously vacated road rights-of-way that have a similar situation on parcels to the north within the last year. Go one more, if you would. There you go. And that shows you what we vacated out of this plat in the past. We have no use for this particular road right-of-way. We don't want a road across this section. The utilities don't have a need for it, and we're recommending its approval.
Is there a motion to approve the vacation? Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve.
And Jake Johansson.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Danny Robbins and a second by Jake Johansson to approve the proposed vacation of a portion of a subdivision of the South Third of the Thomas Fitch Grant in T17 South or R29 East. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And that takes us to item 5, another proposed vacation of a portion of the third addition to Carnell, Map Book 10. Tad.
Yes, sir. Again, this is a vacation for a portion of the third edition of Carnell. This site is located on the east side of Deltona, just on the east side of State Road 415 south of Howland. What the petitioners are requesting is the vacation of alleyways that were created by the original plat, approximately 15 and 20 feet wide, each one of them. We have no use for alleys. The county does not recommend the use of alleys. We have no use for this space for any other reason. Utility companies have agreed they have no use for it, they have no utilities in that location, so we are recommending the approval.
Danny Robbins, do you have a motion to approve the vacation?
Motion to approve the vacation.
And Matt Reinhardt.
Second motion to approve the vacation.
So we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Robbins, a second by Councilman Reinhardt to approve the vacation of a portion of third edition of Carnell. Is there any discussion, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, if we want to plow ahead, item 6 is an important topic. It's also a quasi-judicial hearing, which means that we are acting as a jury. And we have to decide this very important appeal on the facts that are already given, that came from the PLDRC, not on new facts that are entered today. I think the Attorney Paulo will give some more detail on that. Before we begin, I will say that this is a public hearing. If you want to speak on it, apparently that's what everybody's been waiting for today. I will also ask if there's any ex parte to declare. Has anyone talked to landowners or neighbors or anyone?
I had a,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I had a, one of the parties, one of the neighbors attempt to contact me, and I told her that I couldn't talk to her, and that was it. I didn't have time.
Okay.
That was it. That was, I believe it was Miss Conway.
Okay. Anyone else? Matt Reinhardt.
I did receive an email, but we did not respond.
Okay. Thank you. Jake Johansson?
Same emails, no response.
Danny Robbins?
Same as well with the email.
Okay. And Troy Kent, did you receive an email?
I did, and I just wanted to say, in the future, I'm not ever going to say that I received an email. It's public record.
That's right.
If I spoke to them, I'll always tell you all. I had a conversation with them, but I just wanted to, these are growing pains we're having, and we'll get past all this. But just, it's okay. I got an email. It's public record.
And Don Dempsey.
Actually, yeah, I don't believe it was Miss Conway, it was Mr. Grom. I believe it was the person that I spoke with, and I did get an email.
Okay. I think we all got emails. All right. Attorney Paulo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. So this is an appeal, A23001. It's an appeal by Ms. Mary Conaway. I'm just going to give you kind of a brief underline of what the ground rules are going to be and hand it over to Clay. So what are you being asked? Fundamentally, you are being asked if there was competent substantial evidence presented to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, that's your PLDRC, to support the PLDRC's conclusion. And as Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, no new evidence may be presented at the hearing. You are stuck to the underlying record made at the PLDRC. We've provided you all the documents, we've provided the minutes, and we've provided a link to the actual hearing so you could look at it. So that is what you are confined to. And your determination is, whether or not there was substantial evidence such that the PLDRC could make a finding on all 5 criteria. And substantial evidence is defined as that a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. So one of the things, and you may need to address this, is that for an appeal, no appeal shall be granted in whole or in part unless 4 members of county council concur. So there are 6 of you up here. So there is a possibility of a tie vote, in which case, if no one changes their position, you have no decision. So one of the things you may want to consider is, do you actually want to hear this today with that as a possibility, or wait till you have the full council here? So that's one of the things I would recommend if you do take that action to discuss with the applicant and the appellant, see if that kind of works out. For ex parte communications, you've already provided that. So here's the ground rules. So if you think that there was competent substantial evidence that was presented before the PLDRC to uphold the PLDRC's conclusion, you should deny the appeal. However, if you think that there was not competent substantial evidence to support all 5 criteria that supported the PLDRC's conclusion to grant the appeal, then you should grant the appeal and overturn the PLDRC's decision. So I'm going to turn it over to Clay, but I don't know if you want to consider the fact that there's only 6 of you here.
Before you start, let me just ask the council, is everyone comfortable with proceeding with 6 of us? I think we've obviously had a lot of people waiting. This is an important matter, but I will defer to the council. Is there anyone who is not, does not feel comfortable going on? Seriously? Okay. Right now? Okay. I thought we had a point of personal privilege, but I think we're good for a moment. It is getting close. It is getting close to that. So it looks like you can continue.
Thank you very much. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Paolo's talked about the legal aspects. I'm here to provide you with the history and background that was incorporated into the staff report that was presented to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. As we talked about, this is an appeal of the variance that was granted for this subject property. This is information that was provided to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. It shows the generalized location of the property, which is on the north side of Arredondo Grant Road, and it provides an aerial that shows how this property is in reflection to the other surrounding properties. Here's the zoning classification and the future land use. The reason why this is important was the variances to the minimum lot area established for the A1 zoning. The A1 zoning is compatible and consistent with the agricultural resource land use. So the A1 zoning requires a minimum area of 10 acres. The subject property is 2 acres in size. Again, this is going over some of the issues that Paolo talked on. Here's some background information, 2-acre parcel. I want to kind of get into the history that was identified in both the staff report and the discussion in front of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The property was originally created in 1983. The owner at that time did not go through the subdivision process, so therefore it is not considered a vested lot based on our zoning and land development regulations. The owner of the property transferred it to Ms. Scott in 2006. It went from a family trust to Ms. Scott, who is seeking to get a building permit for a single-family home. I believe the property is under contract for sale. The county staff denied the building permit request because the Scotts were not aware of the fact that the property could not be built on because it's not vested and it did not go through the subdivision process. The immediate question was, how do we do that? So they've gone through a 2-step process. They've gone through the technical process to get approval of a subdivision, but they cannot get that subdivision approved unless they get a variance to the minimum lot area. So they made the application, which is included in your packet. It is included on page 6.7, which identifies the justifications in Ms. Scott's opinion on how she does meet all 5 of the criteria contained in our code. That is an important point that was reflected also in the PLDRC is in order to grant a variance, there has to be a determination that all 5 criteria have been met. At that point in time, the PLDRC listened to the folks who spoke, reviewed the written evidence that was provided to them. All 70 pages of your staff report reflect the information that was provided at that hearing. The ultimate outcome was a 4-3 approval by the PLDRC for the variance. Ms. Conaway, who is an adjacent property owner and is affected by the action and has the right to appeal, submitted her application within a timely fashion. Her application is also included in your packet on page 6-4, and there she identifies her justifications why the PLDRC erred in their interpretation of the evidence provided. So as I referenced considerably, there's 5 criteria. Those are contained on page 6-33 of your agenda packet. That includes the staff report where your technical staff reviewed it and determined that they did meet all 5 criteria and recommended to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission approval of the variance. Basically, that there were special conditions on the site, that these special conditions did not come out because of the action of the applicant, that literal interpretation of the zoning regulations would deprive them of rights otherwise enjoyed in that same zoning, that this is the minimum variance necessary to allow for reasonable use of the property, and lastly, the variance is in harmony with the area and is not injurious to the remaining parts of the area. So therefore, those are your criteria that were in front of you today that you have to determine whether or not the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission erred in their interpretation of the evidence provided to them. If there's any questions for me or other staff, we are here and we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I think the way this should proceed is we have a lot of the public that wants to speak. Paulo, unless you had something else to say before, I'll open it up to the...
No, just for the public. You should be aware that if you're going to provide new evidence, the county council would have to discard that. So the only thing that they can consider was the evidence that was presented at the prior PLDRC, and you can reference that and you can make arguments based on that. But if there is any additional evidence, I will direct the council to disregard any new evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just as in order that they were given to me, nobody wants to be first, but Mary Kay Conway gets the call. And just so you can be prepared, next will be David Scott.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I want to say the Scotts and Ms. Conway are the appellants and the property owners, so they would not have a time limit to speak.
That's correct? Okay.
Good afternoon, sirs. Thank you for hearing me. Pardon my reading it. It's a little nerve-wracking. All right, as I understand this proceeding, it is for the purpose of you gentlemen determining to uphold or refute the previous assembly of persons' decision. Well before that decision was made, I came to the offices next door on 3 separate occasions. I was told by 3 different department employees that this property could not be made to build a home upon. It did not meet the zoning requirements, it would not align or be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, and could not meet the minimum footage requirements to build due to the presence of wetlands, environmental concerns, and setbacks. I believe them, yet here we are. I don't believe they were misleading me or ill-intentioned, but rather, as I've come to discover, there is always a way around their own regulations and long-term plans, and the people's desires and understandable expectations. By granting this variance, the long-term plans were ignored, the zoning requirements that every nearby resident adhered to dismissed, and now I read they have a request to vacate the minimum road setback as an attempt to reach a buildable state. Since 1981, my husband and I live adjacent to this property. We are in the cattle business. Food production requires land. We rely on having the space to graze our cattle. As the availability of acreage diminishes, the opportunity to produce food lessens and the cost to acquire the land drastically increases. One of the 2 men on that board before you who led the way to approve the variance that I am appealing stated, "What is wrong with 2 acres? I live on 2 acres." And I say nothing is wrong with 2 acres. In the neighborhoods where the zoning allows it and where the cities and counties have determined it's good and feasible and fits their plans for their community, it is fine for sure. But where it's been determined to preserve space, maintain green areas for water recharge, wildlife, and work vital to our existence, like food production and other agriculture endeavors, it is not. We cannot continue, my husband and I, what we do without the A1 classification maintaining large tracts of pasture, forest, and native grasses. The second and only other board member who spoke, who voiced his reason, said, "For the property to have value, it's only fair to allow the variance." That's just not so. Agriculture land has great value. This particular piece has a pond and wetlands. Perhaps the very reason Mrs. Scott's father wanted that particular piece was for the usefulness of the water and the moist soil for his food production. He grew a garden. That's why he acquired the piece. And Mrs. Scott was fortunate enough to inherit the same opportunity. She must have welcomed it, for in 2006 from her father's estate, she prepared her own deed. I know change occurs, sirs, and I realize our state's population is on the rise, but unless it is the desire of Volusia County to become Orlando or Jacksonville, we should strive hard to avoid filling the landscape with buildings, homes, asphalt, and concrete. It makes for a much healthier and attractive community to have a balanced supply of trees, grasses, wildlife habitats, and open spaces. Please stay consistent with your own county's long-term comprehensive plan to do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Scott. Then we will have Jennifer Scott.
I just wanted to say there were some issues in the last meeting that I wasn't there to clear up. That I was there at the sale, and that was many years ago. It was an informal meeting of family friends, and it was said that the condition was only for a garden only. And my father-in-law wanted to build, do a garden, but he also, after the fact, talked about building a house. We talked about building a house for many years. And matter of fact, he built a house down the road on a little bitty lot. It's 3/4 mile down the road. There's a lot of little bitty lots. He never thought there'd be any kind of, opposition, a wall, because that's 2 acres, and we built on a little lot. But anyways, I'm just here to clarify that would, the only stipulation was said at the meeting, because I came in late, was that just to put some cash down on the property. And the only stipulation was that if we were to sell it, to offer it back to the family, and then first. And that's what we did, and they've since declined. So basically, that's all I have to offer here. My father-in-law built that house. I helped him build a house when I was 14 years old, trying to impress his daughter. And anyways, he taught me brick masonry and all that, and which helped me. I actually did the job downtown DeLand, about the De La Vega restaurant. So anyway, he blessed a lot of people. And this piece of property was supposed to be a blessing to his kids. And I agreed if we didn't sell it or build on it, that we would sell it. And then his kids, his siblings would have an inheritance. So I try to honor that, keep the taxes up so we can, sell the property. And that's all I have to add to this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I wrote this all down, trying to keep it at 3 minutes because I knew we had time limits. Back in October when we had come to the meeting and I had made the statement, in the beginning, I really wasn't planning on selling the property. My brother got ill and we wanted to sell the property to help him out, but he passed away because of complications. Anyways, but during the time when we had put the property up for sale, we had a purchaser for it, the people who wanted to buy it. And so that's when we discovered that the property was not vested. And so I went down to the county and I talked to them and I asked them, what do I need to do to get the property vested? We have a buyer, because they didn't want to buy it because they wanted to build and it needed to be vested. So the county gave me a criteria and told me this is what you need to do to have the property vested. The property it's just 2 acres and it is separated for the Blomquist. I went and talked to Cynthia Blomquist and offered her the land because she told me, she says, if you ever want to sell the land, Jennifer, please let us know. And so I went to her and she said, I'm sorry, but I just spent money on buying a house for my niece and we have no need for it right now. So I offered it back to the original owners, just like we had agreed. So I'm trying to keep track on what I'm saying. So when I went through all the process, it cost $3,500 to get, I went and did an environmental impact assessment on the property to make sure that everything would be kosher according to what the county said. The environmental department said that, you know, they had no objection to to the variance request. And then I want to address what Mary said on her appeal. She was saying that the property, the environmental impact would be affected. But according to the environmental assessment, they said it was buildable, it was okay, there was nothing on there. So there was no objection. She also says that there's a lack of sufficient room to the land to construct a home. And I sat down with my two sisters, with the overall land development committee at the county, and we went over the lay of the land, the easements, the right-of-ways, and concerning possibilities of for future road conditions of easements and things, in which they were explained and addressed, and we came to an agreement. It's like understanding, and so she thinks there's not enough room to build a home. And so when we were all here back in October of 2022, we all came up and we spoke and gave our cases and our arguments to the committee, and they did. They voted for me. And so I was grateful for that, because I have a gentleman that wanted to, and his family, the people who wanted to buy the property, and they have been patiently waiting over 10 months in this process. So in the letter, in the first page of the letter of the PLDRC rendition letter, it says the literal interpretation, which the gentleman here read. And I looked on the appeal that Mary wrote, and it says, she says, I don't deserve those rights. And so I'm asking myself, and in this, it's like, where's the law that states that one can determine property without right? And what are the applicant's qualifications? I'm making, because she kept making reference to the environmental and to judicial and to the construction determinations regarding the property. So after going through, you know, the county's process and their requirements, I feel, you know, I did everything that was required. There's her land, her acreage around there, and then Blomquist, and then Mr. Knuckles, his property right behind. So, you know, and so the property is kind of like a little island around all these large pieces. And so it's not like there's a bunch of small pieces of property that can affect, you know, what Mary was saying about all the cows. It's a wooded lot, it slopes down, it has a little pond in the very back that attaches to Mr. Knuckles' property and to mine. And it's, you know, it's buildable, but it's just a little, and if not, you know, if the variance doesn't be approved, then, you know, it's just gonna sit there. And so I'm asking for y'all to go along with what the previous committee said and voted on. And I thank you for your time, and thank you for you serving.
Thank you. Noah Lee Scott.
Hi. They purchased this property, my grandfather and my parents, back in 1983, the year I was born. They've held that property in good standing and responsibly for 40 years. So my understanding of property and property rights is kind of basic. People who, you know, put the vested interest in it, they put the equity in, they should have a right to at least sell the property, and also too, if it needs to be changed into a different variance, and they go through the proper channels, then naturally so, you know. They've done their due diligence to do this, and as far as what Mary Conway was saying, environmental impact and the changing of the dynamics of the property around them. Their property it's set up just for cows. Their cows are not on that property, by the way. It's a wooded lot. It's belonged to my family. It's my understanding. We did our due diligence as well to do, offer it back to the original owners who had it prior to them. And the property went up for sale. They had a chance to buy it if they wished to buy it. And other people could have bought it as well and could have kept it whatever they wanted. So the family that decided to buy it, they are being really patient and, doing their part as far as working with us while we're working with you to get this resolved. So anyways, I thank you for your time. I just hope you guys keep to what the original decision was, and I just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Levi Castriato.
Lou Castriata. I've been called a lot of things, but Lou works best. I'm the real estate agent who listed the property for the Scotts. I've been doing real estate for 43 years, and I know there are a lot of non-conforming lots out there, and I was not familiar with it. So as soon as we found out that it was non-conforming or needed to be done, we went through the process. And basically the process says if you do this, 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 and this, this is what will happen. Mrs. Scott and Mr. Scott spent a lot of money to bring this to what the county would consider vested. I don't really understand why we're here. Mrs. Scott did everything she did and put the money out of her pocket. You guys had all of the people here the last time against whatever she wanted to do. You looked at all of the facts and you looked at all of the situations, and this is what you said. You said, just as this gentleman so eloquently said, it has to meet the 5 parameters or the 5 conditions, and it's written right here. The 5 conditions on October 24th were met. And the last part was, these are their findings, and then the next sentence says the approval. Okay? I don't think that you have to misunderstand that. The approval means the approval. Here's what I don't understand. Mary, I don't even know her last name, says that she took the opportunity to appeal this. And the reason she did was because she was an aggrieved party. Do you know what an aggrieved party means? It means that she had resentment and she was being treated unfairly. Who do you think was being treated unfairly? Mrs. Scott. She was the one who you guys said in Roman numeral 3, literal interpretation of the provisions of this article would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning classifications. Under the terms of the ordinance, would work an unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. Unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. Not on the one who's making this, these allegations. This woman was not, well, she says she is, that 2-acre parcel next to her 15-acre parcels is going to destroy her livelihood. Come on now, let's get real.
You.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Luke Brandon Scott.
I'll try and make this quick. You said this is quasi-judicial in nature, am I correct?
Yes.
So in reference to law, correct? So I'm just going to start off with just a basic statement in regards to law. And I'm going to start with a claim that I claim that every man and woman is born free, okay? Every man and woman is equal under the law. Do we not agree? Laws from our Creator, and it's recognized as supreme. Article 6, Clause 2, United States Constitution. Do no wrong or harm, trespass. Consent or contract only binds a man or a woman. So in matters of law, I want to make a statement in the form of a question, really. Who can administrate property without right? And as far as Ms. Conway back here, where is her claim to said property? It doesn't belong to her. It's quite simple. Law is very, very simple when you boil it down to its foundational core. Where's her claim? If she has a claim and it's lawful, bring it forth. Bring it forth for the world to see, and then make your case known. If you don't have a claim, why are you even speaking? Make sense? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt Burke. And Matt, you will be followed by Roy Bloomquist.
Good morning. My name is Matt Burke. I'm the prospective buyer of the property on Arredondo Grant Road. I'd just like to say that I'll respect any decision that the board comes to regarding this property, but I feel my time would be better served addressing the neighbors of the area. Perhaps I could tell a little bit about myself. I'm a native Floridian, 4th generation, agriculture, college student. I've been a landscaper my entire career, horticulturalist. And I understand that the property may have been originally intended as a garden. If you want a garden, I'm the guy. I'd love to plant some berries and trees and what have you. We have plans, Donna and my wife and I have plans on a small, well-built farm-style home within the parameters, setbacks that the county requires. And as far as being neighbors, we're the best neighbors that there is, if I could be so arrogant as to say we're the neighbors that feed the horses or water the horses and bring them in when our neighbors are out of town. We've always lived A1 agricultural my whole life. Also, the 2 properties that I've owned prior both had wetlands, which I was an excellent steward of that type of property. I also did wetlands mitigation throughout my career as a landscaper, but I don't want to be the unwanted neighbor. I just would, and I can sympathize particularly with the Conaways because I was in a similar family situation where a piece of property was developed all around and things change over time. You know, all of a sudden we had 130 neighbors on small lots, quarter-acre lots in an agriculture area, Seminole County. Things change. As far as impact, again, I don't think you could ask for a better neighbor and steward of the property, and I guess that's all I have to say, other than I'll respect your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Bloomquist.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add that you've just received testimony that deviated from the previous record. So anything that was stated by Mr. Matt Burke that was not considered as part of the record, you'd have to kind of disregard in making your decisions.
The entire testimony?
To the extent that it was not already addressed. There are some things that were previously addressed, such as the existence of a wetland, the fact that there was previously a garden. That was previously stated both in the underlying provisions, but a lot of that testimony on future uses and kind of character testimony, I would recommend that you disregard.
Okay, thank you. Roy Bloomquist.
Good afternoon. I wasn't at the original hearing, but you're looking at probably the only guy alive that was with his father as the negotiation for this property took place with Oliver Briggs back in the day. I was about 15 years old. Oliver was looking for property to do a garden on. He had already built his house down the road, and my father offered it to him for nothing. Just use it, it's there, we've got plenty of property, we're willing to help out a friend. That started, and at some point in time, Oliver decided he'd rather have ownership to where he can control things, and my dad and him negotiated the deal, and I sat right there and watched it take place. I will sell it to you for X amount of dollars, which was like 5,000 bucks, I think, back in the day. Handshake. The only stipulation is, if you ever don't want it anymore, it comes back to me for the same money. That's where it was left. Now, in a court of law, that's hearsay, and I understand that. But that took place. So my feelings are that, yes, we did have an opportunity to buy it back at the tune of $80,000. We said that was a little steep, we'll give you $20,000. That was unacceptable, and the family moved on. This piece of property, although I'm not holding anybody back from doing anything they want to do, but I am one of 5 families that represent all the property in that area, and we've owned the property the longest. We've owned that property out there since the 70s. And there's lots of acres out there, the Conways, the Allens, the Wilsons, we all own that property out there. We live out there because it's the lifestyle that we have chosen to live. We live out there because of what it gives us, the distance from neighborhoods, the ability to farm, the ability to raise animals. We get to do all those things out there. And our feelings are, and what we're afraid of, is if we start changing those things, all of a sudden everything, like this other gentleman just said, starts creeping in. Now, I have 15 acres of property across from where I live that we just put a new house on for my son. We could sit here for 2 hours for me to tell you all the red tape I went through to get a house put on that piece of property at 15 acres. It seems very odd to me that the county would change their protocol and all of a sudden say it's okay to build something on 2 acres. Now, if for some reason you decide to do that, there's hundreds of acres of property out there that you'll be setting the precedent for, that all of us can start selling our property in 2-acre lots because of the decision you make here today. Last thing I ask you, please do not dealt tone in my DeLeon Springs. Thank you.
So,
Attorney Powell.
Mr. Chair, again, there was 2 statements, I think, that was not part of the original record. I think the amount for the selling back, that was not in the previous record, so I recommend that you disregard that. And also the statement about building a house on 15 acres, that was not previously stated in any of the underlying records.
Okay. Tommy DeGrom. Tammy, I'm sorry.
I want to just take a moment. I had actually asked that you all get a handout that came.
Pardon me?
A handout. Did you all get the handout?
I did not get a handout.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, we took a look at this. The handout consists of new evidence.
No, sir.
That was not presented on the underlying PLDRC.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the only thing. Like you can provide statements.
I addressed every one of these. If you go back to the audio, I reviewed the actual minutes, the minutes that I only mentioned the deed, and that is not true. So we can talk about that later, I guess, but I reviewed the minutes myself, and it only mentioned that I had mentioned about a deed, and that's not true. I actually showed the actual comprehensive plan was part of mine. But anyway, I'll just, like I said, I want to really stay unemotional about this. I do happen to live there. In my original letter or my notes, I was just trying to do an opposition, kind of, highlighting why I'm opposed to it. Because we lived out off of State Road 40, and the trails actually came and completely consumed the property, the rural property out there. And probably many of you are aware of the trails on State Road 40 that actually extends out to Nova Road. So I personally, we're just concerned. I agree with Mr. Bloomquist, and I think we're all in agreement that we do not want this to become a precedence. I actually went through and took the time, which now will not be supposedly is considered new evidence, but this was mentioned. In fact, Mr. Costa and I had a conversation in reference to it. All the property that is currently around us, the large pieces of property, over 2,000 acres have been sold out there recently, and any one of these people that have purchased this property can now start to subdivide. And Mr. Ken, I really appreciated what you said when the attorney was speaking in reference to the rules and bylaws about when you extend something, okay, I give you 3 minutes and 20 seconds, then everybody else gets it. When you set a record, when you start to set a precedence and say 2 acres, I don't care who owns it. If my parents owned it, I would be here today saying the same thing. If my son, he bought over 700 acres out in De Leon Springs, if he were here today, I would be standing here against him today, because I do not want a precedent set where this is subdivided down to 2-acre pieces. Again, it will directly affect me and my property, my mom, my dad, my daughter, my other daughter. We all live in that community. So if that happens, we're actually going to have a neighborhood. We're going to get rid of all of this, the grazing, the pasture land, the timber. Actually, the piece behind us that just recently sold is over 90 acres. That was timber. That has all been cut down now. That was all the timberland. That was actually, if you look the deed up, and the restrictions on it was solely to be used for timber. That's all been taken out now since there's a new owner. All of this extends not only from Lake Diaz, all around Lake Diaz, out to Skull Lake, out to Clifton Road, out to Black Welder. All of this extends a lot of waterways, a lot of pasture, a lot of grazing. Mr. Mears owns a large portion. Again, they're not allowing me to show you, but the Vanacore, Mr. Vanacore bought a lot of acreage out there. A lot of these people are developers, and I can't determine, just like actually Luke said about, if you own your property, you own it. I can't prevent people from doing it, but the laws can as far as our zoning ordinances are concerned. This has also gone against the actual Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. I submitted that, and I think it's part of your record anyway, part of your packet. This is in complete defiance or completely against that particular plan. So I do thank you for your time. I hope that you all will definitely consider the fact that this could set a precedence. And I know it wouldn't affect any of you all, but it definitely would affect my family. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Paulo. Okay, I believe that that's all of the public that wanted to speak. So I will close the public hearing, but I believe the appellant and the landowners have a time to rebut.
What the chair is saying is that Ms. Conaway, who is the appellant, has the right to rebut any information that was brought forward by the Scotts, and the Scotts also have the ability to rebut anything that was brought up during the hearing as well.
So, Mary Conway, did you care to say anything else? Okay. Okay, and she doesn't need to, the Scotts property owners?
I listened to them all, and, I can feel for everybody in this situation. But when the property was put into our name and passed down to us, that the 2 acres is there, and it, like I say, it's like an island in a mass of large amounts of property. So the people that are around there that own the property, unless they sell and lot their property off, it's just like I said, it's like that one little 2-acre, that one little island around a sea of large plots. And I'm sorry it's come to this, but as a landowner, I just want to be able to use the property and have it vested. And I went through all the requirements, and according to the county, and so that's all I have to say. I did what they told me, and that's it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Vice Chair Robbins?
Chair, if it's all right, I'd like to just make some comments if there's nothing further from the landowners or the other parties involved.
I think so. Usually we take a motion. I think in this case, the discussion should become before a motion, so yes.
I'll make you want a motion for discussion?
No, just
okay.
Go ahead and discuss away.
No, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and voicing their opinions today. One of the most frustrating things sitting in this chair as a government official is when you hear cases where we ask folks to jump through all these hoops, as we've done the Scotts, and we have paved or given them a process and then maybe go back on it. I just don't believe that that is kosher to me. And going back into the last council, this body has supported the Land Ownership Bill of Rights. It's consistent with the governor of the state of Florida, but I firmly believe we're here to strengthen the citizens' rights and property owner rights, not hinder them and take them away. But I'm going to go ahead and support the Scotts at this time. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion?
No, just for Ms. DeGrom's testimony, there's nothing that you should disregard. Really, it was just the maps that she was provided had, additional details and ownership that was not presented, but it's fundamentally what was in your packet, as in the point she was trying to make was the large, completely surrounded by large lots, and not by kind of the smaller 2-acre lots. So there's nothing to address with her testimony is all.
Yeah, for all of probably all the council went out and looked at it. And if you go down Arredondo Grant Road, there is, if you're coming from the west, there are lots of lots that are residential lots because they're zoned for that. However, when you get to this area, they're 10 acres or greater because it's zoned for that. So there is a difference. Clay, or probably Clay, I just had a question on page 44, the map. I don't know if you can get that up real quick. But there's a very unusual shaped piece of land around the 2 acres that we're discussing.
Just immediately adjacent to it.
What is that land?
There's also a similar situation where the property was created, that lot was created without the subdivision process, and so similar situation.
What's the acreage of it? Any idea?
No idea, sir. Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Don Dempsey.
Yes, I've been practicing. I'm in my 33rd year of practicing law in this county, and I've spent those 33 years arguing for one side or the other, and it's a weird position to be in right now as a judge and not an advocate. And I've dealt with the standard of proof of competent and substantial evidence routinely in my practice for administrative hearings and stuff, and it's an odd standard. I understand that this got denied by staff. It was recommended, staff recommended against it. Is that what I saw in the, or did they argue in favor?
The staff report that went to the Planning and Land Development Regulation
Correct.
Commission was for recommendation of approval because it met all the criteria.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
What happened was that we were told them that they could not get approval of a building permit with the initial application because
Okay.
they were not vested and they did not meet the minimum lot area. So then the Scotts asked, what is the process to go through that? We indicated the first thing you have to do is be able to get the subdivision process going, but you would also have to get a variance, which is not an administrative approval. You would have to get that through the Planning and Land Development Regulation.
Okay, so they were initially shot down at the county level, so to speak, and then they went to the PLDRC,
Yes,
and
sir.
they got
Yes,
the
sir.
4-3 vote.
Administratively, staff could not approve this
Right.
without the variance.
Yes, okay, all right, there you go. And then the PLDRC, my understanding is it's a 4-3 vote to go with the Scotts. And and it's tough because this is my district. I know a lot of y'all out there that have spoken and have a lot of respect for both sides of the fence, and you both have good arguments. But I kind of have a clear understanding of what our duty is right now, sitting as a judge as opposed to a finder of fact, which would be the PLDRC function. And they made a close call 4-3. So the issue, in my opinion, is whether there's competent, substantial evidence to support that. I can't say necessarily that I would have ruled the same way that they did, because I'm sympathetic to Ms. Conway and her argument. I understand what the Scotts are saying, because I'm also a property rights advocate, but I understand you should be able to use your property to the extent it harms your neighbors. So that I understand what Mr. Scott was saying, but also understand where the Conways are coming from. So just based on my experience, though, the issue is, we got to put the blinders on, just like legal said, and we got to just look to the four corners. And is there enough to support the PLDRC's ruling? And I'm not saying I would have found it that way. I can't tell you how many trials I've had where I can't believe the juries have ruled the way they did, or a judge has ruled the way they did, but they did. That's their discretion. And that was the planning board's, or the PLDRC's discretion, and it's our job now to find out whether or not there was enough to support it. So I mean, with that, and based on my review, I kind of think that there was enough to support their decision, although I may not agree with their findings of fact. I mean, that's their function, is to take in all the evidence, listen to all the evidence, and make their decision as close as it was, 4-3. And I do apologize, Ms. Conway, I don't blame you. I really understand why you're saying what you're saying. I also understand that there was evidence to support the decision. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Yes, I think I'll need Claire Paulo up here for this, but, and I have two questions. Number one, I think prior to 1983, when the secret handshake deal was made, that A1 was 5 acres, is that right? And in 84, it went to 10?
Yes, sir. Prior to the adoption of our current zoning ordinance, that area was zoned A1, and that was a minimum 5 acre.
So either way, in a buyer beware situation, the 2 acres wouldn't have cut it for a home at that time?
Correct. If the property owner at that time had gone through the subdivision process, we would have required a minimum 5 acre lot out there.
And at that time, that was the law?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in order for these people to get to where they are, they had to go through all that administrative process to get to PLRDC?
Yes, sir.
Got it. I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Matt Reinhardt.
I think I went with the same, with what Councilman Johansson just said. What was considered okay back in that day in the 1980s, that the 2 acres was not sufficient to build a house. So I should have probably erased that, but I think that was my question as well. I'm sorry.
Thank you. This is a difficult decision based on everything that's been said up here. It is a property rights issue. As we know, property rights also affect everybody around you. Your property rights stop at your neighbor's doorstep if there's harm to it. And so for me, that becomes a question: is there harm to surrounding areas? I'm struggling with this because I'm inclined to support the appeal and deny the decision that the PLDRC made, which is I hardly ever do. I think they're a great board and they come up with good decisions. My concern, and I just want the council to know this and to consider it, is that Mr. Dempsey and I live out in this area, and it's all farmland, and we're watching it being sold off and chopped up, and somebody that said some large developers have bought land out here is true. I have no idea what they're going to do with it. But I think we have to be very careful. The reason we have zoning and land use is to protect the land for future uses. And farmland is one of the most important ones that we have. We need to protect the existing farmland that we have. My other issue with this is there are wetlands on the back of the property. And not only that, but this property is part of the flow of water actually through the Conway's property and into Lake Diaz. And I have seen all over the county building permitted in areas that restrict flow of water, and it's all engineered properly, we're told, and yet the end result is we get flooding to all of the surrounding areas. I'm not willing to continue on approving changes to our land use and zoning and hoping that we don't flood out surrounding neighborhoods. I've seen too much of it. I've traced it. So to me, there's potential harm to neighbors. That's my concern. Farmland wetlands, flooding. I'll listen to the other members' perspective. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And like I said earlier, I never received a phone call or conversation with anybody about this. I didn't go meet with any of the property owners. And I loathe that this is before us right now because there's a great argument from both sides. And I get that, I see it. But fundamentally, gentlemen, there's something I don't like. I don't like it when the rug is pulled out from underneath me. I don't like it when the rules are changed midstream. I don't like that. You may have picked up on that in our second meeting already, and I'm like, hey, let's stick with our rules. But I've been out to this area before. It's beautiful properties. I don't live there. I live on the beach side in Ormond. And everybody has minimum lot sizes. If someone came and said, listen, the house next to you is selling and they're going to put 4 tiny houses on it. What are you talking about? Well, there's an avenue for us to get there and we're going to go ahead and get there and do that and you're going to have to live with that. That doesn't feel good to me as a property owner. That's not what I signed up for. That's not what part of the deal was whenever I purchased my property and have lived there as long as I have. I think that Councilmember Johansson, you mentioned it, you said these words, buyer beware. And I've got to tell you, I'm not comfortable with the PLDRC's decision. I don't know how comfortable they were with a 4-3. I mean, it was a nail biter there. So, Mr. Chairman and Council, we've all had an opportunity at this, and I'm prepared to make a motion to grant the appeal to overturn the PLDRC's decision in favor of what Ms. Conway has come before us today. So I'll make that motion now, and if other people want to speak, I can withhold on that and say that, Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for a second right now, but I'll just get that out there to the council. That I will make that motion.
Well, let's see if there's a second. There is Danny Robbins and Don Dempsey wanted to speak again, but let's see if we have a second. Either way, we can continue to discuss. Would someone second, not because you agree with it, but to grant the appeal for matters of discussion?
I would like to second that.
And Jake Johansson seconds the motion to grant the appeal, which in fact overturns the decision of the PLDRC. It's one of those double negatives.
Why, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We just had a 90-minute lecture. Why don't we just make the motion as recommended and then deal with it accordingly?
Well, I'm trying to, thank you. I just want to be, because this is a complicated issue, I want everybody to know exactly what we're voting on, not because I think everybody's stupid, but this is complicated.
The recommended motion is right up there for everybody to see. I suggest we amend the motion on the floor right now to uphold the PLRDC decision and then either approve it or deny it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to amend the motion, which is actually completely changing it. I don't think that's a proper amendment
I don't think so either. I think he needs to remove his motion and we.
Well, we can vote on it, and if it's voted down, then you can make another.
Or can I hear from legal on that? Because I heard legal say very clearly that a motion can be made to grant the appeal to overturn the PLDRC's decision.
Yeah, the motion on the floor is to grant the appeal, was seconded. You can proceed with the vote and discussion on that. The effect of that would be, it would deny the original request that went to the PLDRC.
Right. Okay, Vice Chair Robbins.
Do we have to vote on this before I just proceed to my second round of comments?
Well, we can.
I don't want to get sidetracked.
That's why I repeated we're discussing the motion on the floor, the main motion, which is to grant the appeal, which denies the PLDRC's variance.
I don't want to talk about that. Thanks.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, if I could just ask legal, just to make sure I'm clear in why we're here, this is not a de novo do-over hearing, is it?
That you're correct. Substantial evidence, your criteria is, was there substantial evidence such that the PLDR, for each of those 5 criteria, such that the PLDRC could such that the PLDRC could make its motion. De novo hearing allows the county council to essentially reweigh the evidence. So that's not the standard. You're not reweighing anything. Your decision is, was there evidence presented such that the PLDRC could find that all 5 criteria are met?
Yeah, so if I could just comment on that, I'll be honest with you, and I'll tell the Scotts to their face, I don't like this. I don't like the fact that the PLDRC approved this, because I share the same feelings as the Conways and the DeGroms and that, because I have a lot of acreage as well, and so does Mr. Brower, and we don't want to see our area turned into a subdivision in DeLeon. So I'm extremely sympathetic to the Conways. But more than being a property rights person, I'm a constitutional person, and I believe in due process. And the issue is here, and what I'm afraid of, is that we're turning this into a de novo hearing, that we are just basically putting our own feelings into what the PLDRC should have done. And that's not the function of sitting as an appellate court. We are an appellate court. We can't relitigate issues, right?
Yes, hence why you had a limitation on the amount of evidence that was presented, why I came up and said you need to disregard certain things. That's not to say that, you have to completely believe the PLDRC. Like, they could have made a decision based on something that wasn't competent, doesn't rise to the level of competent substantial evidence, which is, again, such evidence a reasonable mind would, accept that supports the conclusion. So if there was no evidence presented for one of those 5 criteria, that gives this council the grounds to basically overturn the entire thing.
Right. So, and I deal with this standard all the time, and I can't tell you how many times I disagree with the court's rulings in cases that I'm dealing with. And again, I disagree with the board's or the commission's decision, but they made it, and just looking at the 4 corners, I mean, there is enough there to uphold it. I disagree with it, but I think there's enough to uphold it. And I mean, maybe we need to look into, when we're appointing the PLDRC, that maybe we need to put new board members on there so we don't get votes like this next time. Mr. Mills, members Shelley, Sixma, and Mills voted to not allow the Scotts to do this and voted in favor of the Conways to prevent this. But again, as much as I'm a property rights person, I'm more of a constitutional. I love our Constitution, I love our forefathers, and I have a lot of respect for due process. And our point in sitting here is as a reviewer of whether or not the findings of fact were sufficient. And I may not agree with it necessarily, but I do think there was enough to support it. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I concur with Councilmember Dempsey wholeheartedly. But I think it's important, as many of us do in this arena, is to ensure that people such like our PLDRC are aware of our feelings and our conflicted status right now as we go through this. So a lot of what I say is directed toward the public and what my feelings are about things. I believe in property rights as well, and so when I buy a property and the adjacent property can't be used for building a house, and by golly, that's my property right. And when I buy a property, if I'm told or I do research and realize that I can build 2 houses, and by golly, I don't want that taken away from me 20, 30 years from now. Future land use is important. We use these rules all the time to tell surrounding landowners that, I'm sorry, but the future land use states that you can have 5 properties there. So, and here we are now, and we're kind of hamstrung. So that's the only point I was trying to make.
Thank you. Danny Robbins?
In a lot of these cases, we can what if all this stuff to death. We, in Florida, don't even know what the weather's going to be like tomorrow, okay? So trying to what if this happens, you know, we can only do so much in that area. But we gave the Scots criteria to meet, okay? Staff recommended it, PLDRC recommended it. They've upheld all of what their end of the bargain was. And I still strongly believe there's sufficient evidence, but think about this for just 1 second. Government gives folks a process to get to where they're going. They complete the process to get to where they're going. And now, we want to take it away. Would that, and this is a question for the attorneys, with that being said, and we have a definite process, would that constitute a taking of their property if they cannot use it to the highest and best uses stated in the language within our codes and ordinances? Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Robbins. These codes, you know, the property was not created correctly in the first place, right? It's a 2-acre parcel. Even in 1983, it required 5 acres. So it doesn't meet the zoning, and it was not created in the proper way, which is through a subdivision process, you know, going through county staff, either through a plat or replat, depending on the number of times it has been divided. So, you know, while there are property rights, even under the Bill of Rights, the ability to build is subject to the existing and current ordinances that apply to zoning. So if this council upholds or grants the appeal and you know, denies and overturns the PLDRC's determination, you know, you haven't changed the rules on them, essentially, because like this happened in the past, in 1983, it's been 30, 40 years. Those rules, except for the change from 5 acres to 10 acres, have been around for a long time. So this is kind of argument, but it's essentially if someone, you know, creates a 10 by 10 piece of land in, you know, in a residential subdivision that requires, you know, 1/4 acres and sells it off, it's a little bit analogous to that. You know, it's not the obligation of a government to grant a permit if someone creates a property outside of the bounds of how property is supposed to be created. There are mechanisms for, you know, relieving that, such as the variance process, or changing the land use and the zoning such that the 2-acre parcel or, you know, a smaller piece of land is now buildable. So, you know, the avenue that they chose was a variance, and variance is supposed to be strict. They need to meet all that strict criteria. So if you deny it, that property has been in existence for 40 years, and our rules have been in place for quite a long time as well. So that's the only thing I can say about that. In terms of taking is based on the reasonable investment back expectations. So when they bought the property, what was reasonable that they invested in that piece of property.
But my question to you, County Attorney, is if we have rules in place, with all that being said, and I get it, and I see both sides to this, but if we have rules, just like a non-conforming lot letter, there's a saying that SHIT happens. This is not the first time this has ever come in front, and this is not rocket scientists. But we have a mechanism in place. We've asked them to do it. They have done it. At what point? I mean, I'd be raising hell if that was me. But I'd also be raising hell, so I get it, but it's not going to change the area when a quarter mile up the street you have other, if not smaller, lots as well. You have the upcoming, hopefully, property owner here who's giving his intentions, but I'm ready to make a motion to approve this, support the Scotts, and let's, oh, I'm sorry, there already is. Sorry, Jake.
We already have a motion on the table.
Attorney Dyer, did you have something? I saw you.
Paulo,
Sorry, you did a good job responding to it. Thank you.
Paulo, just a quick question. And then Mr. Kent has a question. Isn't the appeal part of the process?
Yes.
We're not changing the process. The appeal is part of the process for surrounding.
Yes, same with a variance. A variance is part of the process. If you have a property that is unique and you provide substantial evidence to justify its uniqueness such that the regular rules are causing a hardship as defined, that is part of the process that's inherent in your zoning code. Also inherent in your zoning code is the appeal process, as in the lower board or staff got it wrong, and it flows up to you as the county council to decide matters of appeal, and your determination, was there substantial evidence presented to justify or support the actions of the lower board?
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you. And Councilman Robbins, you're wise. You had a lot of things that I agree with. And I was just going to add what the chairman said, is that the process was followed by the applicant, and now the process is still being followed. And, there was an appeal, and the appeal is before this elected body, and now we get an opportunity to weigh in on this. So looking at reviewing the criteria and analysis, looking at the 5 conditions, I personally don't agree with 1, 3, and 5, where staff says that the criteria was met. That's okay. Clay and I are still good with each other, that we disagree on that, but that's my opinion. It's what I believe. And when I look at 5, the grant of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of this ordinance and the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan Ordinance Number 90-10 as amended, and that such variance will not be injurious to the area involved. I disagree with staff's comment on that, and I'm allowed to disagree with that. All of us are, and that's why. And I think that Attorney Paulo made a good point whenever, and you don't need to speak. It was just whenever you said, this is not opening the floodgates for the whole area. This is an individualized area, and that's all I'm thinking about is just one parcel. And with this one parcel, I'm a no on this. So, I don't see anybody else to talk, but my motion, and it still stands, and we have a second on it, was to grant the I made my motion to grant the appeal to overturn the PLDRC decision. So a yes would be that we were in agreement with the Conways.
That's correct. That's the main motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion from council? And Paulo, did you have any final
yes,
remarks?
So the standard is not whether you agree or disagree, whether there was any evidence such that, one of those criteria, or at least one of those criteria, could not be met. So, staff statement, you could say, hey, that's actually not evidence whatsoever, that's just a statement. There's no actual finding to back that up. Same with whatever, the PLDRC is finding by 4-3 vote. You can say, okay, what actual evidence was presented, and if there is nothing there, then that gives you ground to overturn the PLDRC's decision and grant the appeal. But if you do find at least one bit of evidence, even if you disagree with the overall decision, then, the usual standard is, you should uphold the PLDRC's determination because they are the finders of fact.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And to clean that up a little bit, because I don't agree with the evidence, and I'll say specifically in Area 5. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have to agree with that. I've found several of the 5 points. I don't think the evidence supported that. I don't believe it's in harmony with the surrounding area. So, any other discussion? If not, I will call for the vote, and I'm going to ask Carissa to call the roll, please.
Mr. Dempsey.
Deny.
So,
Well,
yeah, the verbiage is so close here. Mr. Kent's motion is to uphold the appeal. So
To grant the appeal.
you're voting against it. Okay. Sorry, I just want to be clear because people's lives are on the line here.
Mr. Johansson.
No.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
No.
Mr. Brower.
You warned us about this. Yes. So we have a tie. So we don't have a decision.
Yes, the question fails, but not necessarily, the entire application. So you can have additional discussion, amongst yourselves, see if one of you can, convince another to flip their vote. Otherwise, I would recommend that you continue it to a date certain, so you have all members here, because we want a final decision, because you are the final authority here at the local level. Florida statute requires us to have, written findings and a provision for the reasons why you're denying something if it ends up in a denial, because you can't approve it if you don't vote to approve it.
I think that would be wise, but Matt Reinhardt?
Yeah, I agree. We have heard what evidence we can hear. It's been presented. For us to rehash this over and over again is just simply, in my opinion, a waste of time. So I'm not in favor of continuing this conversation based on what's presented to us today.
Mr. Chair, may I ask? Mr. Soria, Mr. Irvin, if this were to be continued to a date certain, what meeting would you recommend? Just so council, for purposes of their motion.
Speaking with Clay, we can do the next available meeting, February 7th, if,
Will we have 7 members here then?
That's my understanding, yes. So stay healthy. February 7th after 10 a.m.?
Yes.
No earlier than 10
No earlier
a.m.
than 10 a.m.
Okay. Troy Kent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue this item to the February 7th County Council meeting.
Matt Reinhardt.
Second that motion from Mr. Kent.
Okay, we have a motion to continue this into the February 7th, motion to continue to a definite date of February 7th, 10 a.m., seconded by Matt Reinhardt. And for discussion, Don Dempsey.
don't know if I'm allowed to have more discussion on this, or if this is even, can I just talk to, has there been any, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to talk about this or not, but has there been any, now that we know that this is such a close call, it's 3-3, and we're now sending it, to the ninth inning, so to speak, or overtime, has there been any thought to mediating this between the parties, since now they maybe got kind of an idea that this is a very close call? And I know they used to have neighborhood mediation, or I don't know if there's attorneys involved in this case, or if they're amenable to mediation. I would love to see these guys mediate and try and broker a deal. I know the potential buyer had said earlier, I don't care if this goes through. I mean, I don't want to misphrase him, but he's putting his hands up now. So I don't know if the parties in the interim could just mediate this one time with a trained mediator to see if they can broker a deal, so that, because I think we can see that we're both very sympathetic to both sides of this issue.
What I would, Mr. Chair, if I could, in response to that, so this came to you, your PLDRC as a variance, right? So it is quasi-judicial. It's based on the criteria that you establish. If there is some dialogue that would cause the appellant to withdraw, that certainly could occur. There's really not a place for the county to take part in that. That'd be a civil discussion between the two. And if you do postpone it, you do table this to February 7th, that would allow that conversation to take place, but it would not involve your staff.
Yeah, I just didn't know if even both sides would be willing to go to the table and talk one more time, if maybe we can even push this out a month, just to give them time to really discuss a way of resolving this. I know there's been discussion. I'm just trying to think outside the box to try and make sure that we don't have a clear winner and a clear loser when this 7th vote comes in. And if you guys could try and get together and work something out that would make both sides. If you're both miserable, and I do family law, so if both sides are unhappy, then it's a good deal. So maybe you guys can work something out that'll make you both equally upset, and then you've got a good deal,
So you can, the motion on the table is to postpone till February 2nd. You can amend that motion to a different date if you would like to. I can't guarantee you that the two parties or three parties are going to get together then, but.
I don't know, is it even proper to ask them for their input and whether they'd be willing to do that?
Really, we should stay out of that process, because that'd be a discussion between the two private parties, because we're confined to the zoning code that you adopt. This would give them 2 weeks to have a discussion, which is not a short amount of time. And then on the 7th, if you have 7 members, you'd be able to make a decision one way or the other. If the appeal is not withdrawn. If the appeal is withdrawn, your PLDRC decision would stand.
Okay. Don, this is why I've looked forward to serving with you. Not only do you add, I'm serious, not only do you add a constitutional awareness and bring in the law that we're not trained in, but you've also revealed your heart. And I think that's important. It's a tough decision. The motion on the table to be voted on, the main motion, is to continue this on February 7th, 10 a.m. at the next county council meeting. Motion by Kent, second by Matt Reinquist. Any other discussion? Reinhardt, I'm sorry. I'm losing my voice. Troy's happy about that. Would you call the roll again, please?
I believe the public hearing for the February 7th meeting would be no sooner than 10:30, not 10, because of the meeting time change.
In the motion, I didn't put a time. I didn't put a time specifically because I thought about that. So
If that's acceptable to the maker of the motion and the second,
it is
reflected that way.
Okay, so the motion is February 7th meeting. When it comes up, it'll be on the agenda. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey.
Aye.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, and so we will continue on February the 7th. Thank you, council, I think. Again, job well done on a tough situation. Would somebody please make a motion of, to break for lunch, to break for a break, or I can just take a break?
Yeah.
Matt Reinhardt.
I'll make a motion to adjourn for lunch.
Second.
Okay. Second. We are adjourned until 2:25.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
the boom over me the whole time.
That's easy.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, it's time to resume if everybody wants to find their seats. Ted's. All right, we'll resume the January 17th meeting at 2:26 p.m. with item 7, a contract with PNS Paving, Inc. for the Blue Lake Extension.
Good afternoon, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. This is a contract with PNS Paving for the construction of the Blue Lake Avenue extension from Victoria Park south down to State Road 472. This is an important connection for that portion of the Victoria Park subdivision. Provides a third access point, which takes the pressure off of the two at the very northeast section near Martin Luther King and Orange Camp. So this is partially paid for, approximately $900,000 of which, of this project, not just the construction cost, mind you, but the other costs that we've sunk into it, right of way and construction or design, was paid for by Victoria Park and impact fees in the local area. So of the $2.7 million that's being approved, $400,000 of which will be the responsibility of the city of DeLand for the utility costs for extending the utilities down into this particular section. Is there any questions?
Is there a motion? Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Matt Reinhardt.
Second that motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Danny Robbins, a second by Matt Reinhardt to approve the contract with PNS Paving, Inc. for the Blue Lake extension. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. Thank you, sir. Item 8, 2023 State Legislative Priority List, John Booker.
Good afternoon, Council. John Booker, Volusia County Government Affairs. Contained in your agenda packet is a proposed state priority list document. Parts of it spell out some of what we believe are core values that the county has. Contained in the second part of the document are some issues. These issues have been followed or come back from prior council, so this is nothing that we're saying has to be adopted. We're here for your comments, edits, questions as we start session. Actually, committee weeks have already started. The session for the state legislative session begins on March 7th. So we use this document to kind of, when we're talking to folks up in Tallahassee, to understand what council direction is, also in regards to our lobbying contract, so that the folks at Southern know exactly what we're asking them to do. So if there are any questions in regards to some of the information contained in here, please let me know, and ultimately we'll be looking for direction in order to adopt this at some point in time.
Okay, does anyone have questions, additions, corrections for Mr. Booker on the report? Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. John, thanks. It was a great document, actually. The vacation rentals is something I want to make sure I'm clear on. This is the status we're recommending or supporting, the status quo in our case, unless we would like to make our laws less stringent.
Yeah, that was the direction prior council. We've carried this verbiage for 2 or 3 years now. So as the legislature does take up various issues, we're anticipating some regulatory reforms in Tallahassee for the last 2 years, haven't made it across the finish line. So
right.
Our prior council thought that if there was a lessening of the restriction, but that we would still maintain our grandfather ability for our prior ordinance, that would be something the prior council was in favor of.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
Troy, before I call on you, Mike Dyer, did you have something to add to that?
Sure, just to add to what Mr. Booker said. So, and I believe John could confirm it, I believe this language was modeled on something that had been filed the last few sessions, had not passed. The Attorney General has advised local governments that they interpret the statute that preempts local governments over short-term rentals to if we're grandfathered in because we had a regulation in place prior to the effective date of that statute. The Attorney General has advised that even if you were to make the ordinance less restrictive on short-term rentals, we would lose our grandfather status. So if this bill were to pass, it was kind of directed to those grandfathered jurisdictions such as Volusia County, that they could, for example, maybe allow short-term rentals in an area that had been prohibited, maybe one zoning category, that we would not lose our grandfather status altogether.
And that clarifies it. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Dyer, for trying to clear some of that up, and for Representative or Councilman Johansson for bringing this up as well, because I had it on my list to bring up. I don't see any reason why this elected body would have vacation rentals, especially the way this is written. This does nothing but help those that want short-term vacation rentals in their communities. And you all may or may not know, but I'm adamantly opposed to that. I am for your neighborhood being a neighborhood. If you want to make hotel money, I'll say it on the record, I want you to make hotel money. Just go buy a hotel. Don't operate one next to my home or any of my constituents if it's not zoned for it. The way this wording was, and I reached out to our very well-versed county attorney to talk about that, the changes to short-term rentals can only go one way, in favor of short-term rentals. And I'm not okay with that. So I'm a hard no on this, gentlemen. I want this pulled from our priority list. I don't think it needs to be there. And for all of the reasons I just stated. But, and then later on, there's some other, after we're done talking about this, there's some other things I'd like to talk about we possibly could add to the list. I don't know, we'll see.
Okay, are you making a motion then that we pull that section from the report, that it's not included?
I will be, I'll wait and see what everyone else has to say on it.
Danny Robbins.
I was going to second it, Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Chairman.
Is that it? Danny, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I will make a motion for the reasons stated that I just said a few moments ago, that we pull the short-term rentals from our state legislative priority list.
Is there a second?
Second. Sorry. Don, I'm sorry. I spoke too soon.
Sure. We have a motion and a second to pull it, but that opens it up for discussion. So, Mr. Dempsey?
Yeah, so what we're talking about here is just to get clarification from the state as to whether or not the local governments should be able to decide the fate of short-term residential tenancies.
Yeah, the purpose of this proposed language, which was modeled on something that, a bill that had been filed the last few sessions, did make some progress and then ultimately did not pass each time, was to, I think, really to address the Attorney General's opinion to make it clear that local governments could make their short-term rental ordinance less restrictive, but still retain their short-term rental restrictions. So what the legislature did back effective in 2011 was preempted local governments on restrictions on short-term rentals in their jurisdictions, and they grandfathered in those jurisdictions that already had an ordinance on the books, which was what Volusia County, the situation it was, and a few other cities in Volusia as well.
So the reason we have this support on this vacation rental issue is to get clarification from the legislature whether or not we should be leaving this to the local municipalities or local governments to decide the fate of short-term residential.
I think the intent, and I know Mr. Robbins, Mr. Brower here at the time, I think the intent of the prior council when they included this on their list is they wanted the option to possibly change your zoning code in the future without losing their grandfather status. I don't recall the majority of the council committing to changing the code, but it would be an additional option to the council in the future if they chose to exercise it.
Okay, so let me just tell you my thoughts, and then maybe you can tell me whether this should support or not. I just think that blanket rules prohibiting anything should be left to the local level and not a countywide blanket. I mean, if New Smyrna wants to allow it and they have their meetings, and if that's what the people of New Smyrna wants, who are we as a county council to prohibit them from doing what they want to do at the local level? And if this is just looking for clarification to allow municipalities, I mean, I don't know.
Cities right now do regulate themselves. So what the ordinance that we have on the books applies only to the unincorporated area.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't read the intent behind this bill language to clarify. It was just to make it clear that give flexibility to a local government that wanted to lessen their restriction, they didn't lose their grandfather status. And if you're not in support of changing the current zoning code, I could see you would not be in favor of this bill language.
Thank you.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want everybody also to know that I concur with Councilmember Kent, and the reason I asked for the clarification is there are in the area of Volusia County, not in the government of, but in the area of Volusia County, there are places where you can rent Airbnb and VRBO, and there are places where you can't, one such being the unincorporated areas of Volusia County right now. And I, at this time, do not want to even indicate to anybody that I have the flexibility to amend laws to be less restrictive. I would like to keep it as it's currently written, grandfathered in with no wiggle room at this time. I'll entertain it as time goes on, but not here in the next year and a half.
Anybody else? I'll just add, this will be no surprise to anybody, that I don't see that this puts us in any danger. It really maintains our position, protects us if the state does something, but it allows either us to make a change at a different date or a future council to allow somebody to use their home with all the necessary restrictions that could come with it, to rent out rooms or a floor in their home or whatever. I think it's a private property issue. And so I don't have a problem with it as stated, because it doesn't jeopardize what the people that have spoke so far want to have, which is a very restrictive ordinance. So, any other comments? Then the motion is to, before I ask this, Mr. Kent, would you like to say anything else before I call for the vote? Since it's your motion.
The microphone comes on after a couple of pushes, but we get it. It's not a problem, George. Everything's good. I'll just say, counter to what you're saying, because I'm also a big property rights guy. However, when you live next to 3 hotels in a residential area, like I have, and the nonsense you have to put up with on an everyday basis, when you've got young children and you come out in the backyard and you have people leaning over your fence talking to your daughter in the pool, and if that was a neighbor, I'd know who he was, but I don't know who you are because you're renting that house like a hotel. And then another time a fight breaks out and they jump over the fence into my yard at 2 a.m, and the police are called, and because my wife called 911, she's subpoenaed to go deal with this issue. My kid's 11 months old at the time. It's not appropriate in residential neighborhoods. This isn't okay. It's not okay to have 4 or 5 different people renting out 4 or 5 different rooms. That's not the way the zoning was laid out. And I mentioned it earlier, I don't like the rug pulled out for me, and I don't want it pulled out for my constituents or anybody's constituents. I don't want that. Your house should be a place where you come home and exhale. It should be a soft place to land. It should not be a place where you're dealing with vacation, short-term vacation rentals next door to your house day in and day out. You have a right to know who your neighbors are. Sexual offenders can't live within a certain number of feet of public parks and schools. And when you have someone new in your backyard or right next door to you, you have no idea who these people are. And I've mentioned it earlier. For most people, not everyone, but for most people, when you go on vacation, you let your hair down. You stay up a little later. You turn the music up a little bit more. You might have an extra glass of vino. But that music up and all of the other stuff, the guy or girl that lives next door to you that has to get up and go to work, it's impactful in a negative way for them. So I'm all about property rights, but I'm not about your property rights negatively impacting the people directly next to you. And, you know, one of the things this council has talked about in the past and will continue to talk about is affordable housing. And I had a viewpoint just shared with me that I had not thought of before. And that is, you know, I live in Ormond Beach, but very close to Ormond by the Sea. And there were a ton of bungalow homes built in the 1940s and 50s there. And it was affordable housing. But when out-of-towners come in and gobble up all of the homes and then convert them into hotels, they're short-term rentals, the price of those homes goes through the roof, and this once very affordable area to buy a home in is no longer very affordable. And it only benefits the homeowner whenever they want to sell their home and get out of Dodge because they're tired to living next to a hotel. And I'm just telling everybody in this room and listening online, that's not okay. Campaigned on this. I'll fall on my sword on this one. This is one that, you know, it's the quality of life when you live next to this nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. I don't wish it on anybody. It's not okay. So that's why I'm with Councilman Johansson, and Councilman Robbins seconded this, but that's why I'm in agreement that we don't lessen our standards. We strengthen our standards. We tell you, the homeowner, you and your rights are what I am here to help protect and defend. Because if I wasn't sitting here, the person that I voted for to sit here, I would want them to defend me that way and protect me that way. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. I think everybody understands your point. I would just add, there's no reason to keep belaboring this, although I will have a question for Attorney Dyer. Almost everything that you just mentioned is not peculiar to short-term rentals. It could come from the person next door that's rented for 6 months that is a nuisance in the neighborhood. It's an enforcement issue, not a short-term rental issue. And most short-term rental owners take very good care of their home, and they expect it to be taken care of. There are some that shouldn't be in business. There's no doubt about it, but that's an enforcement issue, and that could be taken care of. Mr. Dyer, let me ask him a question before I call on you. If we pull this, do you feel like it leaves you in a weaker position?
I don't think this impacts the ongoing litigation, which I briefed you on, and obviously the three challenges that we're dealing with. They're arguing that we do not have a grandfathered ordinance, that we have no restriction on lawful restriction on short-term rentals. So I don't think it's our position in litigation is impacted by this one way or the other.
Okay, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, my concern, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Kent. It's just, I kind of agree with the chair, is it's not necessarily the creature from short-term rentals when you have bad neighbors. I mean, I don't know if it would make you feel better if that sex offender had a 5-year lease living next to you and he was peeking over your fence, because, I mean, you could basically have a long-term tenant living next to you who you don't want. So my concern is, if a homeowners association was in favor of this, and that's why a lot of people go into homeowners associations, is because they're agreeing to live by a set of standards set by their own homeowner board, and they're voting. And if they decided as collectively as a subdivision or homeowners association that they want to be able to rent their properties out for short-term rentals. Who are we to tell them that they can't do within their own subdivision? You know, that's why I just think it's better to leave this thing to be decided by the smallest local governments or governing bodies possible instead of setting up a blanket prohibition. And again, my understanding is this is just basically seeing if the state will allow us to leave it to the local governing bodies to decide for themselves what they want to do. Is that right?
No.
Yeah, the effect of it would be that the legislature would put in a statute expressly allowing a city or a county that had, excuse me, that had a grandfather ordinance that they could lessen their restriction without losing their grandfather status. The Attorney General's opinion was that they knew that the statute was very clear. If you strengthen or added a short-term rental restrictions past 2011, you could not do that. So the relevance of the AG opinion was to say that it cuts both ways. If you change your ordinance at all in the way it regulates short-term rentals, you lose your grandfather status.
Okay. All right, thank you.
This, and cities regulate themselves on this issue, and counties regulate the unincorporated area.
But this, in this document, doesn't make the state do anything, correct? It's just our opinion to the state, this is what we would like you to do. It's
just a legislative request, I think, supporting the bill that had been filed in the past.
Okay. Danny, you were ahead, now you must have, Jake Johansson.
I think I concur, but I just want to make sure. It says, should Florida adopt the proposed policy, which they have not yet done. This would allow counties, us, to have flexibility to amend local laws, ordinance, or regulations adopted only if they are less restricted. So what I think I'm seeing here is that there's a distinct possibility that we are opening up a window for less restrictive in areas right now that are very restrictive. So to Councilmember Dempsey's point, we've all talked even earlier today in a separate item about property rights. And those property rights don't necessarily just extend to the person that's trying to, in this case, rent their home. It also applies to the people who have bought their home inside or outside of an HOA, expressly knowing, like if we bought a house in the county, expressly knowing that our neighbor is not going to have a VRBO. I want to get out of my HOA and move to unincorporated because I don't want VRBOs next to me. What this says is, if they adopt a policy, we then may be able to be less restrictive. And we support them making a policy that says, Volusia County, you are now welcome if you'd like to be less restrictive, just not more restrictive. I don't even want that option at this point. So that's why I support just taking that part out and leaving it the way it is.
Vice Chair Robbins.
I think we can wrap this up. Can we call for the vote on it? I think there's a motion on the floor. I seconded it.
There is, you're making a motion to call for the vote to cut off debate. Is there a second? I think Troy Kent seconded that. Did I not hear you?
Oh, yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. I think we were done anyway. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to cutting off debate? Okay. Pardon? Well, the vote was, he called the question. So to end debate, we haven't voted on the motion yet. So the debate is over, so I will call for the vote. The motion on the floor is to pull the vacation rental paragraphs here by Troy Kent, second by Danny Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And aye. Motion carries 4-2. Continue, please. You're done. Anybody else have anything that they want to debate or pull or alter? Troy Kent.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. So I just wanted to ask, I'm seeing here, Medicaid reform, vacation rentals. We didn't get like into any nuts and bolts about any specific infrastructure road improvements we're asking from the state. Is that pretty normal? We don't have those big asks for individual things?
We will. The deadline for appropriation requests is February 12th or 14th or something like that. So we'll be bringing back to council as an information item to these are the appropriation requests that we are asking council to bless, and that we can then take that to Tallahassee to try to get funded.
Okay, so that's coming back to us again. Okay, we'll get it out there right now then, because Volusia County is in an absolutely unique situation that we have not been in, I believe, for close to 30 years. But with our Speaker of the House, his relationship with Volusia County, with Tom Leake, and with freshman Chase Tremont helping to lead the charge, those three gentlemen and many others, I think that we should be asking for everything that we can. And gentlemen, I'm just going to put it out there right now. On one of my hot to-do lists is helping to fix the infrastructure at Timber Creek Road and Airport Road in Ormond Beach. It's in my district, District 4, but I wanted to get that out there publicly. That 0.8 of a mile, the county made that 2-lane road of Timber Creek Road a 4-lane road probably around 12 years ago, except the last 0.8 of a mile where it intersects with Airport Road, they left it 2 lanes. And you have 2 elementary schools on Airport Road, approximately a mile apart from each other, and it is an absolute nightmare 5 days a week, every morning and every afternoon. And it's a big ask, but we're in a great position to ask. So that's what I'm doing here.
County Manager George Rectenwald.
Yeah, I'll first reiterate what John said. We'll be back with the appropriation request. As far as with transportation, we'll talk a little bit separately about that as well. Some of these you go after in programs, so to speak, and then there's others that will go after asking for a separate appropriation. You just have to be careful about robbing Peter to pay Paul. Sometimes and that's what we'll work on with John and the various, like with the Department of Transportation, the TPO and others is, they have their program money, and if you take the appropriation route, sometimes they can pull that out of their programming. So it's best that we work also with the Department of Transportation in that case. And see, we have gotten monies, for instance, Williamson North, we got through other avenues, economic development avenues, other pots at the state, because the DOT pot, they have what they were trying to do. At the airport, we gotta be careful. Another place, one time we got an appropriation, but then we found out all they were doing was taking it from another project that we had. So we just got, again, we'll bring that forward, and you'll see projects for appropriation, and then we'll talk about others that address needs that we'll try to go after through other means. We just for the new folks, for instance, in the water world, DEP, we've received a lot of money by really working directly with the DEP in their actual program approaches. So we'll do that as well. So to be both legislative asks, where we use the power of what you're talking about, and then programmatic asks, where we're trying to use the agencies that have the money. And so I'll go over that with all of you on that. But I appreciate it, and we're on it. But yes, that'll come next.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask between you and the county manager if we can possibly, John, with your help, move this legislative priorities discussion prior to us going to the legislative delegation to tell the priorities. It's probably not relevant, but it's kind of a bad optic when we have somebody representing the county going to our legislative delegation to give a broad brush request of what our legislative priorities are before we approve what our legislative priorities are for. So that happened last week. We're seeing this week. We're about a week off, so if we can nail it a month earlier, that'd be great. Knowing darn well that a month ago it was a different council, so consideration for next year.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Johansson. We definitely want to be ahead of it, but this year, like you say, we were caught really in the middle of a transition between the two. But the good news is it's a lot easier for us to go back, take something off like we just did, and it's early enough in the process that I think we're going to be fine with any kind of changes. And I will say, of course, it's with some length to the session, so that we'll be back with changes. Things will occur that I will probably have to alert you. We like to, unfortunately talk about, have to play some defense sometimes when we get into some of the issues that affect the home rule. And again, if I have a good idea of where everybody's at, we can make some inroads in between council meetings. So we'll do that as well.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
I understand the broad stroke of it, that we're getting all this, and will there be the opportunity then, with what you're saying, to expand on some of this? For example, the inmate Medicaid reform. I could really dive into that and go a little bit.
Absolutely.
A little bit deeper.
And that's something that we, I'll talk to you guys individually on your interest on that. That's something we've worked actually with the Sheriff's Association. The form of that, just for the new folks too, is that a very similar program like this has been put in place for transports for our EMS, and using that model is what we would be talking about here. But basically, getting in that program a couple of years ago has allowed us, we of course have to put up money for the state, who we're able to draw back down out of Medicaid, and it's really it's increased our revenue. I think close to $2 million a year, or approaching that. So it's been a big boost for us. So we're looking at the same model when we're talking here about being able to use that for our inmates who would be eligible for Medicare.
Thank you. Just to make it clear, Mr. Johansson, I actually agree with what you said. I went and represented the council at the state delegation meeting. I would have preferred that it had come here first and that we did this. Because of timing, not staff's fault, not my fault. We didn't have that opportunity. So we did talk about it and kind of broad brushed it, and as I think you were there, if you recall, I never talked about short-term rentals to the delegation. I talked about some other really pressing things, the coast, the flooding, things that we're dealing with every day. But you're right, and it would be much better to bring it here, do what we're doing now before I go and speak on the council's behalf. So point well taken.
Yeah.
But I'm not taking anything away from you either. We couldn't pass up the opportunity either. They were there. We needed to be represented.
No, I concur, Chairman. There's nothing you could do about it. But from a transparency and ethics, I want our public to understand that nobody is moving forward without our concurrence. But I wasn't able to attend, but I do believe that it was in the right. It was done for the right reasons. Let's just get ahead of it next year.
There you go. Does anybody else have any of the items that they would like to amend, that you have questions on or pull? And if not, I need a motion to approve this state legislative priority list minus the short-term rental section that we've already pulled. Troy Kent.
Motion to approve our 2023 state legislative priority list, minus the one we already voted on, which was taking short-term rentals out.
Okay. Jake Johansson?
Johansson, second.
Any further discussion? Then I'll call for the vote to approve the list minus short-term rentals. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And motion carries 5-1. Thank you. Event list, item 9.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council, Kevin Kaplan, Community Information Director. I'll walk through the events with you. We've got the native tree giveaway. The county is sponsoring a tree giveaway. Households are eligible for up to 2 trees, but it's very limited. So if you are interested in some of the trees, and I'm just going to read off some of the ones that are going to be available. Chestnuts, southern crab apples, longleaf pines, southern red cedars, live oaks, and they'll be in various locations. So if you want more information, we encourage you to call Environmental Management at 386-736-5927. And that's Friday and Saturday, January 20th and 21st. Also, just want to call a reminder to the local artists, anybody who wants to provide any of their artwork to the Ocean Center Echo Gallery exhibit. They are seeking proposals for a new exhibition at the Ocean Center's Echo Gallery. Anybody interested can send their proof to Robert Redd, which is R-Redd, R-E-D-D, at volusia.org, or you can call him at 254-4500. Also, the annual event at the Lyonia Environmental Center, the Wildlife Festival. This is a great family event for kids as well, too. This is February the 11th from 9 to 3, so it's also a great day to get out and enjoy the LEC. And DeBerry Hall's got their annual Living History Day coming up on Saturday, February the 11th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And also we've got the State of the County announcement, which will be Tuesday, February the 28th, and this will take place in the ballroom at the Ocean Center. And that pretty much wraps up our events. Any questions?
I don't see any.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. That brings us to item 10, Finance, Budget, and Service Level Presentation.
All right, good afternoon, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. So today we will be starting off a series of presentations as we lead up to our recommended budget in July. So we started these presentations last year as a way to go over the adopted budget that you get, well, this council didn't, but the last council adopted the 22-23 budget. So we'll go over the details of that budget, give an overview of the services provided by each division, and then get council direction in preparing the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget, because we'll bring forward any known increases we have at this point. Obviously, as we work through the year, things can change, but we'll be giving you updates along the way. So this gives you a little bit of a preview of the meeting schedule, which departments will be presenting at each meeting. Every council meeting from here until July will have a presentation that's related to the budget, either by a department, or we will be going over the 5-year capital and 5-year forecast in June. And then, of course, the recommended budget in July is also when you set the tentative millage rates. Just as a reminder, the fiscal year 22-23 adopted budget is listed here. So you do have the operating budget at $1,058,802,678, and the non-operating budget at $168,824,126. I want to point out that the operating budget contains the ongoing cost to provide services to the residents of the county, while the non-operating budget is typically for large capital improvement projects and then the internal services. Volusia County's operating budget contains many funds that do not levy property taxes, that are not related to property taxes at all. And when some people will add those two numbers together and call that our total budget, but almost all of the non-operating budget is funded from transfers from the operating budget. So really, to add them together would be counting those numbers twice. As far as governmental budgeting, we do use separate funds for accounting. That is a state law which mandates the county to account for its funds in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So we have over 100 funds that we use to track revenues that are oftentimes restricted to a specific expense. And so that's what we use those funds for, is to keep track of those revenues separately and the expenses that relate to them. Again, operating versus non-operating, I kind of went over that on the last slide on the difference between the two. And then appropriated fund balance and reserves. So appropriated fund balance is basically your beginning balance at the beginning of the year or the end of the last fiscal year. So we always count our fund balance as of September 30th of whatever year we're in. So as of September 30th, 22, we had an appropriated fund balance of X. We then take on revenues throughout the year, have expenses, and then what our ending fund balance is becomes our fund balance for the following year, and we build that off of estimates. Our reserves are funded almost exclusively from appropriated fund balance. So it's not new money that we're adding to reserves. It really is prior year money each year that we have to carry over by state statute. We have to budget 100% of our fund balance. And so it really is prior year money that you are budgeting in your reserves. And it is one time in nature. Once you use it, unless you add back to it, it is gone. So one of the things I mentioned was the forecast, 5-year forecast. In June, we do present 5-year forecasts for all of our taxing funds and then select other funds. Just to review the general fund forecast, because that is the largest taxing fund that we have, that is the countywide taxing fund. So when we presented it in June of this past year, it was forecasted with a flat millage rate, and you'll see that on the next two slides. We did forecast it with a growth in taxable value that it was estimated at 8% for fiscal year 23-24, with 2.3% of that growth being new construction. And that's how we built the forecast revenue for 23-24. We did include the increased cost of Sunrail at about $9.7 million, and the increased VOTRAN subsidy at about $2.8 million was also forecasted for 23-24. Our forecast included a use of one-time money in the amount of $7.3 million that would help us transition to that higher cost of Sunrail. So we shouldn't be using one-time money for recurring expenses, but in this case, we were trying to transition to that higher cost of Sunrail, so that was a accepted use of fund balance when we were looking at the forecast as we transition to that. So this gives you a look at what the forecast looks like when they get presented in June. So what you see at the top is the revenues listed for the general fund, and then the expenditures follow underneath by department. And you can see we have when this was presented last year, it was the year that we were in, 21-22, what the estimates were for that year, and then what the budget was going to be for 22-23, followed by the 3 years after based on assumptions. So we grow our revenue, we grow our expenses with known increases. If we know we're wanting to add corrections officers, for example, was an item that we had in the budget multiple years. So we know in 23-24, we're going to add another 6 corrections officers with council's approval, but we included that in our forecast as a known increase. This would be the second page of the forecast, where you see the major capital improvement plan listed at the top. That gives you for the major capital transfers that we have. In the general fund, facilities takes care of our replacement capital, so that's within their budget. But we try to separate out major capital transfers. That way you see the big projects listed out. And then at the bottom, you see a category summary for the general fund, followed by the reserves. And you can notice there at the bottom of the screen as it goes to the right, we do have a planned use of reserves until that last year where we actually add back to fund balance $538,000, which is a really small amount. 3 years down the road, assumptions could change. That could be more or less, just depending on where we go. Of course, a budget or a forecast is a plan. We can't account for all the issues that might arise. We have a county cost share for damages. We had 2 hurricanes come through. Right now, the current county damages are valued around $60.2 million. So we're going to have some kind of share of that expense. Obviously, FEMA will pick up a big piece of that, but we have some level of obligation to make those repairs. And then reduced taxable value due to damages. Early reports have a total of $1.7 billion worth of taxable value damaged by the hurricanes, which could have a revenue impact of up to $8.3 million for the general fund. And then, of course, potential sales tax, beach concessionaire, and beach access fee revenue loss. Of course, with the damage to the beach that we sustained, you know, sales tax was already a very high number. We talked about that when we were forecasting last year. Last year's sales tax number came in about $35,000 less than what we had estimated, which is a pretty good estimate. But going into 22-23, we don't know how the hurricanes are going to affect that, and it's too early to tell at this point because sales tax is always a couple months behind when it gets to us. This just gives you a breakdown of the recurring general fund budget after removing one-time expenses such as carry forward from prior year, major capital transfers, sustainable use of fund balance, and then reserves. So you see what our recurring general fund budget is at $302 million. That's 74.9% of that is for external expenses and public protection, which includes the Office of the Sheriff in the external expenses category. You also have the tax collector, property appraiser. You can see them listed out there on the pie chart what those external expenses are. So we have little to no control over most of that that's listed there. And then this is the adopted millage rate breakdown. So this just gives you a breakdown of what was the adopted millage rate of 4.8499. The way we arrive at this millage breakdown is we take the expense budget of each office within the general fund. We subtract any revenue specific to that office earns, and then the balance is the amount needed from the non-departmental general fund revenue, which allows us to calculate the equivalent millage rate. I will say on here, the tax collector and property appraiser, they're commission-based offices, so the millage rate really isn't, this is an equivalent millage rate for us paying the commissions to those offices. They don't get a piece of the millage rate. We have to pay those commissions by state statute. And we pay for the school board and the cities. We pay the commissions for both of those as well. So all of that comes from the county. And so at this point, I'll take any questions that you may have before we get into the departmental part of the presentation.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. How much was that chiller for the replacement chiller?
$3 million.
That's what I wanted to find out. Is the chiller, I'm assuming it's already failed or it's failing?
Failing. I don't have the exact specifics of the project. I just know it is like a 20-year replacement plan.
Right. And I appreciate that every meeting from now until July 11th, we're going to have a presentation, and this is the first one. It's our second meeting. But when I see $3 million for an air conditioning unit, and I know I just minimized that largely, but when I see $3 million, and I just need a little more information about, you know, the failure rate, how much, you know, can we get 2 more years out of it, 3 more years, you know, are we just doing it because whoever sold it to us says at 20 years you should trade this thing out, you know, maybe it's working fine. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I just know $3 million is a ton of money, and I wanted to make sure my eyes were right when you flipped through that.
For sure.
Thank you.
And there are more details on all of our capital improvement projects in our capital manual that's online, and each of you were provided a copy of that book as well that gives you more details.
Well, that one specifically lets you and me chat about it.
Absolutely.
We'll be talking about a lot of those type projects. So we have the budgetary manual he's talking about. We also have the capital projects book that we put together and go over quarterly of all the projects. So yeah, everything, you'll have very good detail on why we're doing it, and this particular case I'll have something specific for the chillers for sure, but I can assure you these are under plans that we will bring our engineers and tell you why exactly we're doing what we're doing. So thank you.
I would like to back up just for 1 minute. Something I missed on this slide that I wanted to cover is the blue line at the bottom of the screen there that says prior year fund balance sustainable and has a negative $5 million listed. So that's something we just introduced 2 years ago, where we're essentially saying that throughout the general fund budget of 374 million, whatever the change is there, we know that there are going to be savings. We know we're not going to be able to fill every position. We know that operating isn't going to come in at exactly what we budgeted for. Some projects are going to come in lower. We're going to find grants to pay for things, or maybe our revenue comes in a little higher than we estimated. So in order to try to keep a lower tax rate, we estimate $5 million of expenses savings every year. And so that allows us to not levy that additional $5 million. In addition to that negative entry, we also estimate returns from the constitutional officers. So in total, we got about $8.5 million that we're estimating either savings or revenue coming back from the constitutional offices that we're not levying that tax for. So I just wanted to point that out as well as something that we do to try to keep the tax rate low.
Thank you. Councilman Reinhardt?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the chiller question at the jail, and I believe we're talking about the branch jail chiller, correct?
I believe so.
Just to put it into perspective to help, if I could, the branch jail in size is 5 acres. So it's a big building. If you've ever gotten the opportunity, I would recommend a tour also. I mean, this is our opportunity to discuss. So, and you could put eyes on. I don't know if you're like me. I like to put eyes on when I see something, and that would concern me if I looked at it. Obviously, it doesn't dive down into what goes into a chiller, but it certainly puts things in perspective when you can look at it. Being employed out there for 30 plus years and living without an air conditioner, I can assure you it's a pretty important item. But like yes, it does. When you're talking about 800 to 900 inmates in that one building alone, each block there are no windows. As you know, you don't have the luxury of opening up a window. So these are things that definitely keep into perspective. But again, the cost is important. It's a very good question. And I'm sure Mr. Rector will be able to dive down into the weeds about that as far as what goes into it. I just wanted to kind of give a heads up about that.
Thank you. I actually appreciate that explanation. I also appreciate the fact that Mr. Kent brought it up, and I hope we will get more of that. Sure. Questioning things that are in the budget, but I think your description tells us that is really a riot reduction piece of equipment.
It absolutely is. I can, being in that where I started, and I'm not going to get into wasting a lot of time here, when we just had the old DeLand jail, that is not air conditioned. I started there, and 5 knee surgeries and 2 neck surgeries later, not because of that particular institution, but because of those types of situations, I will tell you that is a peacekeeper. And when temperatures get hot on the outside, they get hot on the inside.
Yeah, and in fairness, I think to Mr. Kent, I want to understand, what you were looking here is at a forecast, 5-year forecast. This is us planning. So the idea, he's correct. He's going to want to see that stuff, but it's not in there yet, because that's next year. And that's what we're saying. And so, but, we plan in 5-year increments, especially on large capital like that. And then the idea being we will be putting these things in. It could come back. We could find, for instance, that, hey, we are going to get another year out of that chiller. For whatever reason, we're going to swap something else. So we'll play that, as these guys are going through. You're really going to be confirming these projects as you go along. So again, remember right today, we're starting brand new, but we're starting by reminding you of what we said last June, and now we're going to come back around and you'll see each of the areas, each of the departments, and by the time we're done, some of that may change. When we were doing the sheriff's, really the whole county's 800 megahertz system, it got moved slightly here and there based on equipment availability and things. It was a $30 million project, so there was definite changes in timing as we went through, and still actually that's an ongoing project actually.
No. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And I wasn't denying that. I mean, that's an excellent question. Again, I would have said the same thing. I was just trying to put into perspective. Plus, in order to come up with that figure, we had to grab it from somewhere. So somebody had to do some research in order to find out that there was going to be that kind of a cost, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't just something that we grabbed out of the air. So yes, that can change. I will tell you that when we discussed the generator for the correctional facility, when that first discussion started happening, they were out getting prices of what generator costs would be. We found out that by taking the generator that we had at the branch jail and placing over at the correctional facility saved a ton of money, correct? Okay, so I'm just saying, so I understand that things can change, and Mr. Kent, it's an excellent question, so.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll just tell you, Councilman Reinhardt, I did not take any offense to that in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I'll just tell the council right now, I love that we come from so many different backgrounds. Like, Councilman Reinhardt, anything with the jail, like, I'm going to you. You're my go-to guy to tell me what you know. I mean, you retired as the warden there. I loved listening to Councilman Dempsey today, put on his attorney hat and start, really, it was a different side. I've only met you 2 times, but I loved it. And I thought it's great having this diversity up here. And I think it's actually really healthy that we always don't agree on everything. And, look at today, we had a 3-3. We got to wait until Councilman Santiago gets here to get this thing figured out. But to me, that's healthy. It's a good thing. It's good debate. It's how this government piece is supposed to work. I mentioned this briefly last meeting, but I've known Mr. Rechtenwald for now 2 months, and I find him in 2 months to be extremely competent, a common sense approach. He uses a common sense approach to solving problems, and he's working hard to get things done. So, my comment with it was, hey, I just want to double check. Did I see that correctly? It looks like $3 million for an AC heating event. And I know that it's a huge facility. You're talking about 5 acres. I didn't know how big it was until you shared that. So thank you. But when I see $3 million, or when I see 186% increase for part of our contract with the Humane Society, those are things that, I know that our constituents want me anyway to bring up and talk about, just so that we get some good answers on it. And I appreciate Mr. Rechtenwald when he said they'll look into it, and maybe we can get another year out of it, or 2 years out of it. Save us $3 million for another year, and hopefully the price goes down in a year, but maybe not.
Who's next?
All right, so before I turn it over to Ryan, I will just add, you guys approved the adopted budget, but then all those major capital, they come back to you a second time. You're approving those when we actually award the contract. And even within the operating budget, those are all approved, most of them are all approved MAs or other contracts that you've approved as well. So you guys get multiple bites at the apple when it comes to the budget.
All right, good afternoon, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. And I'm going to dive into the Finance Department specific budget presentation here. Up there you can see the organizational chart with our 4 division directors, and Aaron filling 2 roles as the division director for management and budget, as well as the deputy finance director filling in for me and during any absences that I might have, or if we get double booked or whatever have you. You'll hear later from Craig Baumgardner, our Treasury and Billing Director. The Accounting Director, Lynn Urice, is actually out sick today, so I'll be covering the accounting section. And when we cover the IT section, we're actually going to have John Bailey, the Assistant IT Director, come up here as his first presentation on the budget. In that assistant role, he should be well versed in covering his budget, so he's gonna do that. The funding sources for the department are broken out mostly general fund. The IT area also budgets for the computer replacement fund. The budget there is $4.8 million. That budget will be covered in more detail on a later slide in the IT section, but in general, that is a asset replacement program where we save year after year. Instead of budgeting in a single year for computer replacements in a single area, we budget smoothly and we contribute over a 4-year cycle so that the budget doesn't go up or down in any given area or any given fund year to year. It helps smooth things out to plan ahead and have those savings. So that's why we do that. It also allows for central control If IT has that budget, then they're the ones making the procurement of the computers. It allows for standardization, so that's the purpose of that computer replacement fund. There's a small portion of the budget that's budgeted from the coronavirus relief fund, and that is for one staff member that works at the division level that's working on those coronavirus programs. There's lots of federal reporting that are required on those programs, so we do tap those funds for their ability to reimburse us for administrative expenses, and that would be that person doing those reports. And then also the EMS fund. That $1.7 million piece of the pie chart right there is for the billing office for EMS, which is part of the Treasury and Billing Division. The budget of the Office of the CFO, which is the department level budget, which has myself and two of my, an operations manager and an activity project manager, which are basically managing all of the financial reporting at a central level for accounting purposes and financial statement purposes, as well as on some of the grants, full cycle federal grant reporting. Those are the staff members that report directly to me. That's what those two additional FTEs are there. The personnel services budget covers wages, covers FRS health insurance, covers any paid out leave that's part of salaries, as well as a small piece of dental insurance, FICA, and Medicare as well. And this is the first time you've seen this chart, except for the two returning members. This is the standard chart that we'll be using. Each one of these departments will break the budget for a section into the individual categories of personnel operating. If there's capital, you'll see a line for capital outlay or capital improvements, and then also the reimbursements line. The Office of the CFO has a very small operating budget. Each one of these sections, we will go into what makes up the details of that operating budget. We'll cover at least the highest 5 lines. Some areas we go a little bit deeper. We're just trying to give you an overview of what actually is in some of those operating budget lines. And then finally, the reimbursement line, you'll see that in the finance department, you'll see that in the business services department, you'll see that in the human resources division. These areas that have central administrative functions, they do not get borne just by the general fund. While they're accounted for in their home department as the general fund, all benefiting funds, all benefiting restricted revenues end up paying for part of that service. So the airport, while the airport lives on its own and has its own FAA fund, grant funds, its own rental revenues, and its own expenses for running the airport, they also use central administrative services such as accounting and IT, as well as my office. So all of the areas that are central areas will have that negative reimbursement line. What that represents is those other funds paying for a portion of that budget. So the net general fund budget for the Office of the CFO is $401,353. That's what you see on this slide here. In general, if we have any notes about changes or potential requests, which you really won't see in our department, but in future departments, you may see some areas of concern or some potential additions that they want to talk about. You would see those in the FY23-24 notes. Our notes are pretty much limited to just the general concerns that would be across the organization, such as funding wage increases in a high inflationary environment for all staff, not just the Office of the CFO. It'll be in all the budgets, of course. FRS rate changes. As a participant in the Florida retirement system, the county is subject to whatever the FRS rates change to. So if the state changes our rates and increases our rates, which traditionally they do, it's been an increase every year that I've been in government. That rate increase has to be accounted for here. And then health insurance cost increases. We are self-insured for health insurance, and just like any other area that's out in the economy today, health costs are not getting any cheaper. So our health insurance fund is starting to see an increase in expenditures. And the only place that it gets those revenues is by charging the departments that use it. So every department will be asked to contribute more so that the self-insurance fund can pay those claims as they come in. Summary of operations at the department level, 6 direct reports, 4 of them as division directors, and one of those with the 2 hats, and then the 2 employees that work directly in my office doing grants management and FEMA administration. The grants manager is responsible for the financial reporting and aggregation of information on over 200 grants that goes to our auditor. There are many grants that are administered out in the departments. Airport manages on a day-to-day basis their grants, but for financial reporting purposes, all that information has to be aggregated, checked, make sure that we're reporting everything correctly to the auditors. So the amount of oversight varies from grant to grant. If it's an area that's used to getting grants like the airport, it may be less intensive. If it's an area that needs support that doesn't usually get grants, we could be involved all the way in helping fill out financial reporting. And that's really where we are with FEMA administration. FEMA is a grant that's administered county-wide through the Office of the CFO at this point. There are 6 active disasters: Matthew, Irma, Dorian, the COVID-19 reimbursement event, which is also through FEMA, Ian, and Nicole. We used to have Isaias, which was one of those little storms in the middle, but that one actually got closed out. Over $100 million in active project costs at the moment that we're managing through all those disasters. The oldest disasters of Irma and Matthew are 90 to 95% reimbursed. It's those last little bit of dollars when the state does their double, triple, quadruple checking, and it really does get to that level. If they're in the middle of working on a grant and they're not going to approve that reimbursement, and then they deactivate that contractor and they move it to a new contractor, they start over. There's been reimbursement requests that we've dealt with 4 and 5 times at the state level. But through all those, through those 2 oldest storms, we're mostly reimbursed at this point. Now we're focused definitely on Nicole and Ian. And then there's the ARPA funding. That was the $107 million, the largest grant in county history, superseded the second largest grant in county history that we just finished administering, which was the CARES Act grant at $96.5 million. Those grants are centrally administered by those 2 individuals that report directly to me. I told you we'd go into some of the details of the operating expenses. I'm not going to read through each one of those. You can read them there, especially since my area really has really low operating expenses. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And with that, I'm going to move into the accounting division. As I mentioned, Lynn Rice is sick today, so I'm going to cover her section. You see the organizational chart for accounting there. Accounting is divided into 2 main branches. The assistant accounting director covers the operational areas of the office, such as accounts payable, payroll, and the accounts receivable functions. The activity project manager that's listed there is our accounting manager, who oversees all the professional accountants. The professional accountants are the ones that are preparing all of the financial work papers and financial statements and everything that the auditors are reviewing, and ultimately produces the 500-page plus financial statements every year, as well as several other reports on an annual basis. The personnel services budget for the accounting division is $2.2 million. Operating expenses are $1.1 million, which of course will be covered in a little bit more detail on a slide later, which is offset by about $1 million in reimbursements from other funds for the use of accounting services. The accounting division budget currently covers 30 FTEs. I mentioned the annual comprehensive financial report. That's that 500-page document, several other reports that we are required to prepare. Of course, accounting is your main area for management and oversight of internal controls, making sure that everything has the appropriate segregation of duties and other controls to make sure that all of our financial reporting is accurate and timely. The payroll and accounts payable and accounts receivable sections are just as important. Everybody likes to get their paycheck. All the vendors like to get paid, and of course we like to collect when we're owed. Some of the revenues that the accounting division is directly attributed to receiving include the bank earnings credit, which is about $40,000 a year. In addition to the reimbursements that were listed on the previous slide of $1 million within the county, they also receive $400,000 for services to the constitutional officers. The accounting division is responsible for all of the accounting and financial reporting for not only the county, but the property appraiser, supervisor of elections, and the tax collector, which are all independent entities with independent bank accounts, independent financial statements, and all of those transactions that used to be a simple one-line transaction between departments of the county now require many transactions to bill the constitutional officer, to pay that bill, to receive the check back from the constitutional officer. So while it might seem like you have the same set of duties you used to have prior to Amendment 10, it actually expanded greatly due to multiple times having to account for the same transaction. Also, the credit for e-payables. E-payables is a program by which vendors enroll to receive their payments via basically a credit card. It's like a ghost credit card program, and we get rebates off of that. You might be familiar with your personal credit card getting miles or points or cash back. It's very similar with the e-payable program. For vendors that elect to do it, instead of getting a paper check, they'll get a notification from our bank saying your payment is ready, and they will actually run that through their credit card machine and accept their payment that way, and we do get a rebate on that program. So we've gone through the initial enrollment, and about 2 years ago, we did a re-enrollment campaign to try to get more vendors to sign up for that. Of course, it really is dependent on the vendor to want that. A lot of vendors still want their check or their EFT, but some of them really like the cash flow that comes from paying with a virtual credit card. Those revenues, of course, help offset the accounting division's impact to the budget. The major operating expenses include contracted services. The accounting division pays for the entire enterprise resource planning, or ERP system, which is CGI. That does all of the financial, budget, procurement, and human resource tracking for the county. The Kronos contract, which is our timekeeping software for punching in and out, and for bank courier services. All of the offices that collect cash, and now the majority of it is the constitutional office of the tax collector. We have a third-party bank courier that goes around, armored car, and that goes around and collects those. Accounting pays for that across the organization. Of course, all of those things that I talk about when I say pays for it across the organization, the users, like the tax collector, help pay for that on that revenue that I just presented, or if it's the airport, on the the reimbursement line that I presented. Accounting also pays for the audit each year, the banking services. They have their property and liability insurance listed there, and the last thing would be a couple lines that make up professional development and training. It's one of the few discretionary expenses in accounting. Most of those you think about, we have to have software, we have to have an audit, we have to have a bank, we have to pay our insurance. So out of that $1.1 million operating budget, the true one discretionary line listed there is about $25,000. And while I say it's discretionary, if you do not send your accountants to updates, they will quickly fall behind, and the GASB is active in producing new requirements that we have to comply with, so it would not be advisable to get in that position. I already mentioned that we do the accounting for the 3 constitutional officers as well as all the county's divisions, administration of the biweekly payroll process, including separate check runs for all the constitutional officers, preparing work papers. The audit work papers used to be about 400 different work papers. Now it's close to 800 with the individual constitutional officers. And then ultimately the preparation of that annual report. In accounts payable, they also have the five separate weekly runs. The 4 offices plus a run for e-payables, and then accounts receivable, you can see what they do there. Some statistics. I'm not going to read through each one of these statistics, but there is a high volume of transactions that are processed in the accounting division. And each one of those is an individual transaction that takes at least a few minutes to look at. So there are hundreds of thousands of hours that go into some of these jobs that have these high numbers of statistics listed there. Some future challenges for the division include the implementation of GASB 87, which is undergoing right now. GASB 87 is a big deal in the accounting world. The last statement that had this level of impact was GASB 68, which was the statement for pensions. It just adds some things to the financial statements that bondholders and other financial stakeholders want to see, or at least the GASB tells us they want to see. I do admit that if I had my druthers, we wouldn't be doing this statement, but state law requires that we follow GAAP, and GAAP requires that we implement this statement, which I believe makes our financial statements even harder to understand, adding just more and more complicated things. But this is what we are required to do. Implementation of GASB 96 is another big deal. It takes software licenses that used to be annual expenses and says, well, there's a future benefit to that. You should put that asset and that liability on your financial statement, which is what the lease statement is doing as well. All these statements, they want us to, instead of just reporting an expense from year to year, what are your assets and your liabilities related to that? That's been the big push on all these things. Financial statement upgrade. We do have a financial system that's been, its last upgrade was about 5 years ago. We are in the planning stages for how we proceed with that. To Councilman Kent's question before about the chillers, financial system upgrades are one of those areas where I'm like, well, do we have to? Can we get another year out of it? Because I don't want to pay for that. This is an expensive upgrade that we're going to have to do. So we are actively working with the vendor to see how long can we get through the current system. Unfortunately, they can kind of hold you hostage on these things because they'll pull out support, or they say they won't support you and give you patches that you need to stay in compliance with IRS rules. Like if there's some new thing that they pass in the federal government, like Obamacare was one of the biggest things that changed. Also, you may recall that the W-4s changed, where it used to be just a simple form with exemptions, and now you kind of have to do a mini tax return. Anytime there's a federal government change like that, we have to implement that in our financial system. And if we don't get a patch for that, if they withhold that patch because we're too far behind, we're in a world of trouble. So all software has that issue where there's something that you need from them, and that's why you have to go through these upgrades. Otherwise, the current system works great, and I wouldn't want to pay for an upgrade, and I wouldn't want to go through all the work for an upgrade, but there's a reason we have to do these things. Staff retention in professional positions, this is going to be something you hear not just from my department, but along the way. We heard it all last year. It still exists today. Retention of accountants. We've hired a lot of accounting staff. We still have one vacancy that we're still trying to hire from last year. But we have staffed up quite a bit, so it's good, but we need to hope we can retain those people so that we can get some recurring knowledge being built in that division after quite a few new hires coming in. And before I hand it over to IT, any questions or direction for the accounting division budget?
Matt Reinhardt.
You had said something about on the revenues with the credits for the e-payables, and that there was a push for more of the vendors to do that. Have you seen any, when did you start watching that? Is it something that we've seen it grow already? And what is the true benefit? You know, that you said that some may like to just do that, but what is the benefit other than they like to do it? I mean, why would they like to do it, I guess?
The benefit to the vendors is cash flow. They get that credit card receipt instead of waiting for a check to come in the mail. They get that, and they have the security of knowing exactly when they're going to get it. We also give as much preference as we can. If we see e-payables come in the box, maybe Florida statutes doesn't require that we pay until next week, so we hold on to the cash to earn interest. If you're on e-payables, we will pull that and pay it a week or two early, and that's part of that cash flow. But it's definitely worth it for us to get those rebates.
Jake Johansson. Couple items, and thank you for the brief. Does the e-payable process cost us anything yearly, or is it?
That is a rebate generating contract. We don't pay anything to Bank of America. It's a state contract that we're part of.
Got it.
The only cost might be the fact that we have to manage a separate check run, but it's negligible compared to the rebate.
Negligible compared to what we mean. The ACFR CAFR last year.
The ACFR.
How much, number one, we're not obligated to do a CFR in its entirety as you present it, correct?
Correct.
Correct. How much does it cost us to manufacture that beautiful document? And is it worth it for what shelf it goes on?
So the things that you would still be required to do make up the vast majority of that document. The things that you would get out of doing if you only did an AFR would be the letter of transmittal in the front and the statistics in the back.
Okay.
All the rest of the financial statements are still required as part of an AFR. All of the independent constitutional officer financial statements, all of the grant compliance work, the work to aggregate the statistics section and to prepare the letter of transmittal, I would guess maybe 40 hours a year from our division.
So we're automated enough that it's just spitting it out?
The division, that I would say that there's probably some statistics that are having to be prepared by the other divisions, but I would guess for their operating purposes, they were already preparing those statistics, so I'm not crediting that with any cost.
Got it. So in your estimation, we're not just doing it so we can hang the award on our wall?
No, I think the statistics are useful as well. There's some statistic schedules that the bondholders would like to see, like pledged revenues and some other things that we do that I think benefit us from that perspective.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions before I turn it over to IT? All right.
Good afternoon, John Bailey, Assistant IT Director. This is a high-level view of our organization, starting with the director, down to activity managers, down to section managers, project leaders, and then below there, any engineers or analysts. So our personnel charges, or the division budget over the operations side, the personnel services totals just under 7.6 million, with operating expenses of just over 5.6 million, capital outlay of just over 2.7 million. We do offset that with reimbursements of just over 2.7 million, and then a reserve, like Ryan was talking about, with the computer replacement fund of 3.4 million, so totaling just over 16.6 million. We do currently have funding for 79 full-time equivalents. Of that, we are looking to fill 13 open positions, which is something I'll mention later. So as an overview summary, because we'll go into more detail on each one of these. So we're responsible for provisioning computers, laptops, servers, any sort of communication, if it's voice or data across the county. We procure the applications and work with the different business processes to streamline how they're doing things. We provide the ongoing operational support of the entire infrastructure. And then a very key role for us that's always evolving is cybersecurity and making sure that that is something in the forefront of our minds. So as far as our revenues, we receive a little over $550,000 from the constitutional officers for constitutional offices for the services we provide. And then a more detailed view of our computer replacement fund. So the county departments contribute just over 1 million to that. Then the different constitutional offices contribute just over 61,000. And we have an appropriate fund balance right now of just over 3.6 million. So a breakdown on our operating expenses, the largest being our software licensing and software supplies. So this can go, the largest one would be Microsoft, and then break down for ArcGIS and DocuSign, OnBase, pretty much any software that the county uses. We can have a piece of that within our budget. Maintenance of equipment, just over 1.2 million. And then communications, so this is how our different sites throughout the county, there are over 89 of those, come back to us, would be rolled into communications at just over 900,000. And then contracted services to just over $422,000. And that's for additional support from different vendors, We also have off-site backup for a lot of our tapes and things like that, as well as tower leases and any other just general maintenance items. So going down further, we have a budget of just over $288,000 for temporary personnel, utilities of just under $270,000, then our portion property and liability insurance, and those make up the last several equal just over 93%, with the last $373,000 being of office supplies, service charges, back to fleet, and other items. So on the capital side, this is our overall capital outlay. So some of the big ones right now would be the desktop telephone replacement. The telephone system, the phones that we had in place were there for about 11, 12 years. And what we found is reoccurring failure after power loss. During Ian, we lost 164 of them, as an example. So that's to help get on top of that replacement cycle. Network switches, keeping things going. I'll touch on some of the larger ones. So our virtual servers, hosts, that's a large one. And what kind of drives the replacement of those is the vendor will no longer support them. They won't provide software updates to those items, and that starts putting us at a higher security risk because we can't start patching known issues because the vendor doesn't support them. So that's when we start looking at phasing some of those out. But some of the smaller ones here, and then the wireless access points for this building, that was a new one for this past year. Because again, coming up on a limitation from the manufacturer where we can no longer do software updates. And then the computer replacements, that's this year's allotment for capital, just over 1.3 million. So a total of 2.707600. So some of the key roles of our application services, these are the folks that support all the different business applications that are used on the front side. One of the large ones that we recently completed is our transition to Office 365. But Lucity Asset Management, Amanda, just a few of the examples, and a large sea of different applications. We also have the CGIS group, or for Criminal Justice Information Systems, work a lot with GIS on the mapping and analysis applications. And then we do provide tools for the ADA compliance for the county publications, and then disaster recovery and security. So technical services, some of the key roles. So talking about those virtual server hosts, well, those are supporting over 500 servers, and actually we're getting closer and closer to 600. 2 million gigabytes or 2 petabytes of information. So we do manage the email system, as I mentioned. We recently converted from GroupWise to O365. Managing and maintaining Secure provides hands-on technical support to all the desktop, laptop, and mobile devices. We do administer the PC replacement program from end to end. And then just maintaining the physical infrastructure of our 2 different data centers from fire suppression and power supplies. And we are available 24/7. So networking communications, as I mentioned earlier, we have around 89 locations that we provide networking communication services to around the county. That includes upwards of 4,000 phones across, because we do host our own telephone system ourselves. We do provide remote access, which is in the years after COVID has become increasingly more important to make sure people are still accessible and able to work, even if they're feeling under the weather. We do provide the local and long distance for all 4,000 phones, and then the switchboard services. So the 800 megahertz radio system, as was not mentioned earlier, we do have over 9,000 radios And we're working through the process of deploying the P25 system, as well as building a new tower. But this group, they provide the operational support for all the municipalities and police departments, the fire and EMS across the county, not just specific to the county itself. All right. So some of the future challenges, as I mentioned earlier, we're currently looking to fill 13 positions out of those 79 FTEs. So recruitment and retention of qualified employees has been an issue for us. We are looking to eventually replace the UPS at our data center out in the Indian Lake campus, based off of findings of the replacement of the UPS in our DeLand data center. We're always looking to improve our backup and failover capabilities, because with storms coming, and today's consent agenda, the fiber loop was on there, and that actually works towards that goal for us. The implementation of a new fire station learning system, we'll be working with fire on that, and then finishing the 800 megahertz project. Any questions?
Troy Kent. Thank you, Chairman. Just one question. On the one slide where information technology operating expenses, at the very bottom it says remaining operating for office supplies, postage, service charges, and publications. Is that $373,899 for just the IT department for?
It's not going backwards.
For office supplies, postage?
So that also includes our portion of the computer buy-in program. So our buy-in for the computers. Yeah, sorry, let you get back there.
What do you mean, the buy-in for the computers? Because you already have money set aside to buy computers for 4 years, I thought.
That's for the entire county. So that's IT's portion. IT, we have computers on our desks for the employees.
Okay.
So we contribute to that as well, which is part of that. The other part is our fleet.
Gotcha.
Our fleet contribution for our vehicles.
It would be good to add that. So I don't, and the public don't think that it is $373,899 for office supplies, postage, and service charges and publications. Just caught me off guard.
Absolutely, I understand.
Just a quick question. I've dealt with IT 24 hours a day, so when you say we're always available, you're always available. I think we're under attack all the time from somebody outside trying to get in. There was a figure of $288,000 for temporary employees. Is that because IT people are as hard to recruit now as accountants? Or are these people on special projects with special knowledge?
It's a combination. So sometimes we try and use those to fill in just temporary needs, but sometimes it's also for special projects. So the majority of that right now would be going towards helping with the P25 rollout in that project. So we do have a couple people on. We don't normally spend that full amount. That's just the budgeted amount, but it's there as we need it for the. If we're having trouble finding a full-time employee, we can reach out to some of the temporary agencies to help us assist in filling a need temporarily.
Okay. Okay. And welcome, by the way. This is your first time here.
It is. Yeah.
Good job. Jake Johansson.
Eric, I know that we chatted about moving forward and using a little bit of economy of scale and standardization in computers and whatnot. And once I got elected, they opened up the, what do you want? You want 2 of these, 1 of those, 8 of those? As we move forward in the budget, I'd like to hear about that economy of scale and what you all are trying to do, getting people all on the same hardware at least, so we can, or at least maybe we all agree that the same hardware is the way to go, and here's your piece of gear, lump it, which I'm used to, but I'm looking forward to trying to get a little bit of economy in this, because I know we go through these every 2 or 3 years by the time they're not supported anymore, so thanks.
Absolutely.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair.
I kind of like the energy from Mr. Kent and Mr. Johansson when it comes to some of this stuff and talking about the equipment. But I have a couple questions, and they may be stupid, so forgive me. But duplicating resources, you know, I've been here going on 2.5 years. I don't need the desktop. There's nothing I can't do from this right here and them right there. So I'd be interested in looking at cutting those out of maybe the council's budget, or see where we can centralize things, like Mr. Johansson said. With this, these things are so awesome, it's unbelievable. 2 is, we have desktop phones, these phone systems, 187,000.
Yes, sir.
Brought up. We also have these.
Yep.
There's nothing we can't do with these. We may not even need these, to be honest with you. So what I'm getting at is, can we look at getting rid of this, or is council open to maybe exploring this? I could bring this back during council comments so I don't hold up the process here, but I just don't see, knowing what I know now, the need for a lot of this stuff, whether it be laptops, desktops, this top, that top, this phone, that phone. I don't think we need it. If we need to have a group discussion on or a conference call, it's Teams, or that other program, it's free. So I'm interested in exploring that. I'd like to hear your thoughts, and maybe the council, because we're going to have some major issues coming up here this year, or this coming year, and I'd like to just see where we can start putting some of this stuff on the chopping block.
I mean, that's something absolutely to look at, what our different systems are capable of doing, and more than happy to look at that and see how things can be simplified and brought in to kind of eliminate some of the.
And with that too, the maintenance on those phones, if you go back on the slide and look, the maintenance was huge on some of these things, or the maintenance budget. I'd only assume that if we looked into this, and if we were able to get rid of it, I see the county manager's name up there. I'd like to hear what he has to say, but that could be something for later discussion.
No, Mr. Robbins, I would just say, all the staff knows I'm kind of an efficiency geek myself, and so we're constantly, looking at those things. Certainly anybody at council, we just basically try to meet whatever needs you have. They do rapidly change. All of you have different styles, and that's refreshing. Well, thank you, because I have been to periods where hey, they got one, I want one. We don't. It's whatever you need to do your job, and that is the same really within the divisions, and that is something John and I've discussed and will continue. I myself have things that probably, hey, I no longer need that, and I'm going in a different direction, and I know that's going on throughout the organization, because we can't keep up at this current pace. But I will say, on the flip side, proper use of the technology in a lot of ways is what's saving us in some cases from more people, more things of that nature. We can get into discussions on security and things that we're able to do now with cameras and computers and things of that nature that would have taken bodies years ago. So where we can, we are, and I do think that technology in a lot of areas, public protection and it's one area, the medical field. Think of things we can do down the road, possibly with our transport, medical transport, things of that nature. So that's what's going to save on a lot of our people costs. But again, we will go through, and they constantly are doing this to try what is the more efficient way. And when you get into some of those stuff that none of us understand, switches and servers and things, big money gets saved when they make. I was going to brag on them. A couple of areas they were in this year made big savings on getting rid of some old switches and servers and things that I have no idea what they're talking about, but when they tell me how much we're saving, I love it. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Council. Craig Baumgardner, Treasury and Billing Director. We'll start out here with the Treasury and Billing organizational chart. If you look, if you were looking at this functionally, the left side is really our tax operation, cashiering service. We're the cashier for the county. We're really a customer service and cashiering organization when you get down to it. The right side would be our EMS billing operation, which Ryan alluded to earlier. We do have some funding from the EMS fund because we do the billing for that side. And the other portion of our name, Treasury, refers to the county's investment portfolio management, which is really handled at an administrative level. Going into our budget, we have 29 full-time employees. That's inclusive of myself. Total budget is $2.6 million. As you can see, $2 million of that is personnel services, and then operating expense, the $893,000. We have the same notes on there, so I'm going to skip over that for the personnel services. But the capital outlay, we don't. Most years you won't see capital outlay. This particular year, we're doing a little bit with some laptop to help with remote work. And then the reimbursements that you see on there for the $286,000, most of that's coming from the tourist development tax collection. We're actually, we have an administrative fee for the cover to reimburse us for the cost of collection in that, which is authorized by statute. And at the bottom, you will see the general fund is the majority of our funding. We do also have that EMS fund. It's about $1.6 million. They cover it in our budget. And then the management fee for EMS billing that you see there for $390,000, that's referring to, that is, we do billing for multiple cities, and that's contracted, and so that's a fee that we're collecting in that regard for that service. Summary of operations, I touched on this already a little bit, but we provide the county cashiering services. I'm also administering and collecting tourist tax and business tax receipts. We handle the investment management oversight. Our long-term investment portfolio, we have a third-party advisor. The short-term, we're handling internally. And we also do payment, lockbox payment processing for our county utilities and EMS division. That's something we've seen a savings over the years. We've actually purchased equipment, so you would have seen capital outlay a few years ago. Over the course of time, that represents a savings, being able to shut down that third-party processing. And then, of course, we provide medical billing and coding, as well as collection services for the Volusia County EMS, Volusia County Fire Services, and then also the city fire departments reference that reimbursement we're getting in that regard. Okay, this is a little bit of a breakdown of our operating expenses. As you can see, we have a little over $500,000 in contracted services. United Collections is a debt collection agency for EMS billing. We have PFM Asset Management, which is a third-party investment advisor I referred to earlier. Multiple other ones on here without going through every one, but these are mostly the softwares that we, they allow us to do the collections. They allow us to take in cash for the county. We'll, again, going back to that cashiering operation, you can come into my office and you can purchase a dog tag, you can buy a bus pass, you can pay your business tax receipt. There's a number of things you can do there. This software allows us to do that through contracted services. The postage that you see is largely going to be for business tax receipts and tourist development tax, but we do also have postage associated there with the EMS billing. We send out a lot of mail. We have worked on cutting that down over the years, and very budget conscious, and you know, an example of that would be, it used to be years ago with business tax receipts, once you paid your receipt, we automatically stuck a piece of paper in the mail and sent it to you. We found that that wasn't necessary in many cases. Many people are happy to just have it electronically. Of course, if someone asks us to send a business tax receipt, more than happy to do that, but that's an area where we've been able to cut down and save a little bit of money. Audit services is referring to tourist development tax. We have contracted with James Moore. They do a selection of accounts every year, and that the purpose of that is to make sure that those folks who are registered and paying tourist development tax are paying the appropriate amount. So James Moore will go into their office, they'll look at 3 years worth of receipts, compare that to their tax returns, and then if there are any findings, we collect any difference there. And then the rest of this, you go through property and liability insurance, that's just our portion, software licenses, excuse me. Our largest operating expenses are about 87% of our total operating budget. If you go down to the bottom, the remaining operating, that's going to be printing, banking services. We have a small line for training, communications, phones, office supplies, utilities, equipment maintenance. All of that's $114,000, give or take, which makes up the remaining about 13% of our operating expense. Okay. And just to give you some key statistics here, kind of give you a scope of what it is that we're actually doing there. The lockbox payment services is referring to what I was talking about. We closed the third-party processor, so those are EMS bills and county utility water bills that we're processing in-house. We have approximately 25,000 receipts for business tax receipts. This varies year to year. And with tourist and convention development tax, there's approximately 15,000 returns. Again, that's going to vary year to year. We've seen record returns recently. And with county cashiering, we've got about 16,000 estimated count. So that's when I'm talking about the dog tags and the bus passes and all those miscellaneous things. We are also, a lot of it is not, you know, a customer walking through the front door. It's an internal customer. We also serve as a cashier for the county. So when other departments have funds that they need processed, they bring them over and drop them off for us, and we're able to process that, do a cash receipt, and get it to the bank for them. And then lastly, on this slide, you'll see for fiscal year 2022, we billed for approximately 65,000 EMS transports. About 85% of that is Volusia EMS, and then the other 15% would be fire and city fire. Future challenges, I don't know if this is so much of a challenge, it's more just a big thing that's going on right now. The Medicare ground ambulance data collection is something that's new. It's this year. It was going to be rolled out a few years ago. There were going to be other counties that went ahead of us. Pandemic changed that as it did many things, and so now we're in the first round. It really is just a massive data collection activity, but the import of this is if you didn't comply, you could have a 10% reduction in payments for 1 year. You could actually be disenrolled from the Medicare program, which would be a very big deal for EMS billing. Certainly would not want to have that happen. Our hope is that the purpose of this program is that EMS billing organizations have been telling Medicare for years that they are not reimbursing us at our actual cost. And so hopefully, after we've gone through this data collection, Medicare may take a look at that and say, we've got providers across the country who are not actually being reimbursed for their full cost. We'd like to see an increase there. We don't know if it will be, but that's our hope. And that's really it for me. I'll pause for questions or direction.
Vice Chair Robbins. Thanks, Chair. Off the top of your head, you may know this. Do you know how much we bring in revenue-wise for our business tax receipts?
Well,
I'm not going to hold you to it.
The total collection, don't quote me on this, I believe it's around $850,000 per year, but that is not money that the county is retaining in that regard. The distribution for business tax receipts is based on the statute. The county retains a small portion, but it's based on the population estimate. So if it's in the unincorporated county, we do get to retain that money. But if you have a business tax receipt in the city of Daytona, for example, and we issue a county receipt, then that's actually that $30 or $100, whatever your receipt is in that case, is chopped up amongst all the cities. So a distribution goes out to every single city, whether it be, you know, Ormond, Port Orange, they all get a piece of that. So the county portion of that is much smaller. I don't know if off the top of my head, are you guys pulling that up? Yeah.
I know it wasn't much. I mean,
it is very small. The margin on business tax receipts is fairly small. We do get a collection fee there as well. So it's not a loss, certainly, but I think these guys will have it for me here shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, if you want to come. Okay.
Matt Reinhardt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Speaking of business tax receipts, I'm going to piggyback off of yours. I know that there, and don't get nervous in the building department, that there are certain cities that do business tax receipts for rentals. And it's a requirement in order to rent your home, and we're talking not short-term, but long-term rentals. And I approached this question a while back, but I understand county and city, vastly different. And it may not be cost productive for us to do business tax receipts for rentals because of where those places are at. Is that correct? Or?
Well, I don't have the numbers on whether it's cost productive. There is a category in business tax receipt for hotel motel. So some folks do have a business tax receipt and have registered under that. But we, as a county, we do not have a category for specifically short-term rental for business tax receipt.
And I wasn't referring to the short-term, I was just more the long-term rental, just actual rental homes.
Oh, okay.
And the revenue that it may bring in for BTRs.
Understood.
Looks like that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and back to me for management budget. This is the organizational chart that you see for the management budget division. And then here you see our budget listed out for 22-23 by category. We do have the personal services. We'll be faced with the same increases as everyone else throughout the organization with wages, FRS rate changes, and health costs. The fiscal year 22-23 budget for management and budget actually represented a 6.6% decrease from prior year. And then for our operating budget, we are not anticipating any increases outside of normal inflation. We're not adding any new services or expenses to our budget for 23-24. So summary of operations, we provide budget support for the county divisions, for the ad authorities, and for the constitutional officers. We also produce the annual documents for the 5-year forecast, recommended budget, the adopted budget, the revenue manual, which includes any revenues the county collects over $10,000. We give details of that and a little history of collection. And then also the CIP manual that includes all the capital projects for the county. Other summary of operations for us is we actually manage the value adjustment board process. So the value adjustment board process is the opportunity for citizens to appeal a decision from the property appraiser's office if they get denied an exemption or they do not agree with their value. Then they will file a petition, and then we schedule the hearing. The hearing is heard from a special magistrate, which you'll see on our operating expenses. The VAB is the largest part of our operating expenses. You can see there we get about 888 petitions filed annually on average. Not all of those make it to hearings. You can see we only get about 283 on average that actually get scheduled for hearings. And then we have a minimum of 3 VAB board meetings annually that we administer. And so I will say on the schedule of hearings, we always try to advise a taxpayer to contact the property appraiser first, because oftentimes they can work it out before they even get to the point of filing a petition or scheduling a hearing. So we always suggest that as the first step if they haven't talked to them already. Here you see the division revenues. We have the charges to the constitutional offices for services provided, and then the VAB filing fees. That's a $15 per petition filing fee, and then we get reimbursement from the school board for the value adjustment board. It's a state statute that the school board has to pay 2/5 of the actual cost of the VAB, and then the county is responsible for the other 3/5. Here you can see our operating expenses listed out. The professional services line that's up there, that is the expense for the special magistrates for the VAB. Of course, that's the budgeted amount. It is based on hourly contract rate that is set by the VAB board. So while $50,000, that's based on trend. It could be a little lower, a little higher, depending on how many hearings get scheduled, how complicated the hearings are, and how much time the magistrates have to spend in making their decisions. Legal expenses listed there, and that is for the VAB board attorney, and that is a Florida statute that requires us to use outside counsel. We can't use our own legal department for the value adjustment board process, so we do have to pay outside counsel for that. And again, that expense is set by the VAB board as far as the contract. Software licenses, that is for the Pioneer Technology System, which is called Axia. And so that is the VAB petition management system that we operate with to collect the data from the property appraiser and the citizens and schedule the hearings. And then we have property and liability insurance, legal advertisement. Legal advertising is the expense that we have to pay for advertising in the local paper for the budget hearings. Any budget resolutions that come before council, we have to advertise those things in a local paper by statute. And so that's where the legal advertising expense comes in. And you can see that the largest expense makes up 81% of the total operating budget, and you can see the remaining that's listed there. Key statistics for the Management and Budget Division. We do quarterly and annual analysis of budgets and funds. For fiscal year 22-23 in the adopted budget document, we had 88 budgeted funds. We manage the appropriation availability, any budget transfers, budget resolutions that get prepared for council. We manage those and enter them into the finance system. We develop end-user financial reports. We have the Info Advantage system, which pulls data out of the finance system or out of the budget system, and end users use those reports as they're working their way through the budget and preparation. And then salary and benefit forecasting. We do the salary and benefit forecasting for the entire county as part of the budget process. You can see other statistics there. We have 28 budget layout forms, so our budget system has a lot of different forms that people have to enter into to get their budget all approved. And then we assure compliance with the county ordinances and state statutes, mainly the trim process. That's the big one for us, that we have to make sure everything goes as statutes require. And then, of course, financial forecasting. You get to see us quite often come before you with information. Future challenges, as always, budget communication, that's a big one, is leveraging technology to find new ways to communicate such a large budget. I mean, it is a large operation, a lot of different restricted sources, so we're always looking for better ways or new ways to communicate that budget to the public. The CGI performance budget system upgrade, we did talk about that under accounting as well. If we do proceed with that upgrade, it is a large task because everything's got to be tested, so that would take some time. And then, of course, revenue estimating this year is always going to be, revenue estimating is always a challenge because you can't always just go with trend. You have to go with what is going on in the industry. And so this year it's going to be a little challenging to estimate sales tax, beach access fees, stuff like that. So, and that's pretty much it for the management and budget division, unless you guys have any questions.
Questions, council? Looks like you did your job well.
For Councilmember Robbins, I have the answer to the BTR question, including the hazardous waste surcharge, which is a fee that we collect on the BTR, which is not a BTR itself, but it's only applicable if you're in certain uses that have hazardous waste. It's $400,000 of revenue to the county.
And Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So, council, just so we all know, just some rough numbers here for all of these departments that we heard from today. The remaining operating for things like, office supplies, equipment, professional development things, the grand total that I came up with was $589,462. So more than $500,000. And I'm not saying that that's too high. I just will need some more information, Mr. Rechtenwald, from you, just so that I can digest that a little easier. And that 300,000 one's the one that really jumped out at me when we were talking about office supplies and postage. But to the gentleman that just spoke, I did have a question. Thank you. So the slide where it talked about legal expenses, and Mr. Dempsey, I may lean on you for this one actually to help as well. Don't you just love it when you're told by someone else, you have to do this, and by the way, you have to pay for it as well? So the legal expenses is $25,500. Do they also tell us the amount it has to be? And you were talking about this board, they get their own legal. Could they choose someone less expensive? Because we can't use our in-house, or could they use someone way more expensive?
Yes, so they approve the contract with the attorney, and the VAB board is made up of 2 council members. I believe it is Councilman Johansson and Councilman Reinhardt that are appointed to that board. Right. And then a member of the school board and 2 citizen members. So they set that contract rate. They agree to that contract with that attorney. And so yes, they could choose somebody less expensive. They could choose someone more expensive.
Just interesting, and then the county's stuck with the bill. You're going to pay for it and you can't use what you have in house. Mr. Dyer's team is extremely capable, but they can't use them, and I get it. I get it. I just wanted to bring a point to the amount, and maybe that's a bargain. Maybe that's a good deal. To have an attorney at every one of those meetings. And I don't know. It's not my realm.
In addition to the meetings, the attorney is also our good cause designee. If any petitions come in after the deadline, he's the one that decides whether or not they get heard. So he has other activities throughout the year as well as the meetings.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess my question is, do you know what the hourly rate is that we're being charged?
I do not have that number off the top of my head, but I can get it for you. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, and the other, I noticed earlier we had like $500,000 in contracted services and as well as this legal expense. I take it these are short-term contracts, and are they up for bid And are we getting bids out? And I don't know what kind of response we're getting with the bid process.
So for the legal expenses?
Legal, and as well as, several screens ago, you showed like $500,000 for contracted services.
The contracted services, if it's a contract that we have, contracts typically are 3-year contracts with a 1+1 renewal, and those come before council for approval when they're approved for initially, and then any renewal is approved as well. For the legal expenses for the VAB, we do take applications every year. As part of the organizational meeting that sets up the VAB, they choose to hire the slate of attorneys or magistrates that'll hear the cases. So yeah, it is every year.
Okay. Just be curious to see what they're charging.
I believe the hourly rate for the magistrates was around 100, and that actually went up this past year, but I'll get you the exact amount.
100 per hour?
Yes.
Yeah, just FYI, that's cheap, guys. I mean, that's, once you cross the river, they're getting up to 400, 500 an hour. Delaney's not quite as expensive, but 100 an hour is cheap.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear that.
Like I said, I'll get you the exact numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, looks like
I'd like to add one thing. For the other remaining operating expenses, what we tried to do was to not go through every line. So the largest number would be ITs, because we already had 2 slides of individual object codes. Of course, their budget is broken down into how much each one is. It's not some aggregate. We only did that for the presentation purposes. We'll definitely send you the breakdown of all those codes.
Thank you very much. I think this is really helpful for all of us because we see the numbers, you hear the questions, and then it allows us to prepare for budget season instead of just exploding then. There'll still be a minor explosion probably, but I appreciate the questions and the insight from the council. That finishes all of the items for the day, so we have public participation. We do have some, and then comments from the staff and from the council. Public participation. Thank you, everybody. First, we have John Nicholson.
I'm not as tall as him. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. First thing, several years ago, I asked the county, one of the secretaries at the city asked me to look at the intersection of ISB and Tomoka Farms Road, and the backup was horrendous. It was like a quarter of a mile backup. And all it took was just changing the stripe on a lane, and now it's moving relatively quickly. We do have a problem. There is a quarter of a mile center lane to go into the market. There's no need for a quarter of a mile. They're never, ever backed up that far. I would think, or ask you to change that to an arrow going west. It would cut the line a lot shorter and it makes things a lot faster. Secondly, again, we need to look at the intersection. If we can't widen Tomoka Farms Road now, like we needed to do for LPGA 10 years ago, we need to look at that intersection because there are problems with turning when you're going west to go south on Tomoka Farms Road. There's that little section where everybody who wants to go across that Bellevue extension, it backs up. So it's a bit of a problem. So we need to look at that intersection because the city is building north and south. They have permits for probably 5,000 homes and a lot of businesses. So it's going to be a very intense intersection. So we need to look at that. Naming rights. Somebody asked me the other day, where are we at naming rights? Not a clue. But we're supposed to be naming rights for our beach approaches. And I'm asking you that now because we're supposed to be redoing ISB and also Silver Beach. So if we're redoing those 2 intersections, now would be a good time to look at the naming rights because then it all could be done at the same time rather than retrofitting. You may have gotten some paper with the National Geographic showing the heat in the streets and the trees. Jenny Nazak had made a comment about how the heat builds up in inner cities or central cities because of all the buildings. And I asked previously that we look at requiring the new developments to add more trees, because it will affect the heat, it will affect the cooling, it will affect the oxygen, a lot of other things. And lastly, on the state priorities, I would ask that you do a sales tax. I know that the city of Daytona Beach gets big time in the butt, because we raised, the last time I looked, $110 million, and we got back $5 million. So we lost $105 million every year because it goes to other cities. So take a look at that so that we're not losing. Also, our school board loses big time. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Walker. Did Pamela not make it? Okay. Yeah, they're going for her. Going once. Okay. We need to keep moving at 4:33. So why don't we move to county manager's comments? And unfortunately, I'll have to close the public comment period.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do have a few things here. This morning there was some at public participation suggestion about a meeting of the managers, city managers. I just wanted to let everyone know that we currently meet monthly with city managers and have for as long as I can remember. So, but what happens, I will say, is whenever there's a crisis, things like the pandemic, the hurricanes, of course, that goes to weekly or even daily. So I just wanted, there was a mention of that earlier today. You know, there are things that we will be talking about that may put meetings in between. So, but that does continue and will continue on. There was another comment, well, as far as that just was mentioned on naming rights, I will say, you know, we do have a contractor that's working on that, and my understanding is they're engaged in several items right now, so we'll be getting back to the council on what those are, but we may be getting our first naming rights proposal from a large entity here shortly. Next up, permitting speed was brought up today. I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne. I want everyone to know there too, we've done a lot of work in this area, and even tomorrow, we have people driving up to Tallahassee that will be testifying with committees up there. So we're very, very active in helping our citizens with what may be done to help out with the speed and even maybe rule changes, further rule changes that could help out. And then Suzanne, I know she's had contact with the DEP, I think as late as either today or late last night.
Actually this morning. Good afternoon. And I think with respect to some comments we heard this morning from coastal property owners about a variety of issues, but one of which was the speed of their DEP permitting. You've heard us speak on this topic many times in the last 2 to 3 months. I did speak with Alex Reed, who is the director of the Office of Resilience and Coastal Protection. That's the arm of FDEP that does all the coastal permitting. They had staff from Tallahassee embedded in our beach coastal office at 440 South Beach Street. for most of November and December. They're going to be returning back to Daytona Beach at our offices this Thursday and Friday. There's some messaging they started to put out this afternoon. They've asked us to amplify locally. The purpose of bringing their team back is they have processed very rapidly all those applications that they can process. They have been submitted and are substantially complete. They are left with a grouping of applications that they've described to us as very incomplete, and have been trying to work with contractors and other representatives to get them moving forward. The push for later this week is to try to get those applicants in the office with DEP staff to try to get those applications either over the finish line or repositioned so they can be approved. I think that Ms. Reed and her team are committed to trying to use the emergency final orders the governor has issued to the benefit of our property owners, and they need to meet the staff and submit applications that they can entertain. I think we've had a lot of contractors who have represented coastal property owners that really haven't had past experience in coastal permitting, and that may be part of the challenges they're going to try to see if they can overcome later this week. In addition to that, you heard a number of speakers talk about working with the Army Corps of Engineers and the state's possible $70+ million of funding on sand. And I think as we've tried to keep council members apprised, we are working on that as diligently and as rapidly as we possibly can. I know that Director Fentress went out and spoke with a number of those speakers after they left chambers this morning and brought them up to speed on our efforts, and they were grateful for that information. But I think, as you have heard staff say to you previously, getting an Army Corps dredging project initiated is not a rapid project. That's one that we are working. I have a meeting with Director Fentress up in Jacksonville with the Army Corps later this month. That will be a continued effort, and if successful, probably still years out before we could expect an initiation of their work. The state's program, we hope, will be more rapid. We don't have any specific details on the $70+ million, other than that is a recommendation of DEP to the legislature for Volusia County, and we continue to work with them to try to bring that to fruition. So wanted to provide that information to you and to any member of the public that is hearing me. They will be seeing, and you will be seeing, a media push starting today on the office hours of DEP in the community starting Thursday morning.
So are you, and if anybody else has any questions for her, we'll, because this is one of the most frequent things you are getting emails on, is my guess, is permits. The upcoming dredging of the inlet, is that going to proceed like the Army Corps had planned, where they're pushing all of that sand out to sea, or do you hold out any hope of at least getting it closer, or preferably on the north side of the inlet?
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, so there is little doubt in my mind that the Army Corps will be doing its dredging this spring and summer. The navigable conditions of the inlet and parts of the intracoastal waterway mandate that it happen, and it happens soon. We know Army Corps and FIND are the principals coordinating that activity, and they are heavily looking at the deposit of those dredged materials on the south side of the inlet. And as you may know, in waters of about 12 foot of depth, I am still cautiously optimistic that we'll be able to affect that placement in shallower waters or on the beach. At this point, shallower waters may be our best hope, given the modifications to their permits that would be needed for on-beach placement. And we also continue to try to talk with them about an option for north of the inlet placement. We've been asking for that for the entirety of this calendar year, well before either hurricane affected our coastline. However, this is a federal project, and our ability to modify it is one that we just have to understand may be limited. We continue to work with representatives in DC, with lobbyists in DC, and of course our local contacts at the Army Corps offices in Jacksonville, and find the Florida Inland Navigation District, which is playing a role in this project as well.
Thank you. I know you've been pushing for that. It seems like a real missed opportunity, and it'd be nice to see different government bodies working together on a common sense situation after all the storms that we just went through. Matt Reinhardt.
I understand when you say the south side of the inlet, so and then there's a push for more shallow water. I know I'd heard the 8-foot margin was mentioned, and that would be something that we would push for. I know that their idea is 12. We would at least, I mean, of course, we would like it even closer, but that we would push for the 8-foot. I think Mr. Bartlett had explained that to me, if I wasn't mistaken.
That's exactly correct. That 8-foot or more shallow surf line is where we have high confidence that the sand will come up on shore and accrete and widen that beach sand at 12 feet. We have far less confidence in that, and I think it's our goal to continue to convince them to go to that 8-foot level or shallower.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you. And Suzanne, I'm glad that you've got some updated information for us on this issue, because in my opinion, you know, the beach is almost always number one in my mind. It's the largest piece of recreation that we have. People use it for exercise, relaxation, zen. We heard Skip White. We've had 2 meetings, this new council. He's been here both meetings. He mentioned bring our beaches back to life, communication. To me, with him and the other speakers, our residents were screaming out for help. And when I hear that they're talking about dredging and taking that sand and putting it on the south side of the inlet, I'm thinking about Reinhardt's district where, you know, Daytona Beach Shores and Wilbur by the Sea got hammered. You know, why is that discussion not talking about bringing it to the north side? And then my question for both Mr. Rechtenwald and Ms. Conchen is, what can we as an elected body do to help? Because that's what our residents want. They want help, and they want it yesterday. And if members of this council need to fly up to Washington, D.C. to meet with our 2 U.S. senators, to meet with our congressional House of Representative delegation, if we need to do that to be impactful so that we get that federal help, because we're and someone said it earlier, we're going to need help from the local, state, and federal level to just bring us back to what we're used to, so people's homes aren't collapsing into the Atlantic Ocean, so that there's not a drop-off on a beach ramp that I heard today, you know, 20 feet. I haven't seen it. I'm just repeating what was said today earlier this morning, so that we get those things fixed and we get our residents and our visitors, but our residents first, back on our beach. So my question to you is, what can this council do collectively so that this can doesn't get kicked down the road and that we are impactful now for our residents?
Well, you started today with approving what our legislative agenda is, which includes help for these storms. We'll be in contact. I mean, I think there will be opportunities for visitation with senators, congressmen. That certainly would help when you're talking about the Army Corps. Anything Army Corps, federal, think about those lines. State, different program, different folks, but that's where, again, you look at our state representatives, and again, we'll arm you with more information. So when you're having conversations with our state senator, our state representatives, and I have to say, they've been doing a yeoman's job already. I want to shout out to all of them because even to having the discussion $70 million coming our way, if you would have said that to me, a few months ago, might have worried about you. But now, again, a tremendous amount of work has gone into this, and certainly, I think it was mentioned earlier, we've got opportunities because of some of the people that we have in these places, and you're going to start seeing that effect. So we'll continue that, and I'll arm you with more information so that when you're having these discussions, you will be running into them, you will be seeing them, and maybe it will be trips to Tallahassee and possibly Washington, or at least grabbing them when they're down here. And they, either way, we will take advantage of that. But you are seeing an effect, and again, I don't want to minimize what they've done, and I think you're going to hear more even this week about what's going to happen. So,
yeah,
keep our fingers crossed, and we'll keep that up. And I'll tell you, it's been a lot of trying to be positive with each group. Where in the past, maybe we were not. Maybe we were a little bit more combative. I think we've taken a little, well, actually, a pretty different approach with, what can we do? So this follows exactly that. So I appreciate that. What can we do to help, and who can we talk to? And it's having an effect. Again, I think having the key people and us being able to work with DEP and help them and have them in bed with us and try to work through these things, like some of the community meetings that we've had to get people down there and get people started in that permitting process. So we'll continue to help with our people as well. So that's a great question, and again, we'll continue to get you information so that you can join in that effort. That'd be awesome.
Thank you, and I have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Rectorwald, in just less than 30 seconds here. It's refreshing, and I'm pleased to hear you talk about working nicely with other people. And listen, the past is the past, but we've all heard the stories about county didn't always work nicely with people. And that is my hope, that this council is going to change that. We are going to work nicely with everybody. Now, my question is, because I lived another political life and it was different, so I don't know the answer. If members of this council wanted to fly up to Washington, D.C. and meet with our congressional delegation, is that already budgeted? Do we need to have that come before this council, and this council needs to approve travel? Yes or no?
All right. Your travel policy as a county council is pretty relaxed in terms of, I think the demand is more to report than it is permission.
Okay.
I'll confirm that, but because it's been updated recently. Actually, I think Ryan helped write it, so I believe he's coming down to tell you.
And that's fine, and I appreciate that.
And as far as budgeting, I mean, there is money budgeted for travel in the council budget. So and you're just getting started, really. No one traveled, I don't believe, in the first quarter, maybe one.
Right.
So all the money that's in there for travel is still in there.
Right, and my question for that was, if we don't have it in there, but as a policy, and our attorney could tell us that, but as a policy, if we needed to bring this up for a vote, whatever rule we have to vote on something that's not on the agenda, I would waive that rule so that we could do that. Now, here's my hope. My hope is we don't have to go anywhere. My hope is that we can get one or two of our U.S. senators here. My hope is we can get our congressional delegation for congressmen and women here. We can get Michael Waltz down here, and we can show him firsthand, which I'm sure he's already seen. I've heard our great governor is going to be in town tomorrow, and that's always a wonderful thing. So first and foremost, to be impactful would be to have them right here, and we don't have to go anywhere. But if not, and council, I think you all may have picked up on, I loathe taking off time from work, but I will. So I'm just telling you all, if we need a group to go up there, to be impactful, to bring back real positive change for our community, I would be happy to go, but I would love for one or two of you to join me so that we could go in there as a unified front, talking about what is important to Volusia County and their constituents as well, because they can help get real dollars for us and much quicker than just about anybody else. So I just wanted to get that out there and see. It's good to hear about the travel policy, and I'll leave the rest of that alone.
Thank you. I'm good. Everybody's good? Questions for Suzanne or George? Okay. Michael
sir.
Dyer, before you begin, I'm going to ask the council something. That Pamela Walker is back. She waited for quite a while and happened to leave the room before would the council be willing to allow Mrs. Walker her 3 minutes to speak now? We've got a couple thumbs up. Thank you for waiting, Mrs. Walker. Please, or Ms. Walker, please come forward and just tell us your name, Pamela Walker. You're from DeLand, and you have 3 minutes to.
Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I moved here from Orlando in July of last year to a home on South Delaware. This home should not be rented out to anybody. I mean, the people, when I went over to look at the home, they told me, you don't want to move in here. The man doesn't do any kind of maintenance. I paid $3,000 to move into this slumlord situation. It's the same thing with a lady over on Lenox Road right now. Her windows is not open. She says she has contacted the fire department and nobody has come to see about her windows. I went over there, she was crying. I mean, this is ridiculous. Who mandates what goes around? I went to the code enforcement. I got mold in my ceiling. No screens on the windows. No air conditioning. I'm 63 years old. I've had a heart attack and a stroke. People died a couple of years ago in the nursing homes because they didn't have no air. So this is ridiculous. I mean, you know, I just don't know what to do. I've already contacted HUD about this situation. So I've worked with federal companies, General Motors. I'm a registered nurse over 33 years. So I know the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And someone has been assigned. Thank you. Okay, Michael Dyer.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
All right, then we'll start with council, and the rundown today, as assigned, is Mr. Johansson comes first.
Beautiful, and the most painful, probably. I have a few items, one of which will be lengthy. I'm not requesting a conversation about this now because we'll talk about it in a later meeting. But I want to bring some points up for you all to consider, and I'll send this out to it in an email to everybody so they can have it as well once it's read in. Based on what I've seen in the past as well as our last meeting and this brief, I'd like to add a few thoughts in an effort to keep our meetings on task, keep each other respectful of our citizens and each other, and frankly, get out of here in a timely fashion. First and foremost, I think 3 minutes is an ample time for our citizens to speak and to make their point. In addition to the public forum, there are many other ways for our public to address us. Public orating on TV during a meeting can be daunting, but if an issue demands more time than an email or a meeting with a county council member, maybe better to use that as a starting point. And in many cases, the issue can even be handled by the staff. If more time is required, then the chair can ask for consensus as we did today. But I feel that 3 minutes is important. If we're into giving people 20 additional seconds, let's leave it at 2 minutes and 40 seconds and give them those extra 20 seconds to make it 3. Bottom line, additional time should not be granted solely by the chairman without consensus, and I think we're getting there. I think that it's important that before or immediately after each meeting's public participation portion that the chairman continue to do the great job of stating that we refer each inquiry to staff so people don't think we're just sitting up here with blank stares and not taking action. I also think it's important that we refrain from speaking to the audience other than thank you and nice to see you We discussed that earlier today with the banter back and forth. I think that goes without saying, and between us. I noticed in the past that sometimes people come up and kind of chain with each other and run presentations run by multiple public participants with multimedia. I believe that should be a briefed and agenda item so staff can prepare and we can prepare and have that approved at a previous meeting or through the chairman and the county manager. Regarding presentations, proclamations, and awards, many people come to these meetings to watch loved ones and friends receive awards, etc. I suggest we allow these events to happen at the very beginning of the meeting so those people can enjoy each other's company, get photos, and those that need to get back to business and work can do so. Too many times I've seen people leave this chamber because the events leading up to an award have taken too long. This is my concern for people's time. Regarding the consent agenda, if a council member wants to pull for a non-substantive comment, I believe that non-substantive comment can be made during the council member's comments period and not pulled just to comment during the consent agenda. If the consent agenda is to be pulled for a substantive issue, as it was earlier today, then I suggest it only be pulled after a majority vote, which I believe we did. Every effort should be made ahead of time to keep items with any substantive issues off the consent agenda in the first place. I believe that the county manager, in conversation with the chairman, can share if we have an issue with a draft agenda item and have it placed on the regular agenda ahead of time. Regarding making motions for items on the agenda, motions and seconds, I think the request to speak becomes somewhat cumbersome, but I'll forego my comments on that because it seemed to work well today. Regarding council members speaking on items, I understand 10 minutes is each round is what Robert's Rules of Order said, but I believe we can be articulate enough to make our points in 5 minutes for each round, not to exceed 10 minutes total. If it goes to 10 minutes total, that would be fine as well, but I believe 5 minutes is good. We can maintain order by the chairman inviting each member to speak in the random order provided by his little sheet of paper and going to citizen comment before we go round two. I believe in our first meeting, we started going down a rabbit hole where we started bantering back and forth, and I don't believe that is for good business. Regarding quasi-judicial actions, I think it would be best if the item has a no earlier time or a time certain to err on the side of the citizens. We mentioned today that we wouldn't have anything prior to, I think, 10:30. I've never seen anything of substance other than public participation and possibly a look at the consent agenda be complete in the first half hour. So having something time certain a half an hour after we start is probably a little bit too early, but over to you for that conversation in a couple of weeks. Regarding council comments, here we are, 10 minutes, one shot at the microphone. If a request for a motion is brought forward, it should only be a motion to put something on the agenda. I do not believe that we should ever vote on anything other than putting something on the agenda during council comments. I say that because it doesn't give staff the opportunity to research. It doesn't have people who are opposed an opportunity to come in and speak for or against an item. I haven't seen it here yet recently, but I know it's happened in the past. Regarding what we're going to do with our rules, those are the things that I would like to see and see us discuss in the next couple of weeks or when we meet again. I would also separately like the chairman to reconsider some committee appointments. It seems that we went through that before we, A, set any ground rules, and B, asked new members if they had any opinions. A few of us brought up during the committee announcements that we had obligations, work, or had committees we'd rather be on. It seems like the appointments were made before considering those. I think that we all ran for office after doing our homework and we knew that the responsibilities we would have. We have a responsibility to represent the public here on the dais, as well as at events and on committees. We are getting paid to do that job, and I think if we really look at committees, we may find that there is a more equitable way to do it. I noted that a few of the boards and committees I am on meet monthly or quarterly. One is 3 times a year. That may be more beneficial to some of our day workers and limit their exposure during work hours. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman Johansson, a lot of what you said is music to my ears. The only thing that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up a little bit was if we're having a conversation with Mr. Rechtenwald and we've got an issue ahead of time with something on the consent agenda, and then Mr. Rechtenwald goes and shares that with the chairman. Legally, I don't know. That's a sketchy place for me, and I don't like that. I don't like the manager telling the chairman anything that I'm thinking ahead of time. I think that needs to come from each of us here. You wanted to add, Mr. Rechtenwald?
Yeah, that would be, I would not do that. That's correct. I cannot, and just.
I didn't say you did.
Right,
I didn't
but
say you did.
just for the public's benefit, that's correct. We have briefings, but I am not allowed, nor is anyone allowed to share information back and forth on any of those conversations.
Right.
I will say, I have seen when we sometimes have an item that's complex and we're showing a presentation of what we're talking about, I have often had to alter that presentation, knowing that, there are struggles after I've talked to several of you. And I think that's okay. I don't think you guys would have any issue. But that's really what, and occasionally I may screw up and have something on the consent agenda that I think is just straightforward, probably should not be on there. The remedy for that, of course, is I come in and I pull that item and we hear it. So just again, and that's on the judgment though of again talking to a group and knowing that's really a lot more complex than what I thought, or the public needs to hear more of it. But it would never share what your thoughts are or even indicate who had the issue.
Right.
It would just be, I just know after talking to several of you that, yeah, we got to do something different here.
Right.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah. And Councilman Johansson's funny because my first 2 items actually are very much are in line with where you were. And I'll get to those in just a moment. Because now I'm going to go ahead and share something that I'm just going to share with this council. And that is, I didn't see Mr. Rechtenwald's face whenever I told him this, but, it's a smart, and by the way, what I'm going to say is I believe a very smart move by Mr. Rechtenwald. It's a smart move by every county manager, every city manager, and every school superintendent. It's a smart move, and I think they all do it. But they meet with their elected officials before the meeting, and they go over the agenda, and they walk you through it. And I'm just going to tell everybody, I told Mr. Rechtenwald, no, I wouldn't be doing that. No offense to Mr. Rechtenwald or his team, and this is not geared towards any of you up here, but some people are brand new at this, but I do my homework. And when I have questions, I will send Mr. Rechtenwald, and I'll copy Mr. Dyer, a list of all of my questions before the meeting so that I can get them answered. Because during one of my meetings or orientation, there was a department director who said, how do you think you're going to get that done? Other people have tried to get that done and it hasn't happened. And I said, because I'm not a staff member. I'm an elected official. And like I said, not towards anybody up here, but I have seen it before where elected officials, they hang out so long at City Hall that they become a city manager. They become a staff member. And that's never going to happen with me. And George and his team are extremely talented, and I said, I think you're going to appreciate that you don't need, it's going to free up your time. I'm not going to come here and use up your time on it. And no offense to anybody that wants to. I'm not pointing any fingers, and please don't point them at me for not doing that. I have questions probably for every single agenda, and I send them to our county manager and our county attorney for them to answer them so that I am prepared for these meetings. That's what works for Troy Kent. Don't know that it'll work for anybody else, but that's what works for me. Now to my list. Number one, to our city attorney, public participation. Did I read this correctly or incorrectly? We have 2 opportunities for public participation. Can the same person speak at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting?
The way the current rules are written, yes.
Okay, perfect. Number 2, so Mr. Johansson brought up consent agenda items, and I was thinking, you know, here we are, we have this consent agenda from items A through V today, and there were 2 or 3 that I just wanted to touch on. I just wanted to say something about it. So I take your point, Mr. Johansson, and my thought was, right after the consent agenda, immediately after the consent agenda, if this council agreed with, and our chair agreed with it, that he would say, are there any comments about anything on the consent agenda? And then each of us could share something we had or not share anything. You know, like for example, I wanted to talk about item F, the dock, how there were 14 properties and they condensed them into 2 docks. I love that idea. And I'm pleased on item J that we were extending or waiving the application fee for repairs and constructions of structures directly damaged by the hurricanes. And I didn't want to pull those items because I was going to approve it, and that's just an inefficient way to get things done. So maybe that's something that this elected body can do. Maybe we can, at the end of every consent agenda, we can have just a couple of moments if there's anything we want to say about it, and then possibly not. I want to compliment Mr. Rechtenwald and his staff. Council, I had an email complaint about a litter situation in North US 1 in the Ormond Beach area or unincorporated area. George, you and your team got on that immediately, got the email from the resident, like, wow, unbelievable change, thank you so much. We weren't going to clean anything that we didn't have to, but you were ready to get the city of Ormond Beach involved. And that is the type of responsiveness that I think our residents deserve, and I hope they learn to expect that. Great job. Thank you very much. We've all heard Save the Loop up in Ormond Beach, and I'm sure all of you have been there. A friend of mine, Alan Burton, talked about this many months ago, but he said regrow the loop. George, I don't know. Do we have an arborist or a landscape architect on staff?
We definitely have arborists and tree people.
Okay, I just didn't know if we did because, you know, the idea for this is real simple. It's regrow the loop, and it's people that live in the loop that we have staff members who are extremely knowledgeable that can help them make decisions. And I love that this morning, you know, our staff's talking about, Mr. Captain, I believe, talked about, you know, free trees for Volusia County residents, and he listed some of those, and every household can get 2. And to have somebody on staff that in that section of Volusia County of the loop to help those individuals and let them know this species that you're growing is invasive and not good. And if you plant these types of trees and bushes, it will help bring this type of fauna into this area and actually make things look even better with the way that they're interacting with the flora. So just an idea, something out there, wanted the council to know, regrow the loop. I heard the idea. I love the idea. I thought it was great. Volusia County, more specifically District 4, next Monday, August 23rd, I will be hosting the first of quarterly held meetings called District Dialogue for Residents. It will be held next Monday, August 23rd, from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Michael Crotty Bicentennial Park. The other 3 events that I will have in my district will be in different locations, but this is yet again an opportunity that I want to give residents to have open access outside of a public meeting to share their ideas and concerns. And the agenda is real simple. We talk about anything you want to talk about. Whatever's important to you in Volusia County, we're going to talk about from 5 to 6 p.m. And at 6 p.m., I'm going to shut it off because I have a family that I've got to get home to and spend time with them. But from 5 to 6 p.m., next Monday, August 23rd, at Michael Crotty Bicentennial Park, District 4 residents, and really all Volusia County residents, and we're not turning anybody away. I just wanted you to know about it. I'm excited about it. They're going to be held quarterly. And on this one and this one only, we actually are going to have a little bit of time set aside because there's been a lot of hot discussion about tennis and pickleball and those two sports living together around the same area but not intruding on each other's courts. So we're going to have a staff member there that is well versed in that and is going to tell them what the plan has been from the county. And I think that's a good, healthy discussion to have. So my last thing for the council today, and it's a request, it's an ask. We talked a little bit about it earlier today, and that is beach access. And I am an advocate to get as many of our residents and visitors, but residents first, on our beach. You've heard me say it earlier, preferably for free, but even if it's a lesser amount. And I'd like for us to look at our pay structure for what we charge our visitors to get on our beach. Because while we were sitting here, I went online and found out what is it? My kid's a little older now, he's 16, so we don't go to Disney World every year. But what does it cost to park in Disney? Well, it's $25. Unless you want premium parking, and then it's $45 or $50. Well, what is more premium than parking in front of that Atlantic Ocean? Right? If you're going to pay $45 or $50 to park in Pluto 42 in that hot Florida sun and not have a beautiful Atlantic Ocean to look at, my point, council, is I would love to have a discussion item, and I'm asking for the last meeting in March or the last meeting in April. And I say the last because they start at 4 p.m. and we'll have more public participation, I believe. But I'm asking for a discussion item to talk about these things. Getting our residents on the beach driving on their vehicles for a lesser amount, up to free. I also want to look at all of Volusia County's beachfront parks where there is parking, because I want all Volusia County residents to park there for free, but I want all non-Volusia residents to pay to park at our beachfront parks. I want all non-Volusia residents to pay to park on our beach. It is a jewel. It is the most beautiful, best piece of recreation we have. You want to talk about a wholesome family day where a family can go down and teach a little one, their kid, how to catch dinner out of that Atlantic Ocean, ride on a boogie board, enjoy each other's company, get off the technology. This is what my hope is for with our beaches in Volusia County. Now, county staff, no offense. Please don't take offense to this. This is Troy Kent's opinion, because I'm the guy that's lived here on the beach side my entire life. The access for our beaches in many locations is broken. I do not believe the county has done a good job in running our beach. I am hopeful that we can turn that around with this council and this advocate, because there's never been a District 4 representative more pumped up, more concerned, and more excited to get our residents on our beach and enjoying it the way they should. And I think we can do that. So I'm asking for the last meeting in March. I'll make a motion to have a discussion item on the last meeting in March to talk about the pay structure for our residents and non-residents on our beaches and our beachfront parks where there is any parking on A1A or across the street on the west side of A1A.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Danny, your name had already been up, but
Yeah, I had some comments for for discussion, please.
Would anybody like to make a second for discussion purposes?
Chair, is it for discussion, excuse me, right now or in March?
Well, we have to get it on the agenda in March, and his motion is to put it on the agenda at the last meeting in March.
I was just to say, the way our rules are is the county manager or the county chair are the only two people that can put something on the agenda unless anything that's important to any of us, unless we bring it up right now and we get a second, and then we can have a discussion. Not that we're going to do anything, because quite frankly, I might look at the numbers and go, this isn't feasible. We can't do this. I think I had a great idea, but it's not going to be able to work. But I won't know until we get the information that staff can provide us, and then we sit here and have a discussion about it at one of our future meetings.
That's how I understood what he said. I didn't intend to discuss, to find the answers to all of his questions, just to discuss, did you want it to even come back to the council? And I think it's imperative that it does come back, that we discuss it.
I just want to make sure, Chair, respectfully, that we're not putting the cart in front of the horse, because we do have many obstacles that we can all already get off the table.
Right.
The big elephant in the room is, how are we going to pay for it? Okay? I don't want to hear that we have a $1.2 billion budget. That's not a sufficient answer, because that is not the answer. We're in an economic decline. Interest rates are going through the roof. Building is slowing down. Inflation's at 9%, highest in 40 years. Cost of food is high. Fuel is high. Cost of service is high in the county. Insurance is out of the ballpark. Businesses are shutting down. We can't get employees. We still haven't recovered from COVID. People are struggling and losing their homes. We don't even have our damages yet from the storms. We don't have an assessment from Larry Bartlett to see what our revenue loss is going to be. We have a Sunrail obligation. We've lost revenues, bed tax, tourism, so on and so forth, and we don't even know if we're dipping into our own funds to replenish the beach and our ramps to even gain access. There needs to be a little bit more discussion and common sense thought, respectively, before we put one more thing on our plate that really, just by looking at this up, maybe it's just me, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but how are we going to pay for it? We can end this right now without dragging this thing along.
All those points are good, Mr. Robbins, but I think that's what Troy Kent is asking for, that we don't decide all those things today, but we discuss every one of those things at a future meeting. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the vice chair, why so positive, man? Such positive news you're sharing. Thank you. Yes, that's exactly my point, is that we don't know. We've not talked about it. This council's not talked about that. This council's not talked about our fund balance. This council's not talked about what we're going to pay people that aren't residents of Volusia County to go onto our beach. And by the way, I made sure I talked about, if they're not driving on the beach, then they're going to park hopefully at one of our beachfront parks, either on the east or west side. So we don't know what that funding piece is going to look like until we have a good look at it and a good discussion. And listen, I don't want to send anybody down a rabbit hole. I don't want to waste anybody's time. I want to be as efficient as possible, but there are also certain things that I would love for this council to try to get done and try to tackle. And I think it's absolutely feasible. And like I said, I reserve the right to change my mind if we look at the numbers and it's outrageous. I mean, I'm a fiscal conservative. Every one of you gentlemen know that about. It's what helps guide my compass. But at the same time, I think it's something that is a doable thing. And that's why I'm hoping we can at least have a discussion.
Roger that. And Chair, respectfully, this will be my last bite at the apple here. But the big thing in here, respectfully, Mr. Kent, is revenue source. When I think about this, we're not talking about $500,000. We're not talking about $20. We're talking at $9 to $11 million for beach revenue that we would need. Nothing is brought up at the table now. Maybe it's just me, but I'd like to see that. That way we are not going down rabbit holes, because if it's not feasible, if we don't have something to replace that, the only other option or cuts is to put that on the backs of every taxpayer that is struggling, all 550,000 residents that are down in the dumps right now that I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel for recovery. So what I'm trying to do is look in advance before we dedicate more staff time to things that we can already process right here, right now. I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy or stick in the mud. I want to see us get there. Everything you said is correct, so don't take this the wrong way. But we've been down this road before, and we're running in the same problems. We end up saying, okay, we can just do it. Show me the cuts, show me the revenue sources, and show me the way that we are not going to tax these people to death as they are coughing up bones as we speak.
And I would
I will
respectfully disagree that we've been down this road before. Maybe you and the chairman have been down this road before, but you and I have never been down this road before. Mr. Reinhardt's never been down it, nor Mr. Johansson, nor Mr. Dempsey. We've never had a bite at this apple. You've got, right now, 4 new faces, 5 at the next meeting that, you know, listen, collective minds and heads coming together, I think, you know, could come up with something. And if not, okay. You know, we try, but we don't know unless we try.
Let's pause 1 second, because there's a motion on the floor. We don't even have a second on it yet, and we're discussing what we may discuss if the motion passes, and I hope it does. Matt, did you want to make a second, or did you have a comment?
I kind of both. I will make a second for a future discussion. And the reason being, and I want this on the record, is I'm on this side. This has been an area of contention with me, that my district was hit hard. And right now there's so much concern and emphasis, let's get our beach back before we worry about free beach. And I don't mean any disrespect, I mean, that's just my mindset. So, and I know that every area is different. The area of your district, maybe that's what they want, and maybe some are in my district, that's what they want. But I can tell you that we are representing the individuals in our district and representing the county, and so far the majority of the people that I've talked to are not in favor of it. But it's our time. But it's our time to talk about it. Yeah, no, and I have 100% of the people that I've talked to, I wouldn't say 100, but a good majority of the ones that I've talked to do not want that adjustment. They don't, because they know financially how it's going to impact. And I don't have the amount. I've heard different amounts, and that gives the staff some time to gather that on what actual revenue we get from that and what do you replace it with. And I know there are certain conditions with regard to our take permit that we have to have those beach toll operators, and we could go ahead and all that, but that'll give us the opportunity to talk about that.
Yes.
That is why I'm seconding it, and I think it's important to discuss, and then if it does die, then we don't talk about it again.
Well, let's see how the vote goes, because I think this is important to get on the agenda, to have this discussion, and I don't want to, so I don't want to discuss it now, but when I keep hearing a free beach, free access, we're not giving our residents a free access, and they already pay property taxes for it. Who we do give free access is everybody that stays in a motel, and I think the staff we can bring back information about can we use any of the bed tax money for that? But that's what Mr. Kent has asked for, is that we discuss all those things. He already said he might change his mind. So it's on, we've got a motion, we've got a second to bring it back and fully air this out in the last meeting of March. So there's nobody else on the board here to talk, so let's just take the vote. A vote yes is to bring it back so that we can discuss it fully. A vote of no is ends it here. All in favor of the motion to bring the beach discussion back at the, you said last meeting in March?
Did, second meeting in March.
Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed by like sign?
No.
So I didn't hear your voice. Aye. So the motion carries 3-2. Or 4. You know what? Call the roll.
4-2.
There was 4? Okay.
4-2.
4-2. Okay.
I believe it's 4-2 with Mr. Robbins and Mr. Johansson against.
We're the only, okay, thank you.
And with that, I'll say good evening.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. A couple final thoughts. You just hit on one of them with regards to the beaches. On things that I wanted to discuss, I really didn't talk about much in the very beginning. Actually, I think I had nothing. There's a lot of things that I want to bring forth, and I want to do some research prior to. One of the issues was the beaches, and obviously we're going to have that discussion before I can talk any more about it. The other is with regards to parks and children's safety and family safety in our parks. I visited quite a few of them during my campaign. We had a discussion about what one of my ideas was, and there may be some grant issues that I want to get with our Parks Division before we have that discussion. But there's some cool things that I was thinking about. Another thing with regards to beaches, and I know I keep bringing it up, I'm sorry, but this is our opportunity. Something that hasn't been discussed, we talk about how the impact was economically with regards to the storms and how bad it was, and the businesses that have suffered. And there's a couple people that have approached me in the last couple weeks that own and operate beach concessions. And that one in particular that I know of has been doing it for 20 plus years. That was their only income. And they're very good at it. They have nothing. They're about to lose their home. They have nothing. So I would like to have some discussions maybe in the near future. I know that the possibility, once we get our parks, beachside parks up and running, maybe possibly the operation of those concessions there. I don't know. There may be some legal issues why we can't. That I'll find out during that discussion. I also want to talk about in the near future, everybody knows my background, offsetting some of the costs with regards to the use of our inmates. Mr. Rectable and I have discussed that. 30 years I had the opportunity to, and thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Kent, when we talk about, we have a council here with a lot of expertise in a lot of different areas, and we campaigned on that. 7 different individuals, 7 different thoughts, 7 different experiences. So one of the things that I saw was down in Manatee County, and they are a self-sufficient jail. They have their own farm. It took them a lot of money and a lot of time to get there. But there's a lot of advantages to that. There's a lot of training opportunities for that. That being said, there's less on recidivism with regards to that. I'm an advocate. I believe in that. Nobody can prove me otherwise. That I've talked to that says it doesn't reduce it, because it does. When you're able to teach, when I refer to Manatee County, do some research. If you want to find out, they all the way down to their own meat processing plant. They raise tilapia. They have hydroponic farms. They raise their own chickens, and I could go on and on. They are phenomenal in what they do. I'd like to see, we have a lot of property out there. We have a lot of inmates, and I think that we can utilize doing some more. We had a discussion about our beaches and the beach access and the walkovers. I know I talked to Ms. Fentress about that a little bit. That FEMA reimbursing the cost for those walkovers. However, they're not big advocates or big fans of using inmate labor for that. And I can certainly understand the safety aspect of it, but maybe we can use them for the preparation of the material. Some sort of sawmill we can teach them how to operate. When you talk about the equipment, you can use inmate welfare for that. That's an idea. I'm just trying to think of ways that we can bring in, more money to the county or save us money. Getting off of that now and those ideas that I have, which I'll be bringing up in the near future. Everybody operates differently. different processes, and I just said it. I loved the idea of cutting costs. I love the idea of doing business different. And I understand with the equipment and whatnot. If you notice, I'm wearing glasses because I don't see as well. And these little screens, please don't make me just do business on a phone. I will haunt you. I just can't. I wear these because I don't see like I used to. So I enjoy a big screen. I don't know if you noticed during the meeting, it's right up here on our screen, but I'll look up there because why? It's bigger. So we all do different things, and what makes our job easier, so we're more productive for our citizens. So, Mr. Johansson had brought up something about during the council comments, and maybe I got it wrong, with regards to voting on something during the council. I just wonder, how do we get stuff on the agenda that we want to get to if we don't, and I don't? And if I ask a question.
Yeah, that was other than getting things on the agenda.
Understood, I'm sorry.
I want to buy a new fire truck.
I understand, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that was it. Yeah, well, there's, Mr. Nicholson's already left, but with regards to the 92 intersection, I agree with him, there are some issues there. I travel that way. I haven't had to travel that way in a while, going out to the jail, but as of recent, obviously I'm traveling more. And I travel more. Mr. Ken, I can appreciate and respect the fact that you would, the way that you do business, by you making the phone call and talking, I respect that. That's awesome. I can't do that. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Yeah, and that's not how I do it. And it doesn't mean that I'm taking any less time away from my citizens in Daytona. It's just, I will travel here for that meeting, that one-on-one, and I'll just leave it at that. So, and that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Robbins. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I'm going to make any new friends with about a couple things that I'm about to say. I have a couple reduction items that I would like to explore in respect to Mr. Johansson. I do agree with him that we should put some of this on, or put this on the agenda. The first thing is a cut when we talk about efficiency and effectiveness. Mr. Captain had brought it up earlier today about the state of the counties coming up. What is the council's feeling on, we get donations for that event, but there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of staff hours that go into that. And time is money. More often, as an elected official or in government, we think that all this stuff is free, but we got to stop and think about it somewhere. How does this council feel, or I can put it in the form of a motion, to just have this state of the county in the chambers, which would be consistent with our charter as well? And I don't know if Mr. Dyer or the county manager can provide that, but I can also read it. The chair shall report annually to the county council and residents the activities of the county government for the previous year and the status of accomplishments of the existing goals and objectives. The report shall set forth new and revised goals and objectives for future action. Subsequently, the county council shall meet to consider adoption of a plan of action for implementation of the goals and objectives. How does this council feel? And I can go ahead and make a motion to suspend the rules for just this question. How do we feel about having this in chambers versus the Ocean Center? Chair, how would you prefer me to present that? Well, I don't think you need to suspend the rules. If you want to make a motion, just go ahead and make the motion and then we'll discuss it. What would your motion be? To have the state of the county in chambers versus at the Ocean Center to save hundreds of hours of staff time. For this one, for all of them, or until it's changed by vote?
Until it's changed.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to change the state of the county to be an in-chambers event. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
And there is a second on the motion. I'll open it up to discussion. Troy Kent.
Yes, well, this goes completely against what Mr. Johansson was just requesting we not do, which is have motions that change things that are going to affect the public and make a decision without them being present and knowing that that's going to happen. I can't answer the question because I've never been to a state of the county address before. I've never been. They're during the day and I was at work. Now I'm going to be at this one and I'll be at every single one of them. But I can't answer the question. I haven't been there. So after I go to one and see how it is, I'll have a better way to understand it. But Chair, for me, it came back to, I said it earlier, with what Mr. Johansson said, I agreed with almost all of it. There was that one piece with the hair on the back of my neck, but everything else I agreed with, and I think that this goes directly against it. Now, I could see this council having to do that for an emergency situation, for something that is critical for our residents, and we've got to do it like we found out about it at the 11th hour, and George is letting us know, and we as a collective body have to make a decision, but I don't see this as one of those issues. So I'm a hard no on this for those reasons.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Obviously, I'm opposed because there's a bunch of people out there, probably including Kevin, if he's still here. I know the state of the city is an opportunity for staff and council members kind of to brag about what we did during the year, but based on what Councilman Robbins just read, we don't execute the state of the county in accordance with what we're supposed to do. It's kind of a brag fest, and the couple of years I've been, it's a good chicken meal, I'll tell you that. But outside that and a little bit of showboating, there's not a lot that gets done other than report what the past year was. But I'll go back to this. We're about to vote on something that's very important to staff, very important to Kevin and his crew, very important to the people that have already done a lot of work on it. And I'd like to entertain this, but not today, not here, and not without public input. So it'll be a no for me. However, I would like to discuss it prior to doing it next year and maybe change the format.
Okay, thank you. Danny, before I call you, just something for each of us to keep in mind is that we have already received a large amount of money in donations from people, our sponsors, to pay for this, so we'd have to figure out how to deal with that money. But Danny Robbins, you were next.
And don't get me wrong, I don't know if there was any confusion. I wasn't looking to cancel it, but being on the efficiency end, can we accomplish the same goal for less? And I only say this because of the challenges that we're facing in these nickels and dimes. And what I was going to say to Mr. Johansson is, you're absolutely correct. I just don't know the time frame because it is coming up quickly. But what I do not want to have is this budget season come back and then we're all pointing the finger at them when it should all be pointed at us when it comes to cuts. We can't do the political shuffle right out of the gate, make all promises for free this, free that, and then blame other people. I've seen it the last few years. I've seen people call for line item budgets, still haven't seen that. I've seen people call for new revenue sources, haven't seen any of those. I know what's going to happen, unfortunately, with this. And if we don't start, I'm not saying cancel this, but can we skin this cat a different way, in a more efficient manner, and to have that done here in chambers, to maybe apply those hundreds of hours of staff time better served, maybe fighting the DEP, maybe getting them to make stronger proposals and getting some action done to open up our beaches. This is going to come upon us quick, but don't tell me, I just don't want to hear I told you so. So, but I'll go with Mr. Johansson. Can we get this back, or what time frame, staff, would you need, or a heads up? Because donations are donations. They can be returned. I'm concerned about efficiency, effectiveness, duplicating resources, and saving money, so maybe we can accomplish some goals of getting on the beach for free and our parks and whatnot.
And Kevin Captain's coming forward to, what's the date? I think this is scheduled for February 23rd, 28th.
You would need, I would say you need at the next meeting, but also you can't put on an event like that without having already ordered the food and everything through the Ocean Center's caterer.
How far in are we, Kevin?
Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. We set the date with the Ocean Center. We've not set the menu. We've not signed the contract, but this is usually the starting point a couple of months ahead to get things in line, because it is a heavy lift, and then there is a lot of moving parts to the event.
So we haven't shot a video, we haven't ordered the food. It sounds to me like we're just getting into this. With that information being said, how does this...
Kevin, what I need you to answer is, but what, by time our next meeting, that's February 6th. So that's 22 days ahead of the event.
Yeah, we're expecting the menu options this week, and the decisions that are being made for it are like literally right now. We have a script ready for the video. We've got some lifting already into the event.
Have we accepted any donations?
Pardon me?
Have we accepted any donations?
Yes, sir, we have. We've got probably close to, I don't know the exact amount, but it's over $30,000.
Okay, but with that being said, how does everybody feel with this new information?
Here, I'm sorry.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, excuse me. I'd like to remind everybody that just 2 weeks ago, we changed the timing of the council meetings without public input. So to sit here now and act appalled about Mr. Robbins' proposal that we're doing this without public input, I think is, not fair. I mean, if we did the same thing 2 weeks ago and we changed everything to night times every other meeting. So I'm all about making cuts. I agree with Mr. Robbins that if there's a way of doing it here, then it could be done more efficiently and it saves staff time and it saves the taxpayers money. I'm all in favor of having it here. And if it's still possible to do it here by the end of February, whenever it's scheduled for, then I think we should seriously explore it. If we don't have commitments that we can't alter or get out, I mean, I'm not, I don't want to spit in the face of these donors. I mean, that's great that they did it. I just don't know if it's feasible. It would be great to change it here. But if not, then I understand. So I think I'm kind of on the same page with Danny.
Matt Reinhardt.
Hearing the new information with regards to how close it is, ninth inning change, I don't think, I mean, I know I second the motion, but, I love the process. You can make a motion and second it, but then you're open for discussion before you put a vote because new information is brought in. So this is one of those instances. So hearing that, I'm probably less inclined to do it for this year.
Jake Johansson.
And here's my second bite at the apple. I stand fast that there's no public here to talk for or against. We work for them. We're here for them, and we're doing something without their knowledge. I'll remind council that the meeting agenda dates and time were an agenda item. We just amended it. A little bit more than I wanted, but we amended it. Not as bad as I could have had it, but it was agenda. This was not. Nobody in the world had any idea that the state of the city would come up much less be changed. I have no problem if we feel that bad about it, have a special meeting. I'll be here for it. I think the budget has already been passed. The donations have already been lined up. I would be very sad if we said, go ahead, have it here, and have Mr. Captain and his team still do the video and still take the time to do all that legwork and just do the video here instead of at the Ocean Center. I don't care about the food, but there's people that enjoy that. The public enjoys that. It's an opportunity for the public to be there. I believe it's open solely to the public, and I mean, everybody's invited. We don't until it fills up, and it's an opportunity for them to spend a little time with us at a dinner table instead of in these chairs. Having said that, if we go to this route, which I think efficiency is very important, that we do it for the following 3 years and we just let it go this time. Is it more money that I care to spend? You bet. But I still just don't like to set the precedent that we're going to vote on something that nobody had a clue was going to get voted on today.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'll clean it up. Jake, you're right. I agree with you. I just my reasoning so everybody knows it. I've already stated those couple, but to throw that out there as an option, because it is coming up on us quick, I will amend my motion for this one, but I would like it to come back where we explore this the following chair 3 years or after this one then. That way it gives everybody, even though there's videos out there for the last however 10 years of it, it gives everybody a little bit more time to digest the thought, if that's fair, if council can work with that, because I really want to tighten things up.
You're perfectly within your rights to make to amend the motion. Let me restate it so that we're all on the same page of what we're doing here. The motion was for the state of the county to not be canceled, but to be held in chambers beginning this year. Right. Your amendment would change that this year to
the next following 3 years. Say, was that what you were thinking? Perfect. Years thereafter. Let's explore it here in the future.
Okay.
Maybe we can drill down on the actual cost.
Okay. Okay. So the amendment, the amendment which we'll need a second on, is to not change it this year from the Ocean Center, but in the next 3 years that we're here to discuss it, change it, or
to change it to in chambers.
In chambers. Okay. Correct. Is everybody clear? Okay.
No, it's about as clear as mud.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how clear it is.
Chair,
I wasn't next, but if Mr. Rechtenwald would yield to me for just a moment, if you don't mind, Chairman.
I can withdraw if it makes it easier for you, and we can just come back.
What I was going to say was this. Yeah, how about we clean this up? How about the maker of the motion withdraw their motion, the seconder withdraw their second, and if Mr. Robbins feels so inclined to bring this up, let's do it like the rules say, which is let's ask him to bring it up as a discussion item for whatever time he wants. And I am going to second it because you represent over 100,000 people, as do I. And I think if it's important to you, it's important to me. And I mean that for every council member. I will second what you want to talk about because it's important to you. And it's the only way we can get it on the agenda. And I may not agree with it, but I want to be professional enough that I'll give you an opportunity. I'm not going to say no right now. I'm not going to shut you down right now and say, no, not happening. I want to hear what you have to say because I respect you.
Sounds good.
So that's my recommendation, is that the maker and the seconder withdraw, and then if he wants to ask for a discussion item on a time certain agenda, like I've done, then I'll be happy to second it, and then we can go that way, Mr. Chairman, if that works for you. But this is not clear to me. That's why I'm bringing this up, because I don't understand what we're getting ready to do. And these are those growing pains I was talking about. But we're going to get good. Listen, there's no doubt in my mind, we are going to be running like a well-oiled machine in the very near future.
Well, what we were working on was amending the main motion. Are you withdrawing?
Yeah,
You're withdrawing the amendment?
I'll go ahead and withdraw the amendment and withdraw the motion.
And I'll withdraw the second.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike Dyer, appealing to the parliamentarian, should he withdraw the motion or lay it on the table?
As long as the second has conceded, it can be withdrawn.
Okay.
It's fine.
Good.
And then
That's
if you want to
clean.
make a new motion, the floor would be yours.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to bring back more information on this so we can look at it in the future at our convenience. And I know George has been up on the screen.
Just wanted to be helpful. I looked ahead at the schedule. Of course, we're going to have our budget discussions, as we've been talking about. I believe it's the March 7th. I'll double check, but there is already an item. Leadership and Ocean Center happen to be together, and if it pleases the council, I will make that part of the leadership budget discussion. Or then we can get some direction at that time.
Sounds good.
I think that's good.
I can move on.
Okay. Troy?
I will gladly second that motion so it can come back for a discussion before the selected body.
All right. More cuts. I'd like to have a couple things come back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you
Jump
discussing that? Okay, your motion was to bring it back at a date certain or at the county manager's, just let him set the date?
Yeah, he
Okay.
can set the date. He's capable
Okay.
of that.
Thank you.
That's the motion. You seconded?
Yes.
All in, any other discussion? Please, God, no. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Bring it
Great.
back to us, George.
George, did you have something else? Or are you good?
No, it'll be part of that discussion.
Good.
So
A couple other things I'd like to bring back for discussion too. A cut of the sponsorship program. I know it's something we've been talking about for the last couple of years. It's where we have a budget amount. I believe it's $40,000 or $60,000. We give up to $1,500 sponsorships. That's one of the cuts that's on my list that I'd like us to review with this council's approval. Also on this list is to reevaluate our council budget. In times past or years past, in my opinion, when the country was shut down for close to 2 years, our travel budget was, let's just say, out of control. An expense budget, I think there needs to be a little bit more oversight with that. And Mr. Kent brought up a good idea earlier about traveling and getting a couple people on board. I just want to make sure we have our stuff together when it comes to that. And also to have staff come back with all of our subsidies or all of our payouts, whether they're elected or voted on, from our general fund, where we can see what services that we may have to cut here in the near future to achieve some of our goals. And lastly, I'd like to bring back the option of cutting our business tax receipts and trying to help out our businesses, not just in District 3, but countywide. And I'd like to try to use some of these cuts to try to achieve these and provide additional relief for not just District 3, but for all Volusians. But Chair, I don't know if you want me to restate all that, I don't know if we have the energy for it, but if council would like to hear some of these cuts come back with more information, if it's acceptable to the chair, maybe just a thumbs up or a nod, I'd be more than happy with that. Thank you.
I'm
Your name
sorry,
is-
yeah, it is. I thought we were going to move to have some of these put on future agendas, but I think that's kind of the request, yes?
You made a motion
So
to put all of that?
I'm-
You're going to have to read your list again.
And I have it here. I have a motion to, I think Mr. Reichenwald is going to tell us it's all going to come up in the budget discussions, but a motion to address the sponsorship program, oversight for elected officials' travel, subsidies and payouts payable to other people and entities, and the option of cutting business tax receipts on a future agenda.
How'd you get all that so quick?
I wrote it.
You're
Like I write everything.
You're talented. Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
That motion that Jake Johansson just read is seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Any other discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. You're going to be busy.
Right, well, again, we'll put these in the appropriate budget categories. So, and the business tax receipt, actually, we talked about it today, so I'll take that as a discussion out of that, and we'll bring that back when we're a little closer to the actual budget there in the spring. So the others you'll catch when we see those particular areas, which it's going to be the same day. One of them will be the same day as the other.
That sounds good.
Falls on leadership.
And lastly, do we have any updates from Mr. Bartlett in terms of the ad valorem losses that that are sustained from the storms?
We don't have an update yet, but I talked to him the other day, and I will have some more. I think it's a little premature where you look at he's getting started here January. January 1 kicks his stuff off for the following year. So I'll take a look and see where we're at with him, but it's going to be a little while, I think, before we get that update.
10-4. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Don Dempsey.
Last but not least.
You're not last.
Oh, I'm not? Oh, okay. Anyway, I'll be brief. I just, the one thing I'd like to maybe talk about real quick is we had that very difficult decision to make today that ended up in a 3-3 tie between the Scotts and the Conways regarding basically the variance for that 2-acre parcel in DeLeon Springs. I guess I have a question for Mike, because I know I mentioned it to Mr. Dyer earlier about the possibility of somebody being able to even suggest to the parties that they mediate. I don't know if that's something that you guys feel comfortable doing. I would recommend it. I understand we're supposed to be a neutral party, but since we're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity, as you know, the courts routinely refer people to mediation in an effort to settle things out of court. It sounded today like they both were amenable to trying to work it out. One party offered to sell it, the other party was interested in buying it. They were just apart on the numbers. And I have a feeling that the next meeting's not going to be any shorter than what we just had today. And I was just wondering if you would be comfortable with having one of your staff members possibly contacting both litigants and just letting them know or suggesting that they mediate and give them the directions. I don't see where any attorneys were involved in this. And as you know, like nothing more contentious than a divorce case. And in every divorce case, they always refer people to mediation. And as you may or may not know, mediations typically resolve about half the cases. And so that's one issue. And then a follow-up to that is I know in the courts, they have in small claims court, they have it's a volunteer service for neighborhood mediation. And routinely the judges, of which my wife is one of them, they refer people to these volunteer mediators to attempt to try and resolve these cases before the judge is forced to make a ruling. And I'm wondering, we used to have the neighborhood mediation services back in the 90s. And I remember, I don't even think they're in existence anymore, but I don't know if the county, the PLDRC has that as even an option when they're dealing with neighborhood disputes that are coming before them in forms of variance. And do they have that resource to be able to refer the litigants to a mediator of some sort before it gets before the board for a decision?
All good questions. No, under your current code, there is no provision for referral to a mediation type of environment. Local governments are a little bit under the gun more than they used to be a few years ago, because the statute now has, they call it a shot clock, a deadline for local governments to act and make a final decision on a land use request such as this. So that takes away some of the time. But what I would say is that, while we could not be the mediator for them, I mean, we certainly could relate to them that that was raised by council and they may want to avail themselves of it. Today was a bit unusual because had the appellant withdrawn her appeal, the matter would go away. Usually when you're here, somebody's asking for a rezoning or a comp plan amendment or a comp plan designation. And we don't have the ability to negotiate, well, we'll give you that zoning, we'll recommend approval of that zoning designation if you give us something else in return. Because usually it's just a very black and white decision. Today was not black and white because you had somebody who was appealing something. That's going to come before you every now and then, pretty rarely, what you saw today. So in many of these cases, I don't think there would be much to mediate because the decision is, well, will they get that zoning designation or not? Now, I agree with you. I think dialogue is important. It can make them resolve a lot of concerns. But right now, we don't have a mediation service that we can mandate or encourage somebody to go through.
Yeah, and I'm not.
I can look around and see if any other local governments have established some type of relationship with a provider that would offer something like that and report back. But right now, we can't mandate it.
Right, well, I'm not suggesting that we actually run a mediation service. I'm not saying that the county needs to create a new department of mediation. But I do know, like right here in the land, in a civil case in small claims court, the judge isn't a mediator and isn't fostering the mediation service. It's just a service that's available by volunteers, and the judge will refer them routinely to say, hey, see if you can go work that out outside before you bring it up to me to make a final decision. And I don't know if we could even explore that to see if those people, that same organization, those same volunteers would be willing maybe to sit in on a PLDRC meeting, because I'd say a lot of these, if the neighbors could agree on some sort of resolution, then maybe the county should just go along with it. If they're happy, then maybe the county should be happy with whatever type of variance they can both live with.
Yeah. If two parties in a zoning matter, let's say that the two parties today were to come back and agree, entered into a settlement agreement, said, I'll withdraw my appeal of your variance request if you give me X, Y, Z, that would not be something that this council could approve. You would not have jurisdiction over it. The limit of your authority on this appeal was to grant the appeal or not. If you have somebody that comes in for a rezoning request and they want to move something from rural to light industrial, and you had neighbors that are upset by that, the property owner was willing to give concessions to make the neighbors feel better, write up a settlement agreement. That's not something that this council could approve. We just don't have jurisdiction for that. Now, there could be some civil arrangement between the parties that does not involve the county, where they do contractually to agree, but we could not incorporate that into your land use process.
Well, yeah, my point is the end goal would be to get them to withdraw their petition or their for variance or their appeal in an attempt to basically take it all away from the PLDRC or from us as an appellate.
I can take a look and see what other local governments offer, and maybe it's as simple as just making sure people are aware of community resources that would allow for maybe some type of mediation or problem solving as a group.
We had that when I was a prosecutor. They were around, and basically they were here in DeLand. And so if we had neighbors fighting all the time, pressing charges on each other for whatever nonsense they were doing, we would refer them oftentimes to those volunteers. And there were quite a few of them. I was really surprised there were that many people willing to get involved in settling this. And there, you go to any county court, small claims day, and they're lined up in the jury box, just eager to help people. So it's pretty impressive what people were willing to do to try and settle neighborhood disputes. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we would have to ratify anything.
No, I can certainly take a look and see what other community resources have been made available, in other areas for ideas.
Okay. That's it. I'll be quiet. I have a couple other things I was going to say, but I'm just going to shut up because it's so late. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
I just had a quick question for the attorney, and just about what Mr. Dempsey was saying. Is this council allowed to, during these variances, I think it may put some of this to rest, are we allowed to attach like a condition on that variance, like, if he wants to, if he's going to say he's going to build a house and not subdivide it, so we can put this to bed? Is that something this council can put conditions on that variance, or is
currently,
it just yes
no.
or no?
The way it's written is, Mr. Dempsey alluded to it, the standard of review is, was there competent substantial evidence? So that's the way the code is written. You can tell us to change the code to have variance appeals go before you in a de novo capacity and allow you to reweigh the evidence and, approve with conditions or deny. You have that power when you are facing like an appeal for the DRC. The DRC comes before you as an appeal, but it's in a remarkably different manner. If you recall the ones on Shockney Drive, you could take additional evidence. You could put additional conditions. It's a de novo hearing, so you get to take additional evidence and you get to reweigh it. But that's what our code says, how you treat those specific appeals. So, if you want to change how appeals work, that's fine.
The only thing I would add to that, and I think Paula would agree with me, if it were a de novo hearing, it would just take longer. You're basically redoing what your PLDRC has done. So, and that's a policy decision by you. I mean, you can do it, but.
Okay. Just a couple things I wanted to touch on that have been said today. I won't put anything new on the table. First, George, I wanted to ask you I think Booker is still here. Okay. Would you talk to Mr. Booker and say, I like Mr. Kent's idea about meeting with senators. I bet that Mr. Booker can put together an online meeting somehow with both of our senators. At the very least, their staff, their representatives that we do meet with online occasionally. If you would just let us know what the possibility of that is by email, since it is time sensitive. Our constituents are screaming for help. And I
will do that, and Mr. Booker will be on his way to Tallahassee tomorrow, along with Ms. Fentress. So they are working at the state level tomorrow, and I'll get with him about setting up stuff with the senators and or their respective staffs.
Okay, thank you. Dispense with that. Jake, this is going to come up, I believe, in the next meeting when we discuss our own rules, but just something to think about, and Attorney Dyer, correct me if I'm wrong, but the multimedia thing we have taken care of. Now, it might not be taken care of. You might want to make a change to it still, but nobody can just bring in a multimedia and play it in the morning. They have to provide it 24 hours in advance so that we know there's not something nefarious on it, or, and also to make, IT wants to know that there's not a virus on it. So we are caught less off guard now with that.
I think what my concern was, and it got brought up with the 3 minutes, everybody gets 3 minutes, or whatever we determine. We had a gentleman here that took, I think, 6, right? 3 at the beginning and 3 at the end.
Yeah.
What I don't want is during public participation to walk in thinking there's 5 people with 3 minutes and one person, or 5 people walk in and piggyback with a 25-minute multimedia presentation about something that we're not prepared to hear during public. Now it's always limited by time because we give them an hour, but if one group takes 45 minutes, the other people that think, oh, there's 5 of us here, are now in a bad spot. And so I'm hoping that we have enough heads up to let the 3-minute people go first, and the long thing, not that I support it, to go at the end, if there's time.
Okay. Thank you. The other thing one of the things that you brought up was committee appointments, and I just want to explain to you my understanding, but also my willingness to consider a different way. Committee appointments have always been made by the chair, and because of sunshine, I can't go to everybody and say, what do you want to do? Now, this time, vice chair, before he was vice chair, Danny Robbins sent an email to the county manager and let him know what he would want, and then the county manager, or the county attorney, and the county attorney sent it to me. I think that's legal. I'm just not allowed to talk to you about it before the meeting. I have seen the previous county chair in the middle of a meeting pull somebody off of a committee who didn't want to be pulled off and put somebody on. I didn't agree with that. I think it was embarrassing to the person, and I won't do that to you. But I would reconsider different committees for different. It was hard to make appointments because we have 2 people with a very strict schedule.
And I think just by virtue of the 5 of us being new, you were put in a bad spot, and I think Mr. Reinhardt's up to 7 or 8 board positions, and I do believe it could be more equitable if we take a look and maybe do some horse trading, but we can't horse trade in private. So if it had been to my knowledge that we weren't going to discuss it before we were doing it, and I did make it clear to you that I was going to go to 2 things whether I was on it or not.
Correct.
That I would have passed my information to the county manager and county lawyer or county attorney as well. We're all new. And where I came from, that conversation's kind of had before people get stuck with it. So I assumed that wrongly, that's the way it was going to be, and I'm happy with what committees and boards I'm on, but I'm just looking for a little more equity and a little more inclusion of the 2 day workers, if we can make something work that includes them more on the committee.
I completely concur. And if I'll just say before Don and Matt speak, that if anybody wants me to consider a change, put it in an email and send it to Mike Dyer, and then Mike can discuss it with.
Yeah, or what we could do if council wishes, I mean, we could put it on the agenda so you can talk about it during the meeting as well.
Yeah, just let us know if you want changes.
Don? I would recommend that approach, because I think that avoids inadvertent sunshine issues.
And we need more things to talk about when we go to night meetings, because today it would be 1:15 when we got done. And Don Dempsey, but you and Matt wanted to chime in on this?
No, I was just going to say, I concede that I got probably the lesser share of committees, and I wasn't prepared really to know how this was going to happen. It just kind of got rattled off by the chairman. And but there are some that I felt pretty well suited to be on, but you chose somebody else, which is fine. I mean, that's your discretion, but there's other ones that I'd be more than happy. I mean, I want to pull my fair share, so yeah, whatever needs to be done, and if we can revisit this in an open forum, I'd be more than happy to take on more responsibility and give you some input onto maybe which committees I think I might be most beneficial to.
Yeah, I would appreciate hearing it, because I guarantee you the people that our staff that serves on these committees, and the same thing applies for the citizens advisory committees. They want people, they need people who can and will participate and maybe even know something about it. So I'm totally open for that. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you.
I'm trying not to use everybody's first name.
That's all right.
I know you
That's
will.
all. It's all good. I'm glad to hear that we're going to discuss it further. I know if there's someone at home listening right now, she's very happy about that.
She paid me, by the way.
Yeah, Don could be, hey, easy.
Yeah.
I know that there also was discussion with the county manager with regards to the possibility of doing away with some of them. There's one, as a matter of fact, that I'm on that says it meets as needed. And the last time that they met, I'm not sure when. So there's that possibility.
Now, that's a committee you take full credit for.
Is that? Or that's when I give it to Don. So I'm eager to have that discussion, but I also realize that we do have a lot to discuss. I get that, but a lot of these committees need decisions sooner than later. And the longer that, like if we get involved into something and we make decisions, be prepared, and this mic seems to be falling, be prepared to change. So
The only thing I would say is if anybody wants to make a motion, we can generate an agenda item.
If it hasn't been made already, I'll make a motion to have this brought back up for discussion for the committee assignments.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt makes a motion to bring up committee assignments at a future meeting. And is there a second? Is there a second on the motion to rediscuss?
J. Johansson, second.
Pardon me?
Troy Kent's name was there waiting to do it. I'm just waiting for you to
I
call
thought it
me.
was already there for the
No.
discussion we were having before. So.
No. It doesn't matter. It's seconded, so yeah, I'm good with it. Let's go.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? All in favor of putting it back on the agenda to discuss committee meetings, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Everybody's name is gone now. Does everybody agree with that? So I can finish. Troy, just briefly, you brought up the county manager discussing with me what other council members might think. I will assure you that in my 2+ years, he has never done that. And none of his staff in the agenda meetings ever tell me the most I've heard from somebody on staff was that we're going to have lively discussion. I don't know where anybody stands. He's very careful not to tell me and I wouldn't put him in the spot to do that. Consent agenda. Every time I present the consent agenda, I ask council if they have something they want to pull for a vote, and I think that's a requirement because somebody could want to pull something for a formal vote. And then I'll also ask if somebody wants to discuss it. If you just want to discuss it, we'll vote on the entire agenda, approve it, and then go back and discuss those things. That's what we've always done, and it seems to give everybody the opportunity to do what they need. And I'm going to dispense with everything else at 6:20, and if there's no opposition, I will adjourn the meeting. Seeing no opposition, the meeting is adjourned at 6:21.
Justice Foster.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a 7 o'clock.